were indeed sorry because we're beginning quite late. We were supposed to kick off at 8:30 in the morning, but we had to wait for some of our VIP guests, and we also had to ensure that we have quorum. Unfortunately, our ministers are up-country in their constituencies promoting the parish development model, so they have sent in their apologies, and that means they're not going to be joining us this morning. But I want to assure you that we have a representative who will be making their remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to invite the Director General of National Population Council to take up his seat on the dais as we prepare to start. And I will also take this opportunity to invite Ms. Kathleen Mogelgad, the President and CEO of the Population Institute in Washington, D.C., to also take up her seat. And then permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Ms. Sono Aibe, the Program Manager for Public Health at Preston Warner Ventures, based in San Francisco, USA, to also take up her seat. And then permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Honorable Winnie Masco, who is here to represent the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, to also take up her seat on the dais. And then when I'm done with my work of Director of Ceremonies, we'll definitely have to have a moderator for this session. So I wish to invite Director Omwa Samson Samuel, the Director for Monitoring and Evaluation at National Population Council, who is going to be moderating the first session, to come and take up his seat. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to request that we stand up and honor our country and region as we sing the Uganda National Anthem, and thereafter we will sing the East African Anthem. And after the East African Anthem, I will request Dr. Betty Chadondo, the Director for Family Health Department at National Population Council, to lead us in a word of prayer. Can we stand up for the national anthems? Dr. Betty Chadondo. Innovations, and real change. I wish to inform you that the theme for today's dialogue is why bridging the gap and building solutions together is a win-win for people, the climate, and the planet. And for me, that is very important Because as the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, once said, saving our planet, lifting our people from the blanket of poverty, advancing the health of our population, and advancing economic growth, all these are one and the same fight, so we must connect the dots between climate change, the need to address the fast-growing population, and our health concerns, and we must understand that as we come up with solutions, a solution to one of those should be a solution to all of those three challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is organized by National Population Council, Regenerate Africa, and the National PHE Network in Uganda. And at this moment, permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite our first speaker, and that's going to be Ms. Sono Aibe. As I said at the beginning, she's a program manager for public health at Preston Warner Ventures, based in San Francisco, USA. We welcome her to Uganda together with Ms. Kathleen. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Sono leads the funding strategy related to public health, specializing in sexual and reproductive health and rights and justice in the US and globally. And the lady who is here with us has served in various management roles in large and small non-profit organizations in her native country of Japan and in the United States of America. So ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Ms. Sono Aibe.
Your Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished participants, my dear colleagues and old friends, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible honor for me to be standing here with the greatest minds of cross-sectoral policy making and programming, a topic I have been engaged in my profession for over 30 years. On behalf of my organization, which is now called 128 Collective, the old name, which was mentioned, is Preston Warner Ventures. And I bring greetings from San Francisco, California, in the United States. 128 Collective is a small family foundation established about 5 years ago by a very young couple, the Preston Werners, who decided to dedicate their philanthropic resources to climate change issues. And my job is to link climate, reproductive health and justice issues, and gender equality at the foundation. So Teresa and Tom Preston Werner were also very interested in supporting the Global Sustainable Development Goals related to gender equality and universal access to reproductive health care. So my role is to support efforts such as this very bold initiative today to put forward these sectors together and solve solutions across the different sectors. Uganda is very much a leader in this regard. It has a group of incredibly powerful youth activists. It has a coordinating body, such as the National Population Council. It is a very strong partner to global reproductive health initiatives, such as Family Planning 2030, and a place where many innovative integrated rural development programs are strongly implemented by multiple ministries in collaboration with the local NGOs and CBOs. I know for a fact that this is true because I have worked with many of you on these. These stories will be heard today and recorded for all to hear and learn from. It is truly my great pleasure to be a participant in this wonderful occasion. I'm very much looking forward to creating synergies and forging new partnerships with all of you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, our dear guest and participant, Ms. Sono Aibe. Can we give her another round of applause? So, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my singular honor and privilege to invite Ms. Kathleen Mogelgad, the President and CEO of the Population Institute in Washington, D.C., to come and make her presentation. And thereafter, I'll be inviting Honorable Winnie Masco. But for now, we have Ms. Kathleen Mogelgad. Can we give her a big round of applause as she comes to make her presentation?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It is my sincere pleasure and privilege to be here with all of you, distinguished delegates and participants in this very important and timely multi-sectoral dialogue. This is my first visit to Uganda, although I have heard for many years about the leadership that is taking place here in cross-sectoral, multi-sectoral, synergistic development projects that take advantage of the intersections of the issues that are under discussion today: population dynamics, climate change, gender, and health, and the way that they connect with climate change and people's ability to respond to the negative impacts of climate change. What I would like to do in my brief remarks this morning is to talk a little bit about the broad conceptual linkages between family planning and reproductive health with climate change responses. And I know that we will hear more and more about these kinds of linkages through our conversation today, so I hope my remarks help to set the stage for those conversations. So how does family planning and reproductive health relate to climate change responses? I think we all know that with access to family planning, women and families are healthier. And this is a really important foundation for climate change resilience and adaptive capacity. We also know that with access to family planning and reproductive health services, women become more empowered, providing them greater opportunities to engage in climate change responses at the community level, within their households, and at the national level. Thirdly, we know that with access to family planning and reproductive health services, couples can space births and avoid unintended pregnancies. This helps to limit household demand on climate-sensitive resources like food and water. In short, access to family planning and reproductive health services can strengthen the resilience and adaptive capacity of women, of families, and of communities. So when we look at climate change adaptation projects here in Uganda and around the world, we recognize that these projects are increasingly diverse in their interventions. In the early 2000s, back when climate change adaptation projects were relatively new, interventions focused largely on hard infrastructure and the built environment, things like seawalls and dams, and perhaps also some technological innovations around climate smart agriculture. But over time, there's been a growing recognition that adaptation is multi-sectoral, including interventions related to communities, the engagement of communities, livelihood diversification, health, women's empowerment, and more. And as this recognition has grown, so too has the finance for climate change adaptation globally. Although climate change adaptation finance globally is nowhere near what is required at this moment, the amount of finance globally is large and it is growing. Right now, from multilateral climate change finance sources, there are 11 billion US dollars pledged by 2025. For bilateral sources of climate change adaptation finance, the amount by 2025 pledged is 10.8 billion US dollars. I know that there are many in this room who have been involved in preparing climate change adaptation proposals for some of these finance institutions, and you know better than I that the investment frameworks for these climate change funds have many, many requirements. I wanted to bring to light just a couple that I think are most pertinent to the conversation that we're having today. One is that climate change adaptation priorities must be determined at the country level, informed by stakeholder engagement. So it is not the job of multilateral or bilateral climate finance institutions to determine what Uganda's adaptation priorities are. That is Uganda's responsibility, and that is done through a stakeholder engagement process. A second requirement that I wanted to bring to light that I know we will talk about more throughout the day today is that climate finance institutions are increasingly requiring that climate change adaptation responses be gender responsive, that they undertake a gender assessment, and that they develop innovations around advancing the equity for women and girls as part of their interventions. As we will talk about more today, the experience of integrated population health and environment projects and approaches, which have been such a strong component of the work here in Uganda, these approaches offer models that respond directly to those needs and requirements that are put into place by climate finance institutions. Finally, I wanted to end by talking about how there is a real window of opportunity for family planning and reproductive health advocates and practitioners to engage in climate change adaptation planning efforts and priority setting. We have already seen great advances here in Uganda in terms of advocacy and program development that link these issues of population dynamics, health, gender, and climate change resilience. By further engaging in processes around adaptation planning and therefore the priority setting for climate change adaptation finance, this could affect adaptation project design and increase financial support for family planning and reproductive health service delivery across the country. I'm very much looking forward to the conversation today. I'm truly honored to be part of this conversation, and I look forward to learning more from all of you as our conversation progresses today. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of it. Thank you.
Honorable. Thank you so much, Kathleen, for highlighting the linkages between family planning, reproductive health, and climate change. And it's interesting that we're now talking about climate change interventions having to be gender responsive. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, can we clap for Miss Kathleen Mugalgad. At this moment, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite our very good friend, Honorable Winnie Masco, who is working with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development as the National Program Coordinator for the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship, that is UWEP, and the Youth Livelihood Program, that is YLP. She's the lady at the forefront of improving livelihoods in this country. Honorable Winnie Masco is our focal point person and climate change agent at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. So ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Honorable Winnie Masco.
Thank you very much. Participants, I would like to thank you very much, the Population Council, for inviting me to this meeting. And I come with a passion because I'm very passionate about issues of gender, of public health, and climate change. So I'm not here by mistake. I'm sure the people who invited me, though I'm here to give a presentation, I'm glad that I've come also to represent the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I'm a graduate of a Master's in Public Health from UCU, Save the Mothers program, and therefore have a passion on issues of population. But also, as they have already introduced me, I'm the Uganda Gender and Climate Change focal point, the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, and at the same time I coordinate the Gender and Climate Change thematic group for the LDCs in the negotiations, and I've been at it for quite a while. So I'm glad to participate in this discussion, and I hope we'll be able to learn from each other. Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development spearheads the issue of gender equality and equity, and it is a ministry of the people because it is in charge of men and women, youth, children, people with disabilities, the elderly, and all those that are marginalized. And its role is to ensure that their livelihoods are improved. So I'm glad that we are going to see how we can have this nexus on population, on gender, and climate change. So as a gender and national gender climate change focal point to the UNFCCC, I'm glad that we are coming together now in the negotiations to see how we can uplift the issue of equality and equity, and also the reproductive health issues. I'm glad to mention here that in the last COP, the Population Council, I imagine, reproductive health component, worked very hard to ensure that we started discussing in the text the issues of reproductive health in the gender and climate change text that we were developing. So I'm very confident that with time we are going to have very good decisions on how to integrate population, reproductive health, and gender in the gender and climate change negotiations. You will realize that the issue of gender has been discussed in the climate change discourse for a while, but it is of recent that we've started to look at activities being developed in line with that. And at the moment, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is starting with carrying out a gender and climate change vulnerability hotspot in the country. And as soon as that, if that study is done and is put in place, we'll be able to show you the level of vulnerability of women and climate change in different areas, especially agriculture and economic empowerment, and this will help us to design programs that will address the needs of the population. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development has also embarked on domesticating the Gender Action Plan. You all, I'm sure you're all aware that there's a Gender Action Plan that has been recently reviewed, but it is a 5-year Gender Action Plan at the global level, and the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is now in the process of ensuring that there is a domesticated one. And in that Gender Action Plan, of course, the issue of population, of reproductive health will be captured, and I'm sure that will strengthen the nexus that we are talking about. So I look forward to making my presentation today, and hope we'll be able to discuss and see that without addressing issues of population, issues of reproductive health, issues of gender equality and equity, all the interventions that we're looking at in line of mitigation and adaptation of climate change will be futile. So I'm glad that these conversations are coming up, and I'm sure the moment we start realizing that all these issues are interlinked and they have to be addressed together, it is that's when we shall be able to achieve what we need to achieve to make sure that people adapt to climate change. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I look forward to the conversation today. And on behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Winnie Masco, one for representing Ministry of Gender at this very important dialogue, but also for representing our country at the international level, and of course for being at the forefront of improving the livelihoods of women and the youth of Uganda. Can we give her another round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the representative of our guest of honor this morning, I wish to recognize the sponsors of this dialogue, because after the speech of the guest of honor, I'll be handing over to the moderator of the session. I want to start by recognizing, I can see National Population Council, and then we have Regenerate Africa, we have the PHE network in Uganda, we have the 128 collective represented by Sono, we have the Population Institute represented by Kathleen, and then we have the GAIA initiative, and the Rapid Advisory Flexible Finance. Thank you so much for sponsoring the event. And you'll realize that at the beginning we did not do self-introductions due to time limitations. So what we are going to do after the opening session, we will have working tea, and during that working tea or coffee, that's when we will do the self-introductions. Otherwise, permit me to invite our guest of honor, and ladies and gentlemen, to inspire us, we have as our host and guest of honor a person who is not only a public health physician, but an internationally acclaimed population champion. Our guest of honor this morning is a recipient of the 2013 United Nations Population Award in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the implementation of the ICPD program of action. Ladies and gentlemen, for this solemn and ceremonial event today, there could not have been a more appropriate person than him to embellish, to enhance, to enlighten, and enrich the occasion. I'm absolutely delighted and honored, ladies and gentlemen, to present the Director General of National Population Council, Dr. Jotham Musinguzi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles Musana, who is the Director of Ceremonies for this morning. Our high table, let me start from the far corner there. Catherine Mogergard, which Mr. Musana attempted to pronounce and kept avoiding. She's the president and CEO of the Population Institute based in Washington, D.C. Welcome to Uganda. It's the first time she's stepping in Uganda. My old friend Sono Aibe, former member of parliament of my neighboring area, Honorable Winnie Masiko, who has come in to represent the Minister of Gender. The moderator of the next sessions, the director at NPC, Director Samuel Omwa, Director of M&E. I note there are some important people here, members of parliament, but I also note many people from the civil society organizations, friends old and new. I also recognize Charles Kabwisha, who has been part of the group that has been shaking a lot of things around. And I noticed that UNFPA is also here, represented by Florence and many of you. So I am very glad to be here because I am among friends. I have been requested to do the official opening, as we have had a number of ministers who are supposed to be here up country for, as the Director of Ceremonies has said, government is putting a lot of emphasis on the new emphasis on the Paris development model, and have requested the government for them to be out there in the community explaining this, because this is going to be the major thrust of our development plan. So I will very much stick to the speech which has been given to me. I take orders when given, and so I will speak mainly to the speech. It gives me great pleasure to officiate at the opening of this multi-stakeholder dialogue on population dynamics, gender, health, and climate connection. In a very special way, I would like to welcome all the participants in their various capacities who have come to this workshop. As you all know, the year 2022 was marked by the birth of the 8th billion person, which was a milestone in human progress, partly attributed to advancement in medicine and public health systems, improvements in education, incomes and development, a landmark in human survival. And I think UNFPA has also been at the center of making sure that this advocacy keeps remaining in the forefront of our development programs. The International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD, held in Cairo in 1994, created considerable awareness on the intricate relationships between population and development, it is significant that the integrated approach to development, linking population-related actions to human development, gender equality, women empowerment, and the needs and rights of individuals, and it has the same embodied the most of Uganda's development programs. And I think we all recall that even the National Development Plan, the third one, has been embedding a lot of these issues in a way that is very comprehensive. Specifically, there is a better understanding that explicitly mainstreaming population concerns in development strategies will speed up the pace of economic growth, sustainable development, and poverty eradication, and contribute to achieving the national development objectives and improve the quality of life of the people. Ladies and gentlemen, government considers the first track of the International Conference on Population Development, the ICPD Program of Action, as an important part of our development process. The ICPD POA should be adopted alongside plans of action to enable promotion and implementation of population and gender-responsive frameworks. And I think Honorable Mashiko also referred to this, that we need to be taking this direction. We recognize that if government is to improve the quality of life of the people, there is need for us to comprehensively consider mainstreaming key actions in strategic development sectors such as education, health, gender, environment, and others on one hand, and population and poverty on the other. As somebody who has also led efforts on population and development in this country, I am mindful that Uganda's high population growth rate, now stabilized at 3% per annum, has implications for the issues we are talking about now, PHE. But it also goes beyond that, because it has implications for our poverty eradication programs, as well as other programs and issues that we have to deal with, teenage pregnancies, sexual and reproductive health matters, and those type of things. I recall that even before I joined the population program, in 1970, the population of Uganda was just about 10 million people. By the time you guys go to the next elections, in 3 years' time, Uganda's population would have increased by more than 5 times. This is rather unprecedented, because I don't know, people who come from United States and Sono, they said you come from Japan. I thought you also came from United States. But those countries don't see this type of change in one's lifetime. It is unprecedented. So we have very unique issues that we have to deal with, and if we don't grapple with them, then obviously they are going to undermine our own objectives. Let me hope that this multi-stake dialogue will help in renewing the leadership and commitment to make far-reaching recommendations critical for the future national and subnational development of this country as we move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is taking place 2 months after the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the one popularly called COP27, was held in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt in November last year. Global leaders met in Egypt at a time when there was increasing and damaging impacts of the climate crisis. In that meeting, modalities for implementing existing climate agreements were discussed, and it was also established new funding arrangements for assisting developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to adverse effects of climate change. Issues of climate change in this country, I know we talk about them, but I'm very glad we are now starting to think about tackling them head on, and I hope that this meeting is going to be a critical turn point in the way this country is going to tackle climate change issues in a very practical manner. During the same period, other international conferences have that have been held include the International Conference on Family Planning, which took place in Pattaya, Thailand, and I know some of us in this audience were there. The United Nations Biodiversity Conference, the one popularly known as COP15, held in Montreal, Canada, that culminated in the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework. In all these fora, global leaders discussed strategies for reaching people in need with essential SRH and family planning information and services, and adopted a framework to address biodiversity loss, restore ecosystems, and even protect indigenous rights. These are really good things. The framework also included measures for halting and reversing nature loss in degraded ecosystems. I think you all agree with me that this is a welcome development along the line. In order for us to achieve results of these plans of action adopted at international level, we have to be coordinated. We need to muscle our efforts in 3 critical areas. The first one is that there is a need to strengthen government investments in policy to address issues linked to interconnectedness on population dynamics, health, environment, gender, and climate change. Secondly, the government through the Ministry of Finance should invest financial resources for advancing PHE initiatives. And thirdly, there is a need to create better coordination mechanism. We know we have a coordination mechanism, but we need to do better than we have been doing so that we can all work as a team towards delivering results that add value to the goods and services provided so far to the people of Uganda. This requires engaging national and subnational district leaders to systematically translate plans of actions at local level and in all key sectors at the national level, such as health, education, production, social, finance, planning, and governance. The technical staff should also help in relating the relevance of population dynamics with the performance, growth, and health of the sectors or for the development of the country. We need to discuss the issue of the high population growth rate that is outstripping the rate, coverage, and the quality of services and provision of the environment as related at various levels. As we deliberate, there is a need to review and renew our action in terms of promises made, assess performance while highlighting challenges, and explore possibilities to recommit national and subnational leadership to actions that will accelerate implementation of our agenda. I now take the opportunity to thank our development partners, all of you, as mentioned by the Director of Ceremonies, and through the representatives who are some of them here, and we want to express our appreciation for the role you have played in this. The support given will go a long way in addressing population environment improvement issues, which is of strategic importance if Uganda is to achieve its development objectives. I also wish to thank all of you who have participated in this dialogue, and I know my colleagues at the NPC have been at the center of this, but also want to thank the network on PHE for organizing this, and obviously Regenerate Africa, the Rapid Advisory, 128 Collective, and also Population Institute for funding this activity. It is now my great pleasure and honor to officially open this multi-sector holder dialogue on population dynamics, gender, health, and climate connection. I wish you very fruitful deliberations for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jotham Musinguzi, for your insights on the need to integrate population health and climate change interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's reassuring that Dr. Jotham Musinguzi has informed us that government is fast-tracking the implementation of the ICPD program of actions. A few years ago, we had the ICPD at 25, and now we have started preparing for the ICPD at 30. So it's very important that our country fast-tracks the implementation of the actions. Can we give Dr. Jotham Musinguzi another round of applause? With that, I come to the end of Mike Sanja this morning. I'm going to be handing over to the moderator of the first session. But before that, I have a short story I want to share with you. When we were growing up, one of the boys in our village was invited for a party, and he went to his friend and borrowed a trouser that he would put on to go to the party. Now, when he got to their home, he realized that the trouser could not fit him. So you know what he did? He went to the tailor and mended the trouser to fit him. And of course, he went to the party and he looked very smart. And then after the party, he took back the trouser to the owner, and it could not fit the owner, so he was in great trouble. Now, ladies and gentlemen, similar to that story, as the Native Americans say, we do not inherit this planet from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children, and we should take care, because one time we'll have to hand it back to our children, and we should ensure that we hand back a planet that has a good climate. Thank you so much. Let me now take this opportunity to invite Director Omwa Samuel Samson to come and moderate the next session. Director Omwa is the Director for Monitoring and Evaluation at National Population Council. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you, Charles, the Director of Programs. Our guest of honor, Honorable Winnie Masiko, Catherine Mogelgard, CEO and President of Population Institute, and Sono Aibe. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to this session where we shall be receiving the keynote address. As you have already been told, this is a multi-stakeholder dialogue, and specifically we are focusing on population dynamics, looking at gender, health, and climate connection. The theme, as we have already been told, is why bridging the gap and building solutions together is a win-win for people, climate, and the planet. We have also been told that in November last year, 2022, the world reached the 8 billion milestone. And the conversation has been that this offers us limitless opportunities. But there are a few things we need to do. We know our population growth rate is high. We know we have issues to do with family planning. We know we have issues to do with reproductive health. The previous speakers have mentioned the issues of relating to gender and climate change or climate adaptation. We need to look at ways in which we can address all these issues, and in line of that, our keynote address this morning will focus on Uganda in a world of 8 billion people. What are the implications for environment, gender, health, and development in Uganda? And ladies and gentlemen, to give us this keynote address, we have none other than Mr. Mugavi David, who is a Director of Environment Affairs in the Ministry of Water and Environment. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Mugavi David to come and give his keynote address to us. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Are we ready? Good morning to everybody. You need to take me through this technology, please. Yes, what if it fails? I'm Mugavi Stephen David. I'm the Acting Director, Directorate of Environment Affairs in the Ministry of Water and Environment. And I'm also a Commissioner for Environment Sector Support Services in the same ministry. So I do two things. The first one, my work is to direct, so I direct a number of departments. And the second action is that I commission, since I'm a commissioner. Okay? So, before I go into all that, our chief guest, Honorable Masco, our visitors from very far, all the participants here in all your capacities, I want to recognize your presence and thank you for being part of this dialogue today. I bring greetings from Luzira, not Luzira the prison, but Luzira the Ministry of Water and Environment. You know, people here don't want to listen to Luzira, but Luzira, the number of institutions is there, including that one, which you call the House for Understanding. But now I'm from the house which keeps water and environment. That's where we are. And I bring greetings from my permanent secretary, Mr. Alfred Okot, and the ministers and the state ministers. We were approached by the organizers of this dialogue and did request the Ministry of Water and Environment to talk about Uganda in a world of 8 billion people. What are the implications for environment, for gender, for health and development in Uganda? I have that simple introduction, and some of this have been already alluded to by the previous speakers, including the guests of honor, that according to the United Nations report,
on that date, 15th November, we reached 8 billion people. And this is attributed to improvements in public health, nutritional, personal hygiene, medicine, and that have extended lifespans and dramatically reduced maternal and child mortality. We also need to note that according to the Population Council projections, we see that by last year, our population was standing at those 47.2 million people. And we have been told by the chief guest today, that by the time we go to the elections, we will be about what? Our population will be about 5 times the time he joined the service in 1970. So which means by 2026, we will be about 50 million people if the calculations are right. But also to note that we have an estimated fertility rate of 3.5 births for each woman, twice that global average. And this is according to the year 2022. I saw there is an organization called Regenerate Africa. They are doing some work in this country. And in their efforts, they conducted a baseline survey. What did they find? That in one of the sub-counties in the Buke district, the fertility rate for women was about those children. But remember, the national average is at what? You mean it has moved to 5.4? Anyway, he will tell me. I've been with him in a number of adventures on population, health, and environment. So, to note, we are saying that the 8 billion mark, well, it is an occasion to celebrate. Continued growing population presents serious challenges to environment, to gender, to health and development at a country level, at a regional level, and at global levels. So, in Uganda, what is causing population increase? We saw the high fertility rates ranging between that. We are seeing the early marriages because of high school dropouts and non-schooling. We are also seeing improved health care, which has resulted into reduced maternal and child mortality and extended lifespan. We have also seen the regional conflicts that have contributed to increase in population in Uganda. So we get an influx of refugees in this country. And when you look at the population, we have close to 1.5 million people in this country as refugees. So when you look at our population, take a note of that. We have also cultural reasons that some our women would like to bear children to boost social status. They will tell us they are here. This is a dialogue. Is it true? And you take this as a security measure. But, well, it is an issue for discussion. We see abundance of food in most parts of Uganda because we tend to be, our lands are a bit fertile. And this has created a perception that several children are no problem because you can afford food, so you can produce more. Those tendencies are still there, but consequently they add on our population. there is a preference of bearing boys or girls, which leads to a try and error. So until you either get a girl or until you get a boy, you will not stop what? Producing. So eventually you keep on adding numbers to the population. And the family planning services are not readily available. And this was alluded to by the guest of honor. So, what characterizes our population in Uganda? Those who are in this room and those who are outside this room, how do I identify the population in Uganda? One of the observations when you look at our population, they are poor, they are impoverished, they live in poverty, despite all government efforts towards poverty eradication. There are high levels of unemployment in our population. Why? Our population is not food secure and is malnourished. It is a hungry population. There is poor nutrition. We also take note of the low levels of education, despite the universal education policy in the country. People tend to go to school, but they don't school. Because when you go to school, you learn something, you add something to your life. But we eventually getting people who are not schooled. We see our population is dominated by the youth. And these youth have endless demands. We see our population they are concentrated and they dwell in slums. You can count the number of slums in Kampala. And sometimes some of you have decided to conclude that the whole of Kampala is what? A slum. But it is a subject of discussion. But we need to take note of this, what is characterizing our population. So, in general, when we look at the implications of increasing population to environment, gender, health, and development in Uganda, we are saying population growth poses a huge threat to the security of the country, environment, and natural resources, to gender, to health services, and development, leading to changes in social values and beliefs, cultural behaviors, traditions, and customs of our society. This is the direction we have started taking. So, the Population Council, in some of their reports, they have indicated that population growth was outstripping the growth in vital services, including healthcare, education, housing, and employment. In other words, our population has grown beyond these services. So we are saying, oh, these services are getting stressed because of an increasing population. So what are we saying? Now to get the implication is right, this discussion should be focused specifically on, you look at implication of increased population and environment to get it right. Instead of mixing it, we should strip it or create sub-themes if we are to discuss it right. Then we need to look at population and public health, population and gender, population and development. So we go. Let's look at increasing population and the environment. We are saying the high population growth increases the demand for food, for shelter, for employment, social services, you can name them. And what does this mean? This means more land for agriculture, for settlements, for social services. Also it means more production of food, livestock, chicken to feed the population, you can name them. It also means more uptake of water for industry, for domestic use, for agricultural production, for fishing and other production means. It also means more conversion of forest estate for timber, for poles, for firewood, for charcoal, you can name other products. It also means more extraction of resources, including minerals, medicine, wildlife, sand, clays, etc. And all these are in the environment because you want to meet the demands of an increased population. There was some work the ministry, together with the FAO, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, and other partners. We did some work on the future of livestock in Uganda. And when you look at that report, as put down there, Africa Sustainable Livestock 2050, the future of livestock in Uganda, opportunities and challenges in the face of uncertainty, FAO 2019. This is a report prepared by us, me inclusive. These are the findings. We are looking at the uncertainties, or we looked at what we are calling projections, looking at the 2050. We realized, together with Population Secretariat, that the population will increase by 160%. That is in the year 2050. And that is, the base year is 2015. So if in 2015 we were 40 million, come 2050 we will be what? 106. Urbanization will increase by 420%. In 2015, we take note the population was 9 million. Come 2050, it will be 47 million people in the urban areas. We also looked at consumption of livestock products. Beef will increase by 320%, and this is in 1,000 tons. So, as of 2015, the consumption was 250,000 tons. But come 2050, we will need 932 to meet the demands. Look at the demand for chicken. It will raise from 72 to 316,000 tons. Milk will move from 1,527, and it will go to 4,615. And look at the demand for eggs. It will raise from 39 and get to 136. So this is in relation to the population projections. Now, what are the cost implications of the above to the environment? We will see degrading agricultural lands due to poor livestock and cropping practices as we look forward to meet the demands of the population. We foresee increasing soil erosion, deforestation, and drainage of wetlands. And all these instances are already happening in our country. There is increased loss of biodiversity, and when you lose biodiversity, it is a loss of alternative livelihood. Look at our rangelands, where we keep our livestock. We will see, or we are seeing, reduced rangeland carrying capacity. And every time when there is a drought, the rate at which we are losing our livestock is high. Reason being, our rangelands can no longer handle the stocks we have. We are seeing increased pollution of water, of land, and air from chemicals, from gas, from dust, and from waste. And where are all this coming from? From the population, the people who are in this room and the people outside this room. You are contributing to this. We are seeing increasing land use change due to changing investment priorities. Okay? So we are seeing protected areas turn to farmlands, to settlements, to industrial parks, communication facilities, because all this you want to meet the demands of the population in Uganda. So the consequence of all this, we see increasing competition and resource use conflicts, leading to scarcity and depletion of our natural resources. And eventually, we also see migrations, because in the areas where they are, they can no longer afford to survive. So they shift to other areas which are still endowed with resources. So let's look at health. We are seeing the high population increases the demand for health services, causing stress to existing health care facilities. It encourages congested living conditions in slums that risks regular disease outbreaks, increased human and animal interactions, including wildlife, risk outbreaks, and the spread of zoonotic diseases. And you remember recently when we were, this country, we went under a lockdown of COVID, and they were saying the source of COVID is human-animal interaction. Then in December, you remember, from around August or July, we had Ebola. And they relate Ebola as a result of human-wildlife interactions. So all this, because of increasing population, people go beyond their areas, they go beyond their habitats and enter into other habitats for other survivors like wildlife. And in there, what they pick, they bring it back. And what happens, those lockdowns we are getting is the consequences. We are seeing increase in waste generation and risking pollution and disease outbreaks. These are all coming as a result of what? Population increase, and these ones, there is a way they affect our health sector. So what are the implications? This means more health facilities need to be established if we are to work on the stress which is caused by the high population. It also means more or increased consumption of medicine and other related services. So you need to invest more in providing these requirements. This means increasing use of antibiotics for self-medication and animal reproduction, resulting into antimicrobial resistance, AMR. You know, apparently we are running what we call the One Health approach in this country. And my ministry is part of this program, the One Health approach. And we are seeing there is a lot of this antimicrobial resistance coming out. There is a way it affects the health sector, because the disease-causing organisms stop responding to existing medication. So you need to invest in research, or you need to abandon the medicine you have to go and look for the medicine which works. So those are all resources which are being lost. It also means revisiting the food production system towards enhancing food scarcity. Sorting out food scarcity and reducing malnutrition, risking increase in the use of fertilizers and acaricides. So when you increase the consumption of fertilizers, the use of acaricides, sides, the issues of pollution which we talked up set in. Let's look at gender. I think this one would have left it out of this discussion and would have given it to Honorable Masiko to handle, because this is her area of specialization. But when I err, you will come in to correct me. So we are looking at the risks involved: high population. One, OA, risks increased gender inequalities leading to denied opportunities. And these opportunities include even access to education, the job segregation is access to medical care, access to legal protections. There is also a risk of increased crimes in society, affecting each gender differently. You know now the issue of crimes, because how it is targeting different gender in this country. Then there is a risk of increased or high dependency. Those people not in the labor force who are economically dependent on others. There is a small team which is accessible to employment, but they depend on when you look behind. The circle is quite big. So all these are coming because of the increasing population. So what are the implications of the above to gender? This means increasing investment in livelihood, e.g. home-based small businesses for women to address gender inequalities that are created by a younger dependent population. We also need to develop flexible working arrangements that will enable more vulnerable gender, for example the females, to participate in the workforce, and also giving equal opportunities by encouraging and facilitating education systems and programs that provide an enabling and flexible learning environment for both female and male. Development. Population and development. So population growth, the people in the population council would have handled this one too. But since you wanted it to be mainstreamed in the side of environments, let's look at it too. We are saying it limits the increase in public expenditure that is needed to invest into eradication of poverty, end hunger and malnutrition, universal access to health care, education, and other essential services. You look at this is now when we look at the national budgets, all ministerial policy statements, they are targeting these key service areas. But because of the population increase, we can't extend enough resources to support these sectors which are paramount for population survival. It exerts pressure on agricultural production and life, creates unemployment, because it is exerting on agricultural production and land. What means? We will sit there, it creates unemployment problems, and this one, there is a way it affects development, leads to issues like depletion of natural resources, environment pollution, degradation, and loss. So what does that mean? Pressure on land resulting into fragmentation, land grabbing, and all this, there is a way the impact on development of the country. There is delayed attainment of the national development targets, such as the middle income country status. You know, we have been grappling with this. And in our NDP 3, we set a target, we need to move to the middle income. But because of the population and the demands and the series of other issues, we are not able to attain this. It has delayed us to get to this level, because there is a status you have to reach to qualify to middle income. Increased vulnerability to effects of climate change. You have seen how climate change is affecting those areas which are heavily populated. Permanent change in land use. There is competition for settlements, for industrial parks, for public communication lines like roads and whatever. So as we provide this, there is change in land use. Increased unemployment leads to increased crimes and policing costs. And all these are costs to development of a country. You need to invest a lot to fight or curb crime. Then reduce natural resources leading to increased resource use conflicts. This one I talked about it. So those are the negative things which I've talked about. But also there is a good part or side of population increase. So I had to smuggle in this slide which talks about the good side or positive side of an increased population. Access to cheap labor. That will increase productivity and put more goods and services on the market. We have seen countries asking for labor. I think in this country we have excess cheap labor and we have decided even to export it. Leads to urbanization. So we have seen now rural growth centers transformed into urban areas in this whole country. When you go around, because of population increase, the whole country is getting urbanized. It contributes to economic growth in terms of GDP, especially if its productivity is enhanced. We can see now a big population, more taxes. Government is ever telling us how they have increased in what? The tax collections. How is it? You mean it is coming as a result of no effort? The population is contributing to all this. So youthful population has diverse demand for goods and services, thus creating a big market for industrial products and services. I think so. With all this background, what is the way forward? Investment into complete but informed and tactical skills development is very important. We should put money and invest in skills development for our population, such that we get a population which is employable or which can create jobs because out of the skills acquired. We need to target and empower the youth through active involvement in meaningful jobs. We need to invest in job multiplier industries along various value chains such as agriculture, environment, natural resources, information and technology to achieve the demographic dividends. You were sometime we are involved in this demographic dividend. It was a big issue in this country, and we worked towards and produced a number of policy documents relating to this. There is also a need for colossal investment into competence-based education, not the education we have. The education we have currently is about acquiring a piece of paper, and you sit there. As we talk this week, we are observing a graduation of about 11,000 graduates. But what next? Are they going to create jobs? We need to review our education system, that we get competent. Our education should be leading, adding value to the people who come out of what? At the end of the system. We need focused investment in health and family planning, and we need to promote gender equity and inclusion. I have not exhausted everything, but I wish to end there. Thank you for listening to me. I hope I was audible enough. And when it comes to answering questions, we have created these problems together. So don't ask me questions. Let's all answer these questions. Okay? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to our keynote speaker. Yeah, we have come to the end of the keynote address, but before we break off for the tea, I would want to get a few questions. Although our keynote speaker said we contribute to all this together, so we need to dialogue more. So maybe 2 or 3 questions for the keynote speaker, and then we go for our break tea. Our keynote speaker has made his presentation, and if I were to summarize, as I'm attempting to be a tutorial assistant, he talked of if we don't do certain things, then we may not harness the environment dividend. He also suggested way forward for us to enable the environment dividend, and I think as in this dialogue, or as you rightly mentioned, in 2018 we came up with the Uganda Demographic Dividend Roadmap, and we know it's a living document, and I think we need to extend the discussions. I know that in terms of the gender and equity, that component in terms of the DD has come out very clearly, but I think the environment dividend, we need to bring it out very, very clearly. So ladies and gentlemen, our keynote address speakers gave us a number of issues. What are the drivers of the high population growth rate? He also mentioned the positive and the negative of the population growth rate, and he delved into each of the 4 sub-themes, looking at the implication of population on environment, on health, on gender, and then environment. I've mentioned environment, development, population and development. So it's an opportune moment now for me to pick a few questions. I think in the spirit of ladies first and gender equity, I have, let me get the hands up and then I move at once. I will have from this table, then you come to Sono, where the table where Sono is, and then we have 4. Eh? So I have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you.
I'm Jackie Katana from the faith sector, but I'm not a religious leader. I promise next time I'll make sure they come themselves. My question is to the director, Mr. Mugabe. Glad that you're here, and we are looking at mass sector engagement in this dialogue. So my question is, at what extent has the ministry gone to develop policy frameworks that integrate those 3 dynamics: population, gender, health, and climate connection? Because unless we reach that level, then we'll be able to leverage even on the minimal resources we have as we knock on the door of Finance, Minister of Finance, and next time if you can promise that you're going to hold their hands and come with them, this Ministry of Health is here. So next time if you can promise us that you hold their hands, so that when we talk about issues of financing, they are also listening, but also we are promising them that even the little that is there, we are going to develop frameworks, so we already have them, and we are going to utilize them to integrate and ensure that we have synergized interventions, as Catherine advised, and we are able to use the systems and structures right from national level, subnational, and community to address those dynamics that you presented on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Raymond Rioka. I am the team leader for Yadnet Uganda. And thanks to NPC and Renegade Africa and the teams for organizing this. It is an honor that we are discussing issues of population health and environment. And thank you, Commissioner, for the great submission. Some of us are concerned about the issue of policy implementation in the country as we talk about people, health, and environment, without an effective policy environment that correlates the nexus of policy, health, and environment, we shall be doing a disservice. Jack is talking about finance. We know that in November at COP27, governments agreed about the loss and damage fund. Where is PHE in that fund? And how would you advocate for it at the policy environment at the government as Uganda? So I think with the ministries, as we put this agenda, where are the legislators to ensure that these policies are put in effect? Where is the funding that is directed towards this financing that looks at nexus? I think it is imperative that we advance and foster policy environment that looks at nexus integrating for people, health, and environment, and localize it at the government, but also with the financing mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we move to this Sono? Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your excellent presentation. So on top of population growth, climate change is really an emergency now, and it's really a threat multiplier for everything that we talked about. So I'm very happy that you have mentioned about the young people and training them for future growth and skills for the new jobs that are coming. So in terms of climate change, there will be more jobs in the green sector, so the renewable energy sector. And for that, you need a lot more people, being trained on to be electricians, for example, to be able to harness solar energy, to harness wind energy. So that's something that the government can also consider doing training. Also, it's important to integrate climate education into the curriculum in schools, in universities, and outside of the school environment. And then I think it's important for all of us to consider, as global citizens, the issue of the huge gap between the ultra-rich of the world and the poor people of the world. And what are the taxation policies that could level the playing field between the ultra-rich and the poor. And then thirdly, I will say that the land use issue is going to also be influenced by the new technologies that we bring in to mitigate climate change. So when we install solar panels, the land use will be also in consideration of where do we put all of these solar panels? Where are we going to put all of the windmills needed to generate this renewable energy? So thank you for allowing me to make these comments.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello? Okay, perfect. I'm Olive Kobsinje. So the picture has been very well painted of very rapid population growth. And with that, you've mentioned rapid urbanization. Now, rapid population growth, rapid urbanization go hand in hand with rapid motorization. And in Uganda, rapid motorization has meant filling our roads with two-wheelers, with motorcycles that are huge polluters. And I think we are missing the opportunity to plan our transportation to be green transportation. So whereas other countries that actually have less pressing problems of rapid urbanization, motorization, population explosion, are putting in place steps to build safe green transport, we here seem to be moving in the opposite direction. So for instance, in Kampala, I think being a pedestrian is considered suicidal, and riding a bicycle, people think you have a death wish. So I'd like to hear what your take is on how we are going to, in the way forward, how we are going to then look at green transportation and how to plan. All of these people need to be getting around, back and forth whether it is in the rural or the urban areas. So I think I realize that this dialogue has the lens of reproductive health, but I also think we should keep an eye on transportation that is going to be key if we are going to make meaningful changes with our rapid population growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we have the last one? Then Mr. Mugabe will respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very informative presentation. You've made very good recommendations. And my inquiry from you is the issue of financing. In regards to ensuring that we achieve the aspirations and the goals that we want, the change that we want to see out there, and fitting in the current thrust of the parish development model. Today's discussion with the focus on population dynamics, with the linkage to gender, health, and climate connection is very, very critical for us. But sometimes, even when we have these good plans and good discussions, the question of sustainable financing that is going to enable these actions to take place where we need them to be, especially with the focus of the most vulnerable, these communities that are at risk, where the brunt of climate change effects and impacts are happening. The issue of sustainable financing, if you can respond to that, we'll be grateful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mugabe. Allow me allow the DG, Director General National Population Council, to make some remarks, then you could answer.
So thank you for your graciousness. So Dr. Olive Kopsinje, I hear you, what you are talking about. You don't even mention your name. So this lady here is a writer. She writes books. She has taught medicine. You can see where she's coming from. So when these meetings are taking place, why are you not there? Because for the first time I'm hearing about green transportation. We've been talking about demographic dividend, but now I hear there's green transportation. This green transportation, I think she didn't say it, but I think she means using bicycles, non-motorized, using bicycles, using walking. She's not even giving examples. She's just telling you there is green transportation, but we don't know what you are talking about. So, Olive, I think what I'm saying, and Sono, this also goes to you. When we are talking about, and I think the keynote presenter, by the way, congratulations, because I won't speak again on this issue, but I think you really did your job. So thank you. You brought the efforts out. I think it deserves a big clap. But you can see, even for us who are dealing with demographic dividend, Dr. Betty Chadon of this world, director, the one who is on top there, they are not talking about these important issues. You know, for example, Dr. if you went and presented to these poor doing roads, they are the biggest problem. But remember, when I was growing up in Uganda, there was no need to put sidewalks for people on the tarmac. It was not an issue. All you needed to do, tarmac roads were meant for roads, not for people walking. But now we know, yes, you know. So, but what I'm really saying is, including what Sono you are talking about, the question of green, you know, like wind, solar. This country, there is no reason why we shouldn't be investing heavily in solar. But we're realizing the importance of that as an alternative, going green, and that is an opportunity. But so I want to really encourage you, all of you, be present in these discussions, make your point. We people who are in the government, we are willing to work with you if you have these good ideas, and I think that should be the way we should move forward. I noticed that our demographic dividend documentation are not looking at these very critical issues, and I think it is high time that this was done. But it can only be done if you engage the relevant people along the line. So that is the point I just wanted to make. Thank you.
Can we begin? Thank you. If you can recall, I ended by saying, we are part of the problem. And the question is, should not come to Mugabe. The question is, should go to everybody in here and outside. The National Environment Act, when you open it, what does it say? When you begin reading it, it says, it is the responsibility of every citizen in Uganda to ensure a clean, healthy, and productive what? Environment. It does not say the Ministry of Water and Environment. The work of the Ministry of Water and Environment is to coordinate all your efforts towards ensuring a clean, healthy, and productive environment. I wonder why you have been calling the ministry is not doing this. The ministry is not doing. What are you doing? So let's come back to this. That is just a reminder. So, well, Jack, you are looking at the policy framework, whether it is there. Those who are familiar, who have been commonly under the population, health, and environment discussions, I think we have developed a number of policy documents. That man there, Andrew, I think you need you haven't done your work. You need to disseminate. I don't know whether you are still with the Population Council, but we have generated a number of policy documents relating to population health and environment with the Population Secretariat, which are there. You know, in this country there is a lot of information, but the issue is implementation from paper to action. But if you want these policy guidance documents, they're already there. I remember we started with a situation analysis for population health and environment in this country. That situation analysis report is there. That next us. Then we went to develop a strategy, which strategy is there, and the other accompanying documents. So note that it is the Ministry of Water and Environment. The Ministry of Water and Environment, we are just part of the bigger family, which is supposed to coordinating the issues of population health and environment. Then Raymond, yours is not a question. You were just providing additional information and what we need to do. To me, I don't want to answer issues regarding financing here. You all know the status of your country as far as the financing is. Now we are in the budgeting process, not so? We have prepared budget framework papers. Ministers are now preparing their ministry policy statements. But every sector is saying we don't have adequate what? Funds. So, where can Mugabe get the money if the president cannot provide the money? The whole Ministry of Finance, every beginning of the planning phase, issues a budget called circular and also guides on what? The indicative planning figures for budgeting. So, all this is done. We are still an LDC country. So our budget is small. We cannot answer everything. These are the challenges of a big population. If we had a smaller population, possibly we would prioritize and focus our resources. But even if we prioritized, your demands are too high. So we just look at a few which our budget can handle. Not everything can be handled by the budget we have. Then our Vista Son, this is the additional information and guidance. What we need to do, what can we add into our training programs So whatever she added was additional information over what we need to do. And I think we need to take it very serious, especially the Secretariat, which is now documenting the proceedings of this meeting. They need to capture those key emerging issues which needs attention. Then, Cove Singe, rapid motorization, rapid urbanization. This is true. And we are talking about green transport. And the guest of honor is saying, you are hearing it for the first time. This country, if I may tell you, we are at another level. This global policy is already mainstreamed in our policy documents. As I talk now, we have a number of sectors here have worked with the National Planning Authority. And we have prepared a national green growth strategy. And all these sectors, including what Phegec is referring to, green transport, they are all reflected there for each of the sector. How should we go green? So that document is there, outlining national strategies. How are we going to approach green growth for each of the sectors? So I don't know, do we have any representative from National Planning Authority here? Can we task the Population Council to access this document and share it with the members here? Because you have now, I think, a database of all the contacts for all these people. You can get this strategy, send it or share it with the members here. It is there. If you don't have a copy, soft copy, contact me, I will share it with you. Then you disseminate. And the members here benefit to know what is in the National Green Growth Strategy. Sustainable financing. This is to everybody. Dr. Hafashman, can you respond to that one?
I think I'll talk about it when I'm making my presentation.
You'll hear about it. Yeah. Who else do I want? Where is this participant? Huh? I know there are some people who are handling this, who are working on climate financing. Tree Talk. Are you there? Yes, What do you say about sustainable financing?
Sustainable financing is a big challenge to this country. We yearn for resources. Everybody yearns for resources. And resources are hard to come by. So in addressing sustainable financing, we have to look at mechanisms of funding, mechanisms of finding alternative sources rather than government itself. Thank you.
I told you we have people who have answers to all your issues here. It shouldn't me, Mugabe, alone to respond. So, unless there are other issues which can deny me from ending here, you can raise them, but I want to request that I end here. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you will take whatever I've talked about in good faith, and that is you. That is what is happening in your country. Please, you can now use those issues and raise project proposals. We can help you. Thank you.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a good round of applause to our keynote speaker. Let me take this opportunity once again to thank you, our distinguished keynote speaker, for highlighting some of the key issues we need to reflect on as we live in a post-8 billion world. I think the key takeaway here is in terms of the policy framework. I think we have. I can confirm the National Green Growth Strategy is there. I think the critical question we have is how do we translate this into our national budgeting processes and then implementation plans. We are bringing this session to a close. We shall go for a working tea session, but the next session, which I would want to hand over, is going to be chaired by Dr. Joshua Zake, Technical and Strategic Advisor at Regenerate Africa. The Program Director. Yes. Okay. I've been guided that what we do, we shall pick our tea or coffee, come back, and we shall continue with the introductions. So may I take this opportunity to hand over to our next moderator, Dr. Joshua Zake. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
So colleagues, in your respective capacities, I'm honored to facilitate this session by the names of Dr. Joshua Serufsazake Kangao, Technical and Strategic Advisor at Regenerate Africa. I want to thank the previous session chair, but also the overall moderator, because the two sessions have actually been setting the context for the subsequent sessions. And I must say, these sessions have highlighted a number of issues, but also information, the kind of implications, and in one way or the other also given pointers of the kind of takeaways or recommendations we need to take up. So I want to thank the chief guest and all the speakers during the opening session and then the subsequent session. Director Mugabe, thanks for the keynote. So for me, I must say the ground is really set for the subsequent sessions. And just to underscore that in the session I'm going to chair or facilitate, we are going to go into further discussion or detailed discussions and reflections on some of the issues already highlighted. So I must say we are on course and we are moving in the right direction. Now let's, before we come back to pick the cup of tea or coffee, the suggestion is to move down or move out of this room and take a group photo, because this one of the speakers also said this is a turning point on the connectedness between population dynamics, gender, health, and climate action. So we also don't want to miss this moment, and one way is also to do the documentation, because maybe sometime in the future we also reflect and say, remember, we're at this meeting, what is happening? So we will have the group photo out. Yeah, there is also a suggestion that since we need to catch up and manage time better, we do the group photo here. I would agree with the suggestion, and I hope all of you are in agreement. The photographers or experts can assist us in having us better range so that our photo comes out clearly. Yeah. Okay. On behalf of the organizers, we'll also be sharing all the presentations made in the opening session, but also the session for the keynote address. maybe we pick some chairs for some few of us to sit and then others stand behind.
The global population has reached a staggering 8 billion, with Uganda's population standing at 49 million people. The main drivers of population growth in Uganda are low contraceptive use, high adolescent fertility rates, and cultural and religious beliefs. Like many countries, Uganda is grappling with the impacts of climate change, which are but not limited to floods, landslides, prolonged drought, animal and human diseases, which all further create socio-economic impacts. However, it's not just affecting everyone equally. Women and girls are among the hardest hit, facing unique threats to their health, safety, and livelihoods. They bear the brunt of securing food, water, and fuel for their families, often sacrificing their education in the process. The impacts of climate change on public health are alarming, with serious consequences for nutrition, water, security, vector-borne diseases, and mental health. Women's and girls' health is especially at risk as climate change limits their access to healthcare and increases risks related to maternal and child health. Climate change is also leading to migration, with the World Bank predicting that 11% of the population in Uganda could be displaced by 2050. The population in sub-Saharan Africa is growing at an alarming rate of 2.5% per year, with communities that are most vulnerable to climate change also experiencing the highest rates of population growth. Globally, we are consuming resources 1.8 times faster than they can regenerate, putting immense pressure on the planet. To address these interconnected issues, we need a concerted effort from multiple sectors. Thankfully, Uganda is taking steps in the right direction with its policy frameworks aimed at mitigating the impacts of climate change in the health sector, which makes frequent reference to the value of and need for cross-sectoral collaboration between health, gender, FP/SRHR, environment, and climate resilience. These are enshrined in the nationally determined contributions, the National Climate Change Policy, the Uganda National Growth Development Strategy, National Development Plan 3, and the Health Sector Development Plan, among others. Civil society organizations are also greatly assisting through advocacy and research, which is one area that has an urgent need to identify the priority issues which require investigation to support an effective response within Uganda. They are also creating programs of support which combine technical assistance, strategic advice, and coordination with a watching brief to monitor progress and changing needs in the dynamic institutional environment around climate change. But more needs to be done. Decision makers must recognize the connection between population, gender, health, and climate. Programs to support girls' education and women's reproductive autonomy must be included in climate adaptation strategies. Climate solutions must incorporate rights-based reproductive health, including modern voluntary family planning. Bilateral and multi-sectoral adaptation funds must be used for transformative multi-sectoral climate. Bilateral and multilateral adaptation funds must be used for transformative multi-sectoral climate adaptation projects. It's time to move beyond silos and adopt integrated cross-sectoral policies and practices at the individual, community, and international level. The decisions we make today will shape the future for families, people, and the planet.
Let me welcome Harvard.
Omukono gwono gunkubanga mwenge kukutula n'ennyingo gutomeza n'ebisenge. I'm too addicted to hauling sente tally on expiry date. Buli kaseera njagala mbewendi jangu. Come a little bit closer, baby. Sembera wameza nechecho sitakuveyo but you make a man shiver. Bad girl make a man feel. Got your body, but you make Mr. Lover, lover. And I say I don't get my holla. Anyhow you like, I could do my deal. As long as you know cause balaba. Promise you gon' treat me well. Give me the love and no be kiss and tell. No be say that I whine and no well. Woyo, oh, woyo, oh, yeah. The way you dance, girl, give a man feel. Now your body, but you make a man shiver. Bad girl, bad girl. Panicking and put to love. But it went cool love, I can't know if I were. Tell me now. Love panicking, know if I were. Panicking and put to love. But it went cool love, I can't know if I were. Tell me now. Love panicking, know if I were. Emi mi do te kute, nemi wa baby. Jesse, Gabi take attention to say Kumanga wali wonze chengamba Wali wechi buzo bambi chembuza.
Hello,
Why is not a lose control?
colleagues. I'm requesting that we continue with the session, but we will have to multitask because we need to manage the time. Please, the music should be put off so that we can listen to each other. The suggestion is that the teas and coffee is served at the back outside this room, so we can have 2-3 people moving out at a time to avoid the congestion at the serving points. But thereafter you come back in the room and we continue with the session. Colleagues, let me request for your attention, please. We need to get back to the session. And as we take the teas, we will also be having the presentations going on. The good thing is that the first presentation is going to be a video presentation, which will take about 8 minutes. And I'm comfortable and confirm that as we are watching the video, you'll be able actually to do the multitasking there. It will be much easier. But this video is a presentation by Miss Christina Kwak. She works as a research director for an institution called Unbounded Associates. Why she recorded a video is also because she was not able to attend physically in this meeting. But Ms. Kwak is a social scientist and policy analyst with expertise on girls' education, the 21st century skills and youth empowerment, and the interactions of gender, education, and climate change. Christina is also a co-editor of Curriculum and Learning for Climate Action towards the SDG 4.7 Roadmap for Systems Change, and a co-author of What Works in Girls' Education. Evidence for the world's best investment. She has published numerous policy papers, including the new Green Learning Agenda, Approaches to Quality Education for Climate Empowerment. Christina is an education consultant, research director at Unbounded Associates, and head of climate and education at the Education Commission. So let me request that the video okay, but then what we do as they pick the tea? Because by the time I tell everybody to come back, it will be redundant. Okay. there is also another suggestion. You see, in a multi-stakeholder interaction like this, you have to listen into different stakeholders' interests and then also do responsive action so that we all move together. One other suggestion is that it will be good for all of us to listen in and view the video so that we don't miss any point. So, which I thought is really good consideration. Okay, that's still fine. Yeah, so the suggestion, which I also buy in, and even himself, he was still convincing me or lobbying to make that change. And I'm a responsive facilitator or chair, so I think we should wait for all of us to come back. If we can do this in about 3 minutes, that's fine, because we don't want to miss the content and information in the video. I hope all of us are acceptable to that suggestion. But also there was a short documentary we did as the Regenerate African Partners. Maybe that can play in the background in the meantime. Okay? Thank you.
The global population has reached a staggering 8 billion, with Uganda's population standing at 49 million people. The main drivers of population growth in Uganda are low contraceptive use, high adolescent fertility rates, and cultural and religious beliefs. Like many countries, Uganda is grappling with the impacts of climate change, which are but not limited to floods, landslides, prolonged drought, animal and human diseases, which all further create socio-economic impacts. However, it's not just affecting everyone equally. Women and girls are among the hardest hit, facing unique threats to their health, safety, and livelihoods. They bear the brunt of securing food, water, and fuel for their families, often sacrificing their education in the process. The impacts of climate change on public health are alarming, with serious consequences for nutrition, water, security, vector-borne diseases, and mental health. Women's and girls' health is especially at risk as climate change limits their access to healthcare and increases risks related to maternal and child health. Climate change is also leading to migration, with the World Bank predicting that 11% of the population in Uganda could be displaced by 2050. The population in sub-Saharan Africa is growing at an alarming rate of 2.5% per year, with communities that are most vulnerable to climate change also experiencing the highest rates of population growth. Globally, we are consuming resources 1.8 times faster than they can regenerate, putting immense pressure on the planet. To address these interconnected issues, we need a concerted effort from multiple sectors. Thankfully, Uganda is taking steps in the right direction with its policy frameworks aimed at mitigating the impacts of climate change in the health sector, which makes frequent reference to the value of and need for cross-sectoral collaboration between health, gender, FP/SRHR, environment, and climate resilience. These are enshrined in the nationally determined contributions, the National Climate Change Policy, the Uganda National Growth Development Strategy, National Development Plan 3, and the Health Sector Development Plan, among others. Civil society organizations are also greatly assisting through advocacy and research, which is one area that has an urgent need to identify the priority issues which require investigation to support an effective response within Uganda. They are also creating programs of support which combine technical assistance, strategic advice, and coordination with a watching brief to monitor progress and changing needs in the dynamic institutional environment around climate change. But more needs to be done. Decision makers must recognize the connection between population, gender, health, and climate. Programs to support girls' education and women's reproductive autonomy must be included in climate adaptation strategies. Climate solutions must incorporate rights-based reproductive health, including modern voluntary family planning. Bilateral and multi-sectoral adaptation funds must be used for transformative multi-sectoral climate. Bilateral and multilateral adaptation funds must be used for transformative multi-sectoral climate adaptation projects. It's time to move beyond silos and adopt integrated cross-sectoral policies and practices at the individual, community, and international level. The decisions we make today will shape the future for families, people, and the planet. The global population has reached a staggering 8 billion, with Uganda's population standing at 49 million people. The main drivers of population growth in Uganda are low contraceptive use, high adolescent fertility rates, and cultural and religious beliefs. Like many countries, Uganda is grappling with the impacts of climate change, which are but not limited to floods, landslides, prolonged drought, animal and human diseases, which all further create socio-economic impacts. However, it's not just affecting everyone equally. Women and girls are among the hardest hit, facing unique threats to their health, safety, and livelihoods. They bear the brunt of securing food, water, and fuel for their families, often sacrificing their education in the process. The impacts of climate change on public health are alarming, with serious consequences for nutrition, water, security, vector-borne diseases, and mental health. Women's and girls' health is especially at risk as climate change limits their access to healthcare and increases risks related to maternal and child health. Climate change is also leading to migration, with the World Bank predicting that 11% of the population in Uganda could be displaced by 2050. The population in sub-Saharan Africa is growing at an alarming rate of 2.5% per year, with communities that are most vulnerable to climate change also experiencing the highest rates of population growth. Globally, we are consuming resources 1.8 times faster than they can regenerate, putting immense pressure on the planet. To address these interconnected issues, we need a concerted effort from multiple sectors. Thankfully, Uganda is taking steps in the right direction with its policy frameworks aimed at mitigating the impacts of climate change in the health sector, which makes frequent reference to the value of and need for cross-sectoral collaboration between health, gender, FP/SRHR, environment, and climate resilience. These are enshrined in the nationally determined contributions, the National Climate Change Policy, the Uganda National Growth Development Strategy, National Development Plan 3, and the Health Sector Development Plan, among others. Civil society organizations are also greatly assisting through advocacy and research, which is one area that has an urgent need to identify the priority issues which require investigation to support an effective response within Uganda. They are also creating programs of support which combine technical assistance, strategic advice, and coordination with a watching brief to monitor progress and changing needs in the dynamic institutional environment around climate change. But more needs to be done. Decision makers must recognize the connection between population, gender, health, and climate. Programs to support girls' education and women's reproductive autonomy must be included in climate adaptation strategies. Climate solutions must incorporate rights-based reproductive health, including modern voluntary family planning. Bilateral and multi-sectoral adaptation funds must be used for transformative multi-sectoral climate. Bilateral and multilateral adaptation funds must be used for transformative multi-sectoral climate adaptation projects. It's time to move beyond silos and adopt integrated cross-sectoral policies and practices at the individual, community, and international level. The decisions we make today will shape the future for families, people, and the planet.
Panicking and put to lie. But it went cool, I can't know if I want. Tell me now, love panicking know if I want. He said, let me keep your secret, check. Deepest of my heart is the safest place. So baby, turn to me and say, hey.
Colleagues, welcome back from break tea. I'm making an assumption that at least all of us, or maybe 90% of us, have picked the teas and coffees, and when I look in the room, it also speaks to that. So my suggestion is that we continue from where we started, building on from the previous session, and we'll start with that video, which will take about, I think about 5 to 7 minutes. And Miss Christina Kwak made that recording. She had loved and was very much interested to be with us here physically, but she couldn't make it, and then the decision was to make that video recording. So let me request it to be played, and I request all of us to listen in and view. There's quite some interesting message, but also issues she's raising on aspects to do with gender, girls' education, family planning for climate change adaptation and resilience. And I must also say that that video will be building up on some of the issues that have been raised in the previous sessions around this issue, and there will be some sharing of experiences, but also some pointers of what should we do differently if we are to have this address from the girls' education point of view. So please, could you play the video? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Kwak, and I'm a social scientist working on interdisciplinary challenges in education policy and systems transformation. So the topic that drives my work today is the climate crisis and how it intersects with issues of gender inequality and social justice through education. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about what we know about the intersections of girls' education and climate change. So to start, we have to understand that the climate crisis is an existential threat that permeates all aspects of society. It's not just a scientific problem, it's also a societal problem. And as a result, its solutions are not just technical, like creating carbon capture technologies, renewable energy technologies, or scaling composting programs, but the solutions are also adaptive. And by adaptive, I mean solutions that require us to adopt new ways of thinking, being, and doing in the world that prioritize human and planetary well-being. We also have to start with an understanding that climate change manifests in so many different ways. Erratic rainfall, more frequent and more intense hurricanes, droughts that whiplash into floods, extreme heat waves, just to name a few. All of these manifestations are indiscriminate in their destruction, but their impacts are felt the most by the most vulnerable members of society. And in climate vulnerable countries, some of the most vulnerable members of society are women and girls. How so? The answer lies in the nexus of gender inequality and poverty. The climate crisis starts with the destabilization of the Earth's atmosphere, which changes our climate and the environmental conditions upon which our lives and our livelihoods rely. And for girls and women in low-income countries, such a crisis of the environment multiplies the threats to their well-being and their development by threatening to undo hard-won progress in gender equality. Why is this the case? So first, traditional gender roles mean women's daily responsibilities are more dependent on access to natural resources like water, fuel, and food. And as these resources become more scarce because of drought, deforestation, or saltwater intrusion, girls and women must travel farther distances to secure these resources, putting them at greater risk of gender-based violence and sexual assault. And their time poverty also begins to expand, cutting out time for productive activities like studying or even running a small business. Second, strict and constraining gender norms mean that girls and women are often excluded from participating in decision-making in their homes and in their communities. They're often restricted or not allowed to go to school, meaning they're less exposed to important knowledge, life-saving information, resources, and skills that could help them adapt to changing conditions that are brought on by climate change, or to respond and cope in more effective ways in times of emergency. And as a result, in times of sudden onset climate emergencies like extreme cyclones, women have lower life expectancy, in some cases making up to as much as 90% of those killed. And then those who survive go on to face higher risks of gender-based violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking in crowded shelters or in temporary camps. And we also know that women and girls make up to 80% of climate migrants, which put them further in positions of economic uncertainty as well. So a growing body of research is also showing us that in both prolonged climate emergencies like drought and also shorter-term emergencies like flooding, poor households that are dependent on climate-sensitive livelihoods like in agriculture experience a high degree of economic shock. So this puts them in positions that pressure them to engage coping mechanisms that put their daughters or girls in their communities at higher risk of school withdrawal. So because of gender norms and beliefs about the value of girls' education, families might end up pulling girls out of school to engage in domestic or income-generating activities to help make up for the financial losses they're experiencing in the home. So we know from a lot of research that when a girl drops out of school in low-income countries, she's much more likely to experience early and forced child marriage and is much more likely to start childbearing, even if she's not ready for this. So such coping responses, which are influenced by harmful gender norms and gender inequality, they threaten to change the course of girls' futures, all while putting them on a vicious cycle of further marginalization, further climate vulnerability, and further poverty. But what research also tells us is that while the damaging effects of climate change tend to hit girls and women particularly hard, well-educated girls and women can be a powerful part of the solution. How so? So first, education, especially an education where girls and boys learn about their rights, including their right to bodily autonomy, their right to freedom from violence, their right to quality education. All of this can help empower girls with the knowledge and skills to take control of their own lives, including decisions like if and when to get married, or if and when to have children, how many children to have, and so on. So this means education can help to actively break down harmful gender stereotypes and gender practices that are experienced by both girls and boys in all their diversity, and really help to remove the gendered obstacles to reaching their full potential. Second, education helps to build for girls and boys a broad breadth of green skills to be able to later take part in green jobs and green careers that will fuel countries' transitions to a more sustainable, caring economy that works in balance with Earth's life-supporting ecosystems. So this means, at minimum, ensuring girls have the opportunity to thrive in STEM, or science, technology, engineering, and math courses. But we should also strive to ensure that boys can develop the skills and encourage them to thrive in historically female-dominated fields. So this really means we need to begin thinking of green skills as not just the specific skills that are needed for technical sectors like solar panel installation or climate-smart agriculture, but we also need to orient how we think about soft skills or transferable skills like problem-solving and critical thinking, and transformative skills like political agency or collective action, and really orient these towards achieving sustainability and systems change. And without this breadth of green skills, girls and women will remain socially and economically excluded in a green economy, just as they have been in our present fossil fuel-driven economy. And just to give you a sense, today, women comprise the minority of the green workforce. And if girls and women do not have the opportunity to develop the green skills needed for these jobs, they'll continue to remain in the minority, and our economies and our green economic transitions will not be able to benefit from the experiences and the insights and the expertise and the solutions that women are able to generate. And finally, third, education can provide girls with the opportunity to develop and exercise their leadership skills so that they can engage in decision-making that will help to reduce not only their unique climate risks and climate vulnerabilities, but also those of their households and communities and nations. When girls and women are better educated and included in decision-making at all levels, their families and their communities become more climate resilient, and they're better able to adapt to economic and environmental shocks because they're better able to plan for and cope with and rebound from climate crises. And better educated girls also create the conditions for more women to enter positions of political leadership. And this has been positively associated with lower country climate footprints, stricter climate policies, more protected land and water areas, and just overall better environmental outcomes. So, as I mentioned before, climate change disrupts every aspect of society because it destabilizes the very environments on which we depend. And girls in climate vulnerable countries today are experiencing the impacts of climate change today, not sometime in the near future, but today. So we need to ensure that they have the opportunity to develop the knowledge, the skills, and the political agency around climate change and climate action to articulate what they're experiencing and to demand solutions. And in this way, girls' education is an important climate mitigation and adaptation solution because it helps to eliminate gender inequality and it removes those gendered obstacles to their full participation. That's it for me. Thanks for listening.
Yes, I would suggest that we give Christine another round of applause, even in her absentia. And this is the reason why, because in just about 5 or so minutes, she has really shared a lot of information, experiences, but also what we need to do differently, using education as an entry point in addressing gender inequalities that are worsened by climate change impacts, that also even make the most vulnerable groups in the communities even more vulnerable, and that is the women and what? The women and girls. In our presentation, she also clearly articulated how the climate change impacts on gender, especially women and girls, but also underscored some of the barriers that worsen these already existing gender inequalities. And she also concluded by giving a way forward on how to deal with this, and some of this is mainly through providing targeted soft skills, but also transformative skills and leadership skills at different levels, and that can only be addressed in a more structured way rather than an ad hoc approach. Of course, we can reflect for us as in Uganda and see where we are. But I think the question for all of us, based on that experience shared, is how can we do things differently to also use education as an adaptation strategy to the climate change impacts. I suspect that this video has raised some questions or reactions, but I will request that you note them in your notebook, and before the end of the session, we'll have you to share these questions and reactions. Unfortunately, we may not be in touch with Christina to get the feedback. For some of those, we will note and see how to follow up with you, because I'm sure we have your contacts in the database and we can be able to continuously exchange information. But I also note that even in this room, there are already some gender experts who could already respond to some of the issues raised. But to also get you at the same page so that I don't leave any of you behind, is that when you look at the program, we are in that session that starts at 10:30, and of course it's possible that we've lost some time already, but I want to say that we've also reviewed the program a bit to fit the current context, because sometimes you plan, it's one thing to plan, but also implementation is another. Sometimes there are changes at the time of implementation. So we started with that video with Christina, but for purposes of getting the other resource persons and presenters prepared, the next presentation will be by Honorable Winnie Masiko, and they will remember you from the previous session where you represented the ministry, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Welfare. So Honorable Winnie will be making a presentation on from COP. COP is Conference of Parties, COP27, and this is within the framework of UNFCCC, United Nations Framework for Climate Change, and then to COP15. I remember even the chief guest hinted on those two very important processes. One, COP15 is looking at the Convention on Biodiversity, CBD, and here Honorable Winnie will be discussing the key outcomes in respect to the Gender Action Plan, which we call the GAP, in light of COP27 and also COP15. And that sharing will also highlight some of the next post COP27 and COP15, and of course contextualized for us as in what? As in Uganda, because some of these decisions often are made at the global level, but the implementations happens at the national level and other scales of implementation. So Honorable Winnie, as you prepare, but also to bring all of you to step, Honorable Winnie Masco is working with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development in Uganda as the National Coordinator of Uganda Women's Entrepreneurship, WEP, and Youth Livelihood. She's the Ugandan focal point on gender and climate change to the UNFCCC, a coordinator of gender and climate change thematic group of the LDC, and a member of the African Group of Negotiators, Agnes, on climate change. She chairs the Gender and Climate Change Working Group in Uganda. She was also the founder of the Parliamentary Forum on Climate Change. She served as a member of Parliament for 12 years. She holds a master's degree in social sector planning and management and also in public health. She has a rich experience in projects management, negotiations, policy analysis, and legislation. So Honorable Winnie, you're welcome, and as you prepare to come and deliver the presentation, is also to highlight that in this session there are also going to be other panelists. We have Dr. Fashmana. You prepare. Dr. Fashmana is already present here with us, will be the next presenter after Honorable Winnie. And then we have Catherine, the President and Chief Executive of the Population Institute. And then the last presentation would be by the Commissioner, Mrs. Margaret Athieno, Climate Change Department, Ministry of Water and Environment. She's not able to be with us here, but she has delegated Mr. Mehdi Mohammed, who will be joining us shortly. So this is just for our preparedness, but also to know what is coming next. But for now, I want to invite Honorable Winnie, but also request that our presentation is projected for all of us to see. Honorable Winnie, welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm glad what you've just watched makes my life easy, because many times they ask us, so in climate change, why gender? So I'm sure now we are all on the same page. We realize that gender issues are very important in all sectors and even in climate change. So if there are negative impacts of climate change, certainly we have increased gender inequality, because already there are those pre-existing inequalities as out of the cultural norms that we are all aware of. So I was asked to talk about the outcomes of the Gender Action Plan in COP27 and also in CBD. That is the Gender Plan of Action. This is usually referred to as GPA in the Convention of Biological Diversity. So I'll quickly go through those and then next let's look at the first page. You want me to, oh, it's here. You want me to handle? So the outline is we are going to look at the background of gender discussions in COP27, the Conference of Parties in the climate change negotiations. That's what I will be referring to as COP27, which we had recently in Sharm el-Sheikh. And also I'll talk about the background on COP15 of CBD, but I must confess that I don't particularly participate in this one, but I follow because we use the coherence approach to these issues. And then briefly talk about why gender considerations, but I'm sure the video we've just watched has made it clear. Then talk about the Gender Action Plan, and then the next step. So that's the outline of the presentation. So as we have already heard, climate change is not gender neutral. It affects men and women differently. And also, women commonly face high risks and greater burdens from the impact of climate change. Already existing gender inequalities due to persistent existing patriarchal norms and inequalities and social power relations are in place. We should also realize that the majority of the world's population, the highest percentage is women, and therefore anything that has a negative impact will affect the poor more. So just a background to the gender discussions in COP27. Of course, women and equal participation in decision making and labor markets compound the inequalities. Also, gender discussions became prominent in the UNFCCC negotiations. You realize they started way back in COP7 when they started talking about involvement of women in the discussions. But over time, there has been big milestones in areas of including gender in the climate change negotiations. And also, you realize that eventually gender and climate change became a standalone agenda item in the negotiations in the UNFCCC process. And that meant that there was more focus on it and more negotiations in line with that. So with time, there was the creation of the Gender Action Plan. And in this Gender Action Plan, the issue was to make sure that all these other decisions that were made in the past negotiations are captured, and then a plan of action is put in place. As you've already heard, this COP, especially the COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, they called it COP27. They named it Implementation COP, because they realized that there has been many discussions around climate change, but now we need action. We need to implement all these decisions that have been made. So already the Gender Action Plan, which was established earlier, was already talking about the activities that have to be implemented by each party, and therefore it was indeed an implementation plan, an implementation decision. So the Gender Action Plan has 5 priority areas. It looks at key activities, indicators, timelines for implementation, and responsible and key actors. And its goal is to mainstream gender perspective in all elements of climate action. So in short, the 5 areas we looked at, it has one of the priority areas is gender balance, participation, and women leadership. And this has been and had been discussed earlier, but we put it together to make sure that we have activities that are in line with that. Another is the coherence. That's where we find that it links with the CBD and other discussions in the UN processes, and also at national and subnational levels. Then we also have capacity building, knowledge sharing and communication, gender responsive implementation and means of implementation, as well as monitoring and reporting. These are the 5 areas, priority areas of the Gender Action Plan in line with the UNFCCC process. And regarding the CBD, COP15, it came out clear that they had also to put in place an action plan. So, and this action plan was a result of realizing that most times the women were not included in some of the activities that were discussed. So it realized that women are key users of biodiversity, but sometimes they are excluded in decision making and sharing benefits of the conservation. And they realized that if you don't include women in conservation, in benefiting, you will not succeed in getting the outcome. So also in these biodiversity discussions, they also, women have equal and should have equal and secure access, ownership, and control over biodiversity and natural resources, and should provide incentives and capacity for sustainable, for sustainability, for sustainable livelihood. They also emphasize equal benefit from nature and biodiversity by women and girls in the area of nutrition, food security, livelihood, health, and well-being. So you see, when we're talking about this nexus in the CBD discussion, it came out clear that women should be benefit from the benefit sharing, the employment opportunities in biodiversity-related sector, management, and conservation. Also in CBD, the gender plan for action was also emphasized increasing and strengthening meaningful participation and leadership of women at all levels of decision making, and full range of knowledge, interests, needs, and priorities to be recognized. You will realize that it's hard to strengthen meaningful. Many times when we talk about gender balance and issues like that, they say, okay, we brought on women, we brought on men, but what quality of men and women have you brought on board? Are they going to create an impact in the discussions or in the implementation of these outcomes? So it came out clear it should be meaningful participation of women. And also it is clear that if you ignore women and gender relations, the gender and gender relations, it poses a serious risk to conservation success. And I think we all agree that women tend to use natural resources a bit more, especially in the area of firewood. And if you're talking about conservation of forests, it will be difficult if the women are not involved, they don't understand the negative impact of degradation, and if they are not involved in making decisions on how to conserve. So the discussions around that in CBD came out clear. And also it was important to address gender inequality in biodiversity conservation, and as well as to make sure that at least you meet the goals of the CBD. So women access and control biodiversity also came up, and it was an issue that had to be drilled on. So now in COP15 also, it came out clear that gender is a very important. So if you're addressing any element in the implementation of the CBD decisions, you need to know that gender has to be at the heart of every decision that you make. So this, the gender action plan of action was established, of course, as a guiding principle, and it recognized the voices also of the indigenous people and local communities, as well as women and girls, to make sure they are not left behind. So what is there in COP27? The Conference of Parties also decided to make sure that we implement the Gender Action Plan. So in COP27, there was the intermediate review of the implementation of the Gender Action Plan. This was a 5-year action plan, and in COP27, there was a review to look at how are parties responding to this, and what are the missing points. So we're able to review the Gender Action Plan, and it was successfully done. And also, it was also, they acknowledge the importance of the Lima Work Program. You'll find that in the Lima Work Program, they are talking about how women should be represented in all decision making, and in the Conference of Parties and all meetings that relate to climate change. There has to be women in all those meetings. Also, in the Lima Work Program, you realize that they are also talking about gender responsive policies and programs. So all these, they acknowledge the important role of the Lima Work Program on gender and Gender Action Plan. It also recognize the meaningful participation of women as well, and promoting gender balance, as I had already said, in national delegations and negotiation meetings. and also they also emphasized conducting activities under the Gender Action Plan and make sure that we do it in a cohesive manner at regional and international level. And also it came out that boys and men as agents of change should also make sure that they participate. They also looked at integrating the national gender and climate change focal points into relevant national policy making and decision structures. Each state was requested, each country, each party is supposed to have a gender and climate change focal point who is charged with negotiations, with monitoring and implementation of some of the activities that take place. For instance, in this country, if I'm sure you all are aware of the NDCs, the National Determined Contributions, the country has come up with a comprehensive NDC, and it has submitted its second NDC. And this NDC has got priorities from different sectors. And each sector came up with what are those priority areas that if you implement, you will address mitigation and adaptation to climate change. So as focal points, you are supposed to ensure that all those implementation, all those actions that have been put in place are implemented and are implemented in an agenda responsive manner. That is the issue. The Gender Action Plan and amendments should be done in a comprehensive manner. So now, what next after COP15? We need to ensure that there's an inclusive and ensuring that an inclusive and representative process is in place. After COP15, what we are supposed to do as a country, we are supposed to promote outreach and awareness raising, and I think this also comes through different angles, but I imagine even this meeting today is in line with that, because I'm sure most of you are coming to understand how what climate change is, the relationship between gender and climate change, and the nexus of population, health, climate change, and gender. So that is what COP15 envisaged, that countries should do this kind of activity. But I'm been participating in many meetings, and I've seen the country making strides in this area. So after COP15, we are supposed to generate and increase women's leadership, participation, and access to decision-making fora, including quotas to ensure women equal representation, and strengthen women's collective action, promote and protect women's rights and access control and ownership of resources, including land. I think this is the issue of land has been discussed in many different meetings, and there are all efforts to make sure that at least women have access to land. But this is one of the issues that you need to discuss, because without access to land, conservation becomes very difficult. So after COP15, you are supposed to have actions that ensure equitable benefits and human well-being, taking into account targeted, adequate, and reliable means of implementation. What next? Before I conclude, I would like to say that these plan of actions are supposed to be implemented. And many times, gender-related issues sometimes don't attract a lot of attention, especially resources. And we have seen as a ministry where when if you have to cut the budget, you find the Ministry of Gender suffers the most, because many times people don't realize the importance of gender and gender-related issues. But we need to realize that without including women and girls and boys and men in an equal manner in all the actions that we are doing, whether in conservation or in climate change-related responses, you will not achieve what is intended to be achieved. But I must say that it is good that now we are coming out to realize that it's an important approach, and if we uphold the outcomes of the Gender Action Plan for COP27 and COP15, you realize that we can achieve. So the beauty that we have out of these negotiations, the plans are in place. Now it is up to us as countries to tease out those areas that we can focus on and make sure that we implement them. But I've also been following the NDCs, the Green Growth Strategy, and the different actions to address climate change especially, and you realize that at least gender has been captured. Of course, not to an extent that we all would have loved to have, but at least there has been some effort to do that. So I'm sure that we all realize that the activities are there, the plans are there, but it is up to us to make sure that we implement them. So, in conclusion, Uganda Gender and Climate Change Strategy should be put in place. At the moment, we don't have a strategy per se, but we think it should be put in place, and also put in place a strategy to address the outcome of the COP15. One speaker before in the morning also talked about some decisions being made out there and they are not felt at the local level. But so it is up to us as a country, as all of us as players in development, to make sure that we try to domesticate these actions so that we are able to be in line with the global developments. So Uganda should also implement the activities. Even if we have not had a strategy here that directly links with the global discussions, we still have those outputs, those activities that are reflected in the gaps for all COP15 of CBD and also COP27 of the UNFCCC. So since they are available, we need to make sure that we implement those activities and be able to report on them as a country. So those are some of the issues I can think about, but I'm ready to discuss with you if there's anything that you think we need to talk about. Thank you very much for listening.
Of applause for a number of reasons. One, she has ably, and for me I'm not surprised by the performance, because she has ably taken us through two global processes, the UNFCCC, but also the CBD, that are focused on negotiations around gender. And for me, as I was listening in, it was like as if I was seeing myself in this in these meetings. And you know, it's not very easy for all of us to participate in those meetings. So you have ably done that, and by that you've taken us through the processes, but also clearly highlighted the decisions and the priority actions going forward after the two COPs. And what I note also or underscore is that both processes have gender action plans with clear actions that need to be implemented. And of course, as Uganda as a party, we commit to those processes, and also it means we commit to implement these actions at different levels. She has also clearly underscored the entry points for implementation of some of these actions, like the recently updated Uganda NDC, but also the already existing green growth strategy. And I also liked the point of having a gender and climate change strategy that is actually looking at the two actions in both gaps, because as you are presenting, I was seeing a lot of synergies, but one question for me was, then how do we implement these? But ending at that point, gender and climate change strategy would really be a good approach to address and implement all these actions, because there are quite a number of similarities and synergies. But of course, also as you are presenting, there was a lot of focus on women and girls. So the men and the youth who are here don't get disinterested. You should be part of the action, because also the power often lies with the men at different levels. But I also like the point where you said there is need for men what? Men engagement and participation. Yeah, so I would assume, whereas the focus is on women and girls, other gender categories are equally targeted and they should participate. And I also liked the point where you said it's not about gender balance, but meaningful participation. And it can always happen where you have the different gender categories at the same table, but maybe they are not presenting and discussing the issues of their concern. But there could also be situations where actually men can interpret, present, and comprehend even some of the issues affected by the vulnerable categories. But of course, it takes time to achieve that. It's about awareness, about empowerment, and so on and so forth. So I know her presentation must have raised some questions and reactions, but we'll come back to those in the session for plenary to get a response to some of those. But I also want to observe that this meeting is actually a hybrid meeting. We have some of our colleagues who have not been able to participate physically, but they are online and following the deliberations. So I also want to use this chance as the session chair to welcome them, and also say that you could do some level of introductions in the chat room, or if you have questions or reactions or contributions to the different sessions, you can also write them in a chat. We should have a mechanism to follow up and have them presented and reacted to during this interaction, so that you don't just entirely appear as what? As observers. And now, I would want to request Dr. Afashimana David. For me, I always refer to him as a senior. So Dr. Afashimana is going to be taking us through a presentation titled The Canning Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework was adopted at the time when the Earth has 8 billion people. I think you remember in the keynote, Mr. Mugabe clearly highlighted the implications. And now for Dr. Afashimana, the question or the reflection is around, will African and Ugandan biodiversity areas bear the weight of this population boom while trying to halt and reverse the biodiversity? And why I refer to Dr. Afashimana as a senior, Dr. Afashimana is a forest ecologist, he's a retired civil servant, having worked at the Ministry of Water and Environment for 19 years, worked at NARO. NARO is National Agricultural Research Organization for 11 years. He used to represent Uganda in negotiations under the Convention on Biological Diversity for over 20 years. And he currently is a technical advisor for forestry ecology and conservation at Regenerate Africa. So let's welcome Daktari here to take us through his presentation. Let me also request that his presentation is projected so that we can follow. So Dr. Afashimana, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Joshua, for that introduction, and thank you all of you colleagues who have already made presentations. And I'll go straight to the presentation in the interest of time. Then we shall discuss thereafter. Honorable Masiko mentioned that she was following the UNFCCC, but not so much of the CBD. I used to follow the CBD before I retired, from around 1995 to 2017 when I retired. I was following the Conference of Parties, but also the other negotiations of the protocols. I represented the Uganda government in the negotiations that culminated into the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. I will be referring to the convention and its protocols and the processes that followed. Then the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and benefit sharing, which was concluded in Nagoya, Japan in 2010, and the processes that followed, and partly in the Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol liability and redress for harm resulting from living modified organisms. Yeah, the world population. A lot has been talked about since morning about the world population having hit the 8 billion mark late last year. And our own population in Uganda, according to projections, has now slightly gone past the 48 million mark with a density, population density of 201 people per square kilometer. Now, is this a moment to celebrate this population increase or what? A story is told of a man who went to hospital to check on his wife who had given his, to their firstborn. When he came back, he was asked to comment what he had to say. And he came from the central part of Uganda. His response was, "Birungi, si birungi, omwana fananya mulirano." Those who don't understand the shortwave, this guy came back, he was asked to comment. He said, well, it is good, but not so good. The child has resembled the neighbor instead of me. So what was supposed to be a time for celebration ended up with a time for lots of question marks. So this 8 billion population mark may be a moment for celebration, but also with a lot of question marks, because the population is expanding, and some countries like Uganda at a terrific rate, but the world is not. We still have to share the same earth as it was created long ago. Now, there is a table showing the population growth in Uganda for the last many years from 1948 to the current time. And on the right, there is a graph which shows the population growth trend. And as you can see, that the trend is still rising, okay? Which is a cause for worry. What are the implications of this population growth to the environment and natural resources? That map is showing the land cover map of Uganda, 2015. The yellow patches you see represent subsistent farmlands. You can see that is the most dominating, the most dominant land use. This is very important because we are going to talk about it. As we talk about the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, there are implications for Uganda when it comes to this pattern of land use. Now, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, Kunming-Montreal, in that this last COP was a hybrid. It was supposed to take place in Kunming, China. By the time it was supposed to take place, COVID came in and disrupted the whole process. Then, as it subsided, the first half of the COP took place in Kunming with a few participants, others online. Then the final half was done in Montreal, in Canada. Montreal is the seat of the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. So that's where it was concluded towards the end of last year in December. So this Global Biodiversity Framework was indeed adopted by the 15th meeting of the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity in its decision 15/4. That 15 is the COP 15, then the fourth decision. An implementation of the Kunming-Montreal GBF will be supported by 6 other decisions. I've highlighted 2 of them, but the others are also equally important. That is decision 15/5 on the monitoring framework for the global biodiversity framework, because there has to be some monitoring to be done to ensure that what was planned is actually taking place. Then decision 15/6 on planning, monitoring, reporting, and review. That means each country will have to be reporting on what it has done to implement its obligations. Because this is passed in a COP decision, it has to be implemented. Then decision 15/7 on resource mobilization. I've made that bold in that whatever we plan to do, if there are no resources, both financial, human, and infrastructure resources, everything will come to naught. Nothing will happen. Then decision 15/8 on the long-term strategic framework for capacity building and development. Decision 15/9 on digital sequence information on genetic resources. This is to do with the access and benefit sharing. Then decision 15/13 on cooperation. You know that, of course, biodiversity inhabits the whole world, but in different proportions, with the highest concentration in the tropical countries. And of course, if this framework, because this is a global framework, if it is to succeed, countries have to cooperate, both in terms of technical interventions, but also in raising the necessary finances. The Global Biodiversity Framework has 4 goals and 23 targets. In this presentation, I picked out only the targets that are of relevance to the theme of this stakeholder dialogue, for it to succeed once fulfilled. In other words, if they are not fulfilled, then the framework will not succeed. The Global Biodiversity Framework is going to serve as the strategic plan for implementation of the CBD and its protocols, the protocols I've just referred to, until 2030. And the successful implementation of the framework will depend on ensuring gender equality and empowerment of women and girls and reducing inequalities. Honorable Masiko referred a lot to this. I know there is that gender action plan in the CBD, but I only picked out those areas that were of relevance to the GBF. They're the ones I'm talking about in my presentation. The purpose of the GBF, that is the Kunming-Montreal GBF, aims to catalyze, enable, and galvanize urgent, this one I copied verbatim, urgent and transformative action by governments and subnational and local authorities with the involvement of all society to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, to achieve the outcomes of its set out in its vision, mission, goals, and targets, and thereby contribute to the 3 objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity and to its protocols. And then its purpose is the full implementation of the 3 objectives of the Convention in a balanced manner. Those of you who are not very familiar with the CBD, the 3 objectives of the Convention are: 1, conservation of biological diversity; 2, sustainable use of biological diversity; then 3, the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the utilization of the genetic resources. Objective 3 is the basis for the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and benefit sharing. Now, the goals, the 4 goals are here highlighted. Goal A is that the integrity, connectivity, and resilience of all ecosystems are maintained, enhanced, or restored. That means restoration means something has already gone wrong. Like most of you are familiar, most of our ecosystems are highly degraded. Restored substantially, increasing the area of natural ecosystems by 2050. Then goal B, biodiversity is sustainably used and managed, and nature's contribution to people, including ecosystem functions and services, are valued, maintained, and enhanced, with those currently in decline being restored. What we mean by sustainable use is that as we are reproducing and leaving children and grandchildren, we should not utilize the natural resources as if the world is ending tomorrow, because we must use and leave something for our offsprings and those who come after us to utilize. Goal C, the monetary and non-monetary benefits from the utilization of genetic resources and digital sequence information on genetic resources and of traditional knowledge associated with the genetic resources as applicable are shared fairly and equitably. We're talking about genetic resources, that are traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources. Those of you who are from Uganda are quite familiar with the Phegec, which came to the rescue of many at the height of COVID-19. You recall that Professor Guang, in his presentation about Phegec, he did not think and dream. He was looking at plants that his mother used to use to get treatment for viral diseases. He was particularly talking about Eusuk or Xanthosylum charibeum, which is one of the trees in the orange family, and Obugia ugandensis, local around here known as Omakuza nume. So these are things, the traditional knowledge always gives rise to the so-called innovations, without which it would be very, very difficult for anyone to sit and dream that plant X will have some active ingredients to treat viral or bacterial diseases. Okay, so goal D, adequate means of implementation, including financial resources, capacity building, technical and scientific cooperation, and access to and transfer of technology to fully implement the GBF are secured and equitably accessible to all parties, especially developing countries. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, biodiversity is highly concentrated in developing countries, but then the same developing countries, the concentration of financial and technological resources is very low. But when the biodiversity produces oxygen, some of it is saturated all over the atmosphere. It's not only used by the countries where this biodiversity is concentrated. When we talk about conserving water catchments and the like, and biological diversity, in Uganda, talking about the catchments of River Nile and its tributaries, the benefits are not only enjoyed in Uganda, actually most of it are enjoyed in Sudan and Egypt. So that's why the international community needs to participate and make sure that the resources needed are made available and provided in a fair and equitable manner. Now, the financing mechanism for the CBD, as spelled out in its Article 20, and based on the real principles of shared but differentiated responsibilities, is that each country contributes towards the implementation of the convention, but each country contributes according to its capacity and ability. So the contribution towards the funds under the CBD are usually proportions of the GDP of the individual parties to the convention. Global targets, as I said, there are 23 of them, but I picked only those which are of relevance to our discussion for today. The framework has 23 action-oriented global targets for urgent action over the decade to 2030, and then some of the crucial ones are highlighted below. Target 1 talks about ensuring that all areas are under participatory, integrated, and biodiversity inclusive spatial planning and or effective management processes, addressing land and sea use change, to bring the loss of areas of high biodiversity importance, including ecosystems of high ecological integrity, close to zero. The losses should be brought close to zero by 2030, while respecting the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. So the gender aspects again coming in here. Target 2, ensure that by 2030, at least 30% of the areas of degraded terrestrial, inland water, and coastal and marine ecosystems are under effective restoration in order to enhance biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services, ecological integrity and connectivity. Target 3, ensure and enable that by 2030, at least 30% of terrestrial and inland water and of coastal and marine areas, these are not of concern to us as a country because we are landlocked, but we have the inland waters and terrestrial ecosystems, especially areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services, are effectively conserved and managed through ecologically representative, well-connected, and equitably governed systems of protected areas. Remember the other map we looked at? The country is mainly dominated by smallholder farm holdings. So the remaining natural ecosystems are scattered and not interconnected. But we are being called upon to ensure that by 2030, the terrestrial and inland waters especially areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services are effectively conserved and managed through ecologically representative, well-connected, and equitably governed systems of protected areas. Target 4, ensure that urgent management actions to halt human-induced extinction of known threatened species and for the recovery and conservation of species, in particular threatened species, to significantly reduce extinction risk as well as to maintain and restore the genetic diversity within and between populations of native, wild, and domesticated species. Target 5, ensure that the use, harvesting, and trade of wild species is sustainable, safe, and legal. Someone already mentioned we have very wonderful laws and policies, but the implementation is a challenge. Preventing overexploitation, minimizing impacts on non-target species and ecosystems, and reducing the risks of pathogen spillover. Someone talked about human-wildlife interactions leading to some disease outbreaks because probably we have encroached on the wildlife habitats, and where the wildlife is supposed to be living, we are sharing it with them, and we end up sharing the undesirable pathogens while respecting and protecting customary sustainable use by indigenous peoples and local communities. Target 6, eliminate, minimize, reduce, and mitigate the impacts of invasive alien species on biodiversity and ecosystem services. Then I'll jump to target 22, which has the gender aspects. Ensure the full, equitable, inclusive, effective, and gender-responsive representation and participation in decision-making and access to justice and information related to biodiversity by indigenous peoples and local communities, respecting their cultures and their rights over lands, territories, resources, and traditional knowledge, as well as by women and girls, children and youth, and persons with disabilities, ensure the full protection of environmental human rights defenders. Target 23, ensure gender equality in the implementation of the framework through a gender-responsive approach where all women and girls have equal opportunity and capacity to contribute to the 3 objectives of the Convention, including the recognizing their equal rights and access to land and natural resources and their full, equitable, meaningful, and informed participation and leadership at all levels of action, engagement, policy, and decision-making related to biodiversity. Honorable Masiko already elaborated on this, but I'm stressing it to show that they are actually embedded within the global biodiversity framework. What are the national challenges arising from or associated with this global biodiversity framework? As you saw from the map, our ecosystems are already fragmented. How do we ensure ecosystem connectivity without displacing people? You remember, the framework also says we have to respect the rights of indigenous and local communities. Protected areas cover, the current protected area, that's wildlife and forest protected areas, cover slightly less than 20% of the national land area, or the total area of the country. How do we increase the protected area coverage to 30% without displacing people? The 30% mentioned in the framework is global, but of course we all know that there is nothing like a global government. Action has to be at national level. That is, each country has to do its contribution, play its role, then the multiplier effect will result into the percentages required at global level. All land in Uganda belongs to the people. It's in the constitution. Acquiring more land for conservation requires either displacement of some people or buying the land from them, which requires enormous financial resources. Bringing all areas under spatial participatory planning requires enormous resources for the planning, sensitization, and enforcement. Ensuring sustainable use, halting extinction of species, restoring degraded areas all require enormous resources, both human, financial, and infrastructure. Stopping introduction of control of invasive alien species requires lots of resources. That is, surveillance at the border entry points, then even following surveillance of those which are already within the country, elimination of those which are already around. Those of you who are not familiar with invasive alien species, the classic example is the water hyacinth. I think everyone in Uganda knows about it. and the havoc it has caused on our aquatic ecosystems. And the management of these invasive species also requires a lot of funds. What opportunities are available, or the low-hanging fruits? We already have a provision in the Constitution that government shall hold in a trust for all the people of Uganda, okay? Forests, wetlands, national parks, and other resources are spelled out. But the wetlands are not yet surveyed and gazetted. So if wetlands which are now covering about 8% of the country area, and bearing in mind that not very many people live in wetlands, knowing that you have to put on gumboots all the time and the like, which is already provided for. If these ones can be surveyed and gazetted and added to the protected area coverage, which is around 20%, the country would reach around 28% of the national area. We would be approaching the 30% which is required at global level. Then, of course, we need to encourage, this has already been talked about several times by different speakers, encouraging more family planning and less family planting to encourage population growth control. Then use of appropriate technology to improve food and feed productivity per unit area of land by looking at the current population that we have in the country and the growth rates. Farming cannot be taken as business as usual. We have to be innovative to find a way of producing food for all these people without degrading further the already degraded ecosystems. Apply for funds from, of course, there's already that financing mechanism. Applying for funds from the international sources, such as the Global Environment Facility, to help link the patches of land between crucial ecosystems to ensure ecosystem connectivity. Of course, some of these are not very easy, but there are areas where we have protected areas adjacent to each other being separated by small strips of land, which are a few kilometers apart, okay? Which can be linked by just getting strips. Then we need to rely and call upon the commitment for the international community to provide new and additional funding for global biodiversity framework implementation. The decision has been taken. Hopefully the international community, that is all countries, will participate and implement their obligations under the convention. In conclusion, I'm saying implementation of the global biodiversity framework and achievement of its goals is a step in the right direction, but will not be achieved unless the global community provides the required financial, technical, and technological resources, and countries commit to implement their obligations under the Convention on Biological Diversity and its decisions, as well as cooperation at national, subnational, regional, and global levels to ensure the full implementation of the global biodiversity framework. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Fashman. I request that we give him another round of applause for a comprehensive presentation where he has taken us through where we stand in terms of the population dynamics and how it's impacting on the environment. Those two statistics that demonstrated the trends were actually revealing to show the challenge ahead of us, but also maybe to say that business as usual is not the way to go. But you also clearly took us through the processes of the status of negotiation, but also the actions within the framework of the Canning Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and you clearly underscored it as a strategic framework for implementation of the CBD. You took us through the goals, the targets, and some of the actions, but you also brought us back home that as decisions are made within these negotiation frameworks at the global level, it's also important to think and reflect on our context as Uganda. And there you clearly highlighted some of the challenges and opportunities, but also a reflection of what we should do going forward. So Dr. Fashman, thanks for that. And in the plenary session, I suspect there could be questions or reactions on your presentation. Now, one more presentation to go, but I want to confirm whether Mr. Bob George Sunday is here with us from Ministry of Agriculture. Are you present? Mr. Sunday, Bob? Maybe by raise up of the hand, because I want to invite him to make a presentation. If he's not there, then we go into the plenary discussion. Mr. Semamba, are you ready? But we will need to upload your presentation. Have you shared it, or it's already uploaded? Yeah, you raise your hand, because once I confirm, then we are good to go. Okay. So I'm going to invite you to make a presentation. Mr. Semamba, we've done a simple reschedule. I know you've just joined, you need to, and then we'll call you at that point. I think flexibility is also fine. Why I wanted to confirm Mr. Sunday's presence, you realize Dr. Fashmana's presentation was focusing on biodiversity, but biodiversity is wide. It also includes agro biodiversity, which points to the food and and nutrition. I know his presentation has been quite comprehensive, but I would want to request Mr. Bob to take us through a presentation on how the population is linked to the food and nutrition security in Uganda, and also what we need to do differently given the current situation. I know we are not doing very well in terms of time, but I will request Mr. Sunday to focus his sharing on that. And Mr. Sunday is representing the Ministry of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries, and is a senior agriculture officer for food security at the ministry, and also a country coordinator for Islamic Food Security Organization, a national focal person for agroecological organic agriculture, a member of a technical working group on integrated phase classification, and executive committee member of East African ecological organic agriculture. So, Mr. Sunday, you're welcome. Maybe if you can do it in less than 10 minutes, the better. Thank you.
All right, the chief guest in our midst, the director, NPC, the president and CEO of the Population Institute, honorable minister representative here, honorable MPs present, directors and commissioners present, honorable delegates and the donor representatives here, invited guests, our most experienced moderator, ladies and gentlemen. My name is already mentioned. I don't need to repeat it. But also, when you're presenting, you're making a presentation among the last presenters, it means a lot. It really means a lot, and so interesting. But I'll try to, quite a lot has been mentioned. I don't need to repeat what has been said. So when you see me skip a number of slides, don't be so surprised. I just want to avoid the repetition. Because I remember back in the preparatory school, whenever you would repeat a point, you would get a no score. The teacher would say, same as above. So I don't want to lose marks here. Now, that is the topic of discussion. Before I proceed, I want to bring greetings from the director, the acting director, Agricultural Extension, who was supposed to be here, but is engaged in a number of official assignments. We are representing him here. So that is the topic we are supposed to discuss. As already mentioned, that is the world population hit by 15th November. Now, I will follow what the moderator has told me to tackle. So there's some other slides, I will not dwell on them so much. That statistics, we already know, all of us. I don't need to dwell much on it. and it has already been mentioned by a number of presenters who have been here. With the rising population and climate change, up to 70% of Ugandans will become more vulnerable to climate change. As already has been mentioned, climate change has hit us in a number of ways, but in my subsequent slides, I'll tell you that as a country and as a ministry, at least we've made some strides, much as we are still being affected by the impact of climate change. But what's very important is a focus on how it is affecting women and youth, especially in the agricultural sector, as we are going to be seeing. Now, as a ministry, we've got a number of policies that we have in place that pretty address the issues of climate change and biodiversity conservation. One of them is the National Agricultural Policy, as indicated there. But the overall objective of this policy is to achieve household food and nutrition security. And also the details of it all, it also goes ahead and even spells out the structures upon which the extension services are supposed to be delivered. The other policy we talk about, this is not a policy as per se, but it's the government program, the National Development 3, NDP 3. This is our Bible for all of us, be it government or civil society. We are all working towards contributing the attainment of the NDP 3, alongside now the PDM, as has already been mentioned. But important to mention is the aims at which this NDP 3 looks at. These aims are drawn from one of the chapters, chapter 5, agro-industrialization, where the mandate of Ministry of Agriculture pretty lies. The other one is the National Agriculture Extension Policy, focusing on gender issues and vulnerable groups and how these are catered for in the mainstream of agricultural extension services. I will not go so deep into the policy. The other policy which you might have heard of is the agricultural sector gender strategy, and that's what it looks at, promoting equitable access to resource along the value chain, the agricultural value chain, also building capacity of the sector for gender mainstreaming, and also establishing institutional framework for implementation of gender mainstreaming. Ladies and gentlemen, some of these policies are online. You will go and try to get more details. Then also important to mention is the national youth, the National Strategy for Youth Empowerment in Agriculture, 2017. It has very wonderful statistics that you need to interest yourself on. We also have the climate change adaptation and mitigation strategy for the agricultural sector, 2019 up to 2028, and it promotes a highly adaptive and productive crop livestock and fisheries sector, also promoting agricultural diversification. When you talk about issues of biodiversity, you cannot underpin the importance of diversification. By the way, biodiversity is one of my best dishes. As much as food and nutrition security is my daily breathe in and breathe out business. But I'm so much interested in issues of diversification. So we have that beautiful strategy. Other than those ones linked to MAIF, we already have other important policy framework cutting across. I've deleted off some of the policies in the presentations as people were highlighting on them. I've only left those ones that have not been talked about. But what's very important is they all address issues of climate change, coming in at least in a chapter or a section. They are well captured capturing issues of climate change and also pointing out issues of sustainability. We have the Uganda Wildlife Policy, of course, as the word suggests, looking at the coexistence between wildlife and human beings, biodiversity. All the components of biodiversity coexist, and they are supposed to exist in a friendly manner. So that is the policy there. We have the Uganda Forestry Policy, recognizing development of partnerships and management agreements with the local communities. Also addressing improvement of livelihood among communities. The national climate change, this is self-explanatory. Some of you who have read its details, you know what it entails, but important to mention are issues of climate resilience and low carbon development pathways, which are pretty clearly indicated in that important document. Why I'm highlighting these documents, I don't want to bring an impression that we are at zero as a country. Quite a lot has been done, but maybe like one of the colleagues put it, issues of enforcement, maybe implementation, maybe other issues that we need to step up. Uganda National Land Policy, the mother ministry is here. So issues of ancestral land, ethnicity, minority groups. I've not seen aspects of women on land ownership. Maybe I need to reread this policy. Maybe when we are considering revising it, those are some gaps to fill. Then the Uganda Cultural Policy, also pretty highlighting issues of biodiversity. Draft Land Acquisition, Resettlement and Rehabilitation Policy. National Environment Management Policy, all these policies, we have them, and they are clearly addressing issues of biodiversity and indirectly food security. Uganda National Policy on Conservation and Sustainable Development, the Energy Policy and Renewable Energy Policy for Uganda 2207, National Agricultural Policy, this one I've already mentioned about it. Then important also is Uganda Gender Policy, giving guidelines to ensure that gender perspective is taken care of in all our planning and government development programs. The gaps may be there, but we have the policy and clearly addressing issues of gender. The National Biotechnology Policy, basically looking at issues of safety, food safety. You know, somebody said food is never food unless it is safe. So the National Water Policy, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, Community Conservation Policy. Now, I don't want to go and talk about policies, but I wanted to show you as a country the picture where we are in terms of the policies that relate to biodiversity and food security. Because of time, I just want to give you some little overview of how we are doing as a country. One of my core mandate at the Ministry of Agriculture, I spearhead issues of food security, data collection, making the analysis. I'm an IPC certified analyst. When you see these colors, they are not meant for attracting eyes, but some of you who are familiar with IPC, integrated phase classification, you know the meaning of the colors. The most recent report that we have published is for February 2023. It's at the PSC's table awaiting endorsement, but as somebody who took lead in this, I'm confident to share with you the statistics because all the reviews and the final comments have been addressed. I believe it won't change. But that is how we are standing as a country. When you look at the number of people who are food secure, it is only 58%. 58% of the country. Now that we are expecting to hit 100 million by 2050 as a country, I'm afraid this percentage may even decline further. I want you to interest yourself on the number of people who are in emergency and crisis. Those are guys who need support, immediate support, short term, mostly, and also long term and medium term can be also important, but they need immediate attention. The yellow color, those people in stress, those ones are transitory. They can either fall or are on the 58%, or they can move up to add on the 11%. So as government, when we are planning, we need to lay so much emphasis on these colors, on these populations here. Because whereas this 28.3 is a big number, it can either move up or fall down. But with these climate change issues, honorable members who are here, anything can happen. Next time when we are presenting statistics, don't be afraid to see those numbers changing. However, as a country, we have not had any population that is in catastrophe. We've had a number of reports that people are dying of hunger, but we don't have the mandate to come up and tell the public that people are dying of hunger in the country. That is emergency. Actually, it is a state of emergency supposed to be declared by HE. Some people may die due to hunger-related issues. For example, somebody has been taking a drug, is on ARVs, and has not taken enough food, issues of adherence, but MOH need to confirm this. So there are regional breakdowns. These ones are not going to them. That is the statistics for Karamoja, statistics for the Teso sub-region, statistics for northern Uganda and West Nile. That is for central Uganda. That is for western Uganda. That is for other parts in Teso sub-region. So, have we done enough as a country? We have the policies as indicated. We have those figures, which I bet not so much good. But now, what we need to do at policy level is to sustain biodiversity and deliver food and nutrition security. We really need to work to come up together, civil society, government, concerted effort, do the joint planning and avoid the duplication of resources and even leverage resources. Also, we need to address, to harmonize some of these technologies we have. I'm an expert in some of these things, ecological, organic agriculture, but some terminologies are so confusing, you know? You have organic agriculture, you have climate smart agriculture, you have ecological organic agriculture, you have agroecology, you have regenerative agriculture. So, which one is which? We need to come up together and harmonize some of these technologies, and where possible have one sound policy that merges all of them, just for the end beneficiary. These things I'm not going to read. I believe the president will share these slides, but I just want to rush so quickly on the risk factors that we need to monitor. The climate change issues, that is an enemy. We need to keep monitoring. Insecurity situation, I'm not talking about political. I'm talking about agricultural, cattle safety and all that. Crop pests and diseases, livestock vectors, human diseases. Recently we've had Ebola. Those are risk factors that we really need to monitor. Staple food prices, I'm told the prices are trying to reduce, but if I presented the analysis of the current prices, I would disapprove some of those statements. Then also limited post-harvest handling facilities, acute malnutrition. Now, these are the proposed interventions. Agricultural extension need to be enhanced. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever we've gone, on my work, I move everywhere, part of the country, every part. But even in this house, you know, you will tell me that extension workers are nowhere to be seen. The normal extension to farmer ratio is supposed to be 1 to 500. Some 5 years it was 1 to 2,000. We have tried to recruit, now it has reduced, I think, 1 to maybe 800. I mean, I'm not so sure, but it has reduced a bit slightly. But the gap is still big. We need to address those issues. Agricultural research, climate smart agriculture, all those are proposed interventions that we need to look at. Thank you so much for listening. I just request that the moderator and my colleague Peter there, if it is okay, you share these slides so that people can read the details, because we've just been rushing through. But this is very important statistics for people to note. Thank you so much.
One, because he's presenting as last in this session, and also at a time approaching lunch, with quite a lot to share. But I would say you've tried as much to manage the time given the circumstances. So thanks for that. But you've clearly highlighted the existing policy framework that points to addressing issues of biodiversity or agrodiversity, and how it builds into food security and nutrition. You also underscored the aspect of food safety. And alongside that, you clearly highlighted the outlook, and the statistics are not very good, 58%. And you also clearly showed that this is a dynamic statistic. Anytime it can change, given the current risks associated with the climate change, among other risks. But you also ended with slides that highlighted some of the takeaways as actions to do things in a different way, responding to the current state of affairs. So thanks for that. And now when I look at the clock, Tionde, maybe I borrow your clock. It is already 1 or a few minutes to 1. This session was supposed to end at 1. Of course, Mr. Medi Semambo is here. He was supposed to be in that session, but we've agreed that we reschedule and have him be present in the next in the next session. But Mr. Semambo, you're welcome. Mr. Semambo is representing the Commissioner on Climate Change in the Ministry of Water and Environment. That is Mrs. Athieno Margaret Mwebesa. So at that point, we'll have your presentation, Mr. Semambo. So I just wanted us to agree how much time we can spend into the plenary. Me, I would suggest maybe 15 minutes, and then we can pick some of the reactions and questions. And it will also be good that after the close of the session, I also hand over to the next session chair. So is 15 minutes okay? And of course, we will start from this side. I will request that as you make your intervention, you're really spot on, because most of the things have been deliberated on. So we can start with the lady this side. There are actually 2 ladies at that table.
Thank you very much. I'm called Rita Wadimba from Pathfinder International, USAID Family Planning Activity. I really thank the speakers from today. I was talking to my neighbor that what a rich selection of speakers. So it's really beautiful. Honorable Winnie, when you were speaking, you referred to the importance of meaningful participation of women. And then the previous, what we saw in the video, again, there was something on the importance of education in empowering girls to make better decisions, but to also negotiate better in terms of health and their environment. So putting these together and then linking it to the strong beliefs, practices, norms in our society, and how they often act as a barrier to full participation. I'm thinking about what we can do to make sure that these interventions come earlier in life. For example, through education. It can be formal, but it can also be informal. In this case, would probably be talking to the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Gender, depending on who we are targeting. Mr. Mugabe earlier in the morning said, yes, our education system sometimes just gives us a paper, and we are not able to interpret this into actionable, things that will make us better. So I thought that we'd have a discussion on how to tweak this in our education system. We know it's there. Our children come and show us harmful practices in the environment. They know these things. But how do we translate it into something that is actionable, that is realistic, that our children grow up seeing and appreciating, so that when they get to the round table and start making decisions, this is something that they take seriously to improve our country. Thank you.
Just before the intervention, there is a lady this side, but let me request the speakers to join the podium this side so that you respond when we are all viewing you. Honorable Winnie, Dr. Afashmana, Mr. Sunday, you can take up the seats. Thank you. There's some steps. So you can have your intervention.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Betty Mbolanyi, Minister of Water and Environment. My concern will go to Mr. Sunday from IF. According to the statistics you've presented, clearly show that we have a problem with food security. But whereas the national figures may really show that we are food secure, there is a problem at the grassroots or the household level. That's the small unit of planning. I'm just wondering what is Ministry of Agriculture is trying to do to step up the food basket at the household level, given the interventions you've mentioned, like extension services, and what innovations can really make people at the community level to move away from our fragile ecosystems, because they go in there trying to have to secure food basket. Thank you.
Right up, there is another one here. Okay, maybe, yeah. Here then we go in the second column.
Thank you so much. My name is Irene Kananura, and I just got concerned when Madam Winfred talked about gender, talking about inclusive participation of women in all processes of decision making, but I did not hear her talk about implementation. Decision making is not enough. Women need to be included in the implementation process as well. And secondly, I heard Dr. Hafishmana talking about the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. I was lucky that I participated in the COP15 as the youth delegation, and gender being it was given a standalone target of target 23, which was a success for women, but there are recommendations that each target should be implemented in a gender respective manner. So this shouldn't be ignored, not only on the target 23, but all targets should be implemented in a gender respective manner. And then secondly, women have been included. We are talking about inclusion. The women in this room are here because inclusion has been put into consideration. But how about the women who can't make it here, meaning their capacities are not built enough to make it into these sessions? We are thinking about going back to the ground to empower women, build their capacities, so that they can be able to engage meaningfully in these frameworks in both planning and implementation. Those are some of my recommendations. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Modest Kinawa from Pathfinder International Uganda, USAID, Uganda Family Planning Activity. I'll start by sharing experience from my participation in last week's training for community facilitators. I interacted with 3 ladies who mentioned that they gave birth twice a year. That means they gave birth in Jan and then in December. So listening to George's presentation on how the National Agriculture Policy, linking it to addressing food security, nutrition and health and well-being, I find this quite challenging if we have quite many of this kind of people in that situation to contribute to that, because they won't be able to participate in any meaningful activity, be it income generation or conservation in the environment. How about looking at your proposed interventions integrating something on health timing and spacing of pregnancies through contraception. You have quite good interventions and platforms where integration can happen instead of implementation in silos. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Juliet Waiswa from Living Goods. We work closely with community health workers, and just building on to what he's saying. Last week, the Minister of Health was launching the National Community Health Strategy. And we all know that at the community level, so many things take place. Poverty is biting, name it. And how do we then put all these things together, these policies, that when Minister of Health is talking, it's also Minister of Water talking, it's also so that it's all embracing, because then I believe we shall be talking one language. When we come to health, if the food is nutritious, so many diseases will be done away with. And if we just reflect back at the COVID period, because there was a lot of work going on at the community level, wash your hands, do this, so many diseases the health people can bail us out. We are kind of went down. So can we borrow a leaf of what has worked and we implement it? Can we put to task the local councils to do their work, not just look for money? I believe when we take up that responsibility right from the grassroots, so many things are going to change. We are going to see health indicators changing. This poverty that we are seeing indicating that 58% food secure. That is like 50%. So it means that any time we slope down to 40%, which is not good for our community, which is not good for our country. So for me, my appeal is to see that the ministries are talking and these policies are cascading down to the people who implement. Those of us who have been here longer know that at some point the sub-counties were really keen to ensure that even cleanliness is part of work that must be done, and to be either Saturday or whichever day. So if we encourage that some of these policies are trickling down, I believe we shall see a change in our country. Thank you.
We take I think the two and then one here and we conclude.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Adonia Bintora from Uganda Wildlife Authority. My comment will go to the first speaker and Dr. Fishman. Uganda is known to have been implementing very effective and very important strategies to raise the girl child for the last 37 years. At a household level, we are starting to observe that the boy child has been left behind. Is it possible, as my personal recommendation, this is not Uganda Wildlife Authority, that after 37 years, a comprehensive study, a review, an impact assessment is done on all these good strategies on gender in Uganda to see how they have impacted on a boy child. And as we face climate change, which to me is not discriminating, then the boy child is not left behind. That's number one. To Dr. Hafashimana, Global Biodiversity Framework, if we trickle it down to Uganda, I don't see anybody of all these presenters presenting effective national land use strategy. Our protected areas have been fragmented. If you go to Windy, you will find it is an island surrounded by people, surrounded by gardens. Human-wildlife conflict is a challenge. Recently, we had a law giving instructions to Uganda Wildlife Authority to compensate and we are already facing challenges of compensation. We need to come up with a national land use plan so that we know where we settle, where national protected resources are. And lastly, we need to think about household energy, because it has really degraded. The entire Bunyoro, which used to be the source of vegetation, whatever cover, is gone. We have a challenge now of chimpanzee interacting directly with a human being. Of course, including the land use, the sugar cane growing, and how it has impacted to biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Harriet Nanja, Vice President, Uganda Forestry Working Group. My concern go to Ministry of Agriculture. While we are lamenting about sustainable financing, we have a hot cake, which is the parish development model, and which Ministry of Agriculture is having a better opportunity to uphold. Now, when I compare the parish development model and climate change actions, I don't see Ministry of Agriculture doing enough to do conservation or sustainable utilization of biodiversity on our land. When I look at how it is being implemented, there is so much of small scale promotion of small scale value addition and maybe direct agriculture related crops, but doing nothing to do with the natural resource management. When we go down and find groups at parish level, which groups are focusing on sustainable natural resource management, you will find all interventions are directly for food production or value addition. And while, if I could say that a human being is flesh, blood, and bones, and you call agriculture the backbone of Uganda, I would say no. I think forestry is the backbone of Uganda, and maybe agriculture is the circulatory system. So without the bone or the structure that gives shape to a human being, in this case, the natural resource management, I think all interventions to do with the health, gene, and anything, we are labeling in vain. So as long as we have some money from government, which is trickling down to the populations, at least we have where we are starting from. But I see there is no proactive action to say that so much of this percentage should go to sustainable natural resource management, which is sustaining all what we are talking about. So I think, Mr. Agriculture, if you can, since we are still planning, if the next policy statement you are going to give to lower local government planning, we are able to strategically say, of the so many billions of money which is trickling down at the parish level, so much of this percentage should go to natural resource management, and that is where we are going to have biodiversity conservation. Otherwise, we are promoting agriculture, which is degradative in nature, and the nature that is supposed to sustain biodiversity is given no attention at all. But I think it all stems from the mother agriculture, which is the manager of the fund that go to PDM. Thank you.
Let's take the last one here and request to be a bit brief.
Thank you so much. My name is Mudumba Charles. I work with an NGO called Hold Uganda. We are implementing community health and development programs in Eastern Uganda. I have two submissions to make. One is related to the previous speaker, and it connects very well with the Honorable Winnie's presentation. Yes, all the speakers have ended by saying we need more resources. But we have the youth livelihood program and women livelihood programs. How has the government or all of the stakeholders tried to streamline and maybe map out a percentage that goes towards supporting climatic change and the conservation activities in the communities. I think that is something that you can begin with. Secondly, or lastly, how do we scale up some of the gains we have registered? Last year we had support from National Population Council to train young people in Wiyende district to invest in climatic smart or green economic activities. And so to mention, we trained young people in making nursery beds, but also sell them in their communities. This has been so rewarding, and we see many young people investing in it. But how do we scale up these interventions that are working? Because the population is encroaching on the environment, looking for survival. Now we have tested something that works. Young people, instead of cutting trees, they are having nursery beds, they are selling to the community, having local species. So how do we scale up this? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues who have made interventions, most of them have been proposals to take forward, but there are also others that are questions which the presenters need to respond to. So I will just request the presenters to focus on those which require a reaction or a point for clarification. Is there a hand? But in less than a minute, because we've already used up the 15 minutes. Now it's already 20 past.
Well, thank you. I hope I can make it in 1 minute. I came to this dialogue with a very steady interest. I'm trying to preserve a piece of wetland measuring about 40 acres in the North Mukono area. This preliminary environmental studies have indicated is rich in biodiversity, over 30 species of birds, over 20 species of, 40 species of herbal medicinal plants, and it is also a very important local source of source of water. So it attracted my interest to preserve this against threats from sugarcane cultivators, rice, and firewood. I've been trying to preserve by putting fence around it, which is from time to time is stolen, barbed wire especially. I've tried to do small-scale fish farming just to establish a presence around it. But I really need professional and indeed financial support. So I came here to find out where can I go to get this assistance. I know this probably has a direct bearing to Dr. Asmana, because he indicated that, in fact, his presentation was very much on biodiversity preservation. So this is my appeal.
Okay. Thank you for that submission, and I hope you've also registered on our registration list, because what you're doing is already very interesting. You're already investing into restoration. Yeah, it would be good if we have your name and contact so that we can follow up. Okay. Okay. Now, there are just 2 additional comments online, and I would suggest that we also have all the comments in, and then we have the presenters respond. One comment from Dr. Charles Owa. He says that the numbers don't add up to the current Uganda population. In which category are they missing 10 million plus? I think this is to Mr. Sunday. The statistics you presented on the food security situation. You may need to look at those figures again or even clarify that observation. And then Miss Rita from AXA, the question is, can we have these international reports be translated in simple language for local action and understanding? I think these reports were across board through Honorable Winnie's presentation, but also what Dr. Afashimana shared. And then Peter Likongwe, this one is from Malawi, says countries rely on vibrant economies to have meaningful life. We have done much on girls programs and left us indeed target both the boy and girl child for a fair future. We have relied more on agriculture and natural resources for over livelihoods. As we consider doing something for the children in the education sector, let us also consider inclusion of other economic sources, manufacturing. Okay. It's a bit confusing. Okay. Manufacturing, mining, in the formal and informal education at an early stage, while we integrate our key sectors and not work in silos as others indicated, there is need to integrate population environment development if the 8 billion mark is to work for us as a region now and in the future. Then Mr. Albert Taremwa, the gap exists irrespective of countries' overall ICT access levels, economic performance, income levels, or geographical location, and widens as technologies become more sophisticated and expensive. Growing gender inequalities exist in terms of access to connectivity, digital education, and skills, as well as access to actual technologies, meaning that individual women are increasingly at a disadvantage in terms of access to information, digital services, and employment in growth sectors such as IT, biotechnology, and engineering. The gap is also increasing with the number of men joining the internet in developing countries, growing faster than that for women. Therefore, the localization of global funding can help reduce costs related to implementation, staffing, transaction and management through all stages of response, and promote diversity, innovative and contextual approaches. Increasing funding to country-based pooled funds is a common way to donors to meet their localization commitments. So here I see Albert is making some proposals towards sustainable financing. So those are the comments online. Now back to our presenters. I will request that we focus on where the comment or reaction was pointed to you, and where it is more of giving a response or clarification. But otherwise, if it's information, our secretariat has noted, and this already builds some of the recommendations and actions we need to take forward on this initiative. So I will start with the Honorable Winnie, and if you can do this in about 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
That will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, most of the issues were recommendations or suggestions, like meaningful participation of women. I think there have been efforts to make sure that women get better education, some policies like universal education, promotion of science and technology for the sake of the cultural norms being addressed. So indeed what she said is right. We are supposed to be a bit more innovative and get better exposure to women so that they can participate meaningfully. I think that's a very important issue. Then looking at what Irene raised about the gender inclusive participation, we did, maybe when we made a presentation, because it was mainly participation, but indeed women should be involved equally in the implementation, in the monitoring and evaluation of programs, so that throughout the whole cycle we have gender equality. And of course, when I talk about gender, I usually go back to issues of resources and opportunities. If they can be addressed, then to a great extent would reduce the gap. Yeah, national community strategy, I think that's a very good one. Then maybe another issue that came up was about the boy child. Indeed, I think we've already started observing that we've been more into the girl child, and it's high time we rethink. There are several studies that are taking place. We've had discussions in the Ministry of Gender to look at that. But what has come out prominently in the ministry is male involvement. Now you realize that now the discussion is more of saying, yes, women empowerment is important, but also male involvement has to come in handy, because most of the implementation has been hampered by failure to involve men. So male involvement now is a big issue that is being discussed, and many strategies are being put in place to address that. The YRP and Women Fund, yes, these are funds that are supposed to improve the livelihood of the youth and the women, and they are still in place. But you don't need to worry, because the guidelines are very clear. You cannot implement a program or a project using the Youth Livelihood Fund or the Women Entrepreneurship Program Fund when it is against environmental protection. If there is any project that degrades the environment, that project can't be considered for funding. So the issues of environment are considered. So the widening gap between women and men, of course, that is obvious. Any intervention that comes, especially technology, it favors mostly men, but the solution is education. Let us educate the girl child, the women, so that if we have a population that is highly educated, we will be able to minimize the negative impacts of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Winnie. Dr. Afashman, you are quite about 2 or so issues.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, participants. I'll start by a quick comment regarding what Honorable Winnie just talked about. A lot of questions are rising, and a lot of things have been coming up about empowering of women, then the involving them in the implementation of decisions and taking of decisions. I think one thing we need to take into consideration is what is the entry point. Where we often miss the point is trying to empower the women who are already adults when we should have started at their places of birth. The empowerment of women and girls should start at their places of birth, so that, as she rightly pointed out, they are given equal opportunities to education. Then, by the time they mature, actually you don't have to do a lot of drumming. If she doesn't inherit land, she would have the capacity to buy her own land, and nobody will dispossess her of that. And there is no policy stopping anybody from buying land because she's a woman or a man. So I think the entry point is very important, and that is where we should start from. And this points also to what Dr. Adon Yabintora raised about having focused on the girl child and having neglected the boy child. Those of us who are parents or intending to become parents, there is no government that is going to come to tell you what to do inside your home. So start from there. Make sure that you give all the children equal opportunities. By the time they grow up, it will be very easy. Some of these things they will do on their own. You don't have to do to scratch a lot of to scratch your head trying to do a lot of drumming, government to yambe and things of that nature. These people should be able to actually help themselves. I think Madam Waiswa talked about the food security and the like, and feeding on the right food to avoid certain diseases. Something tickled my mind. During COVID, the price of lemons went up because everybody was trying to get vitamin C. Well, for some of us who use them daily, we are finding it difficult because the price went up like 5 times. Then my question was, where have these people been? Why have they not been feeding on this vitamin C daily so that their bodies are empowered to fight not only COVID, but any other diseases? I've worked in a region where amaranthus, dodo, grows wild on almost all farmlands, but I was always shocked to find people spraying it with herbicide, okay? And it is left to flower. Nobody's picking it to use it as a vegetable. Amaranth is one of the most nutritious vegetables on earth. But, so we need to learn how to, it's not only having the food, but knowing how to eat the right food in the right quantities, not waiting for a disease outbreak to wake us up. Dr. Adonia Bintora raised further the issue of land use planning. Yes, the observation you made that our protected areas are like islands in the sea of human settlements, that is correct, and I raised it in my presentation, reference to the map where small-scale farmlands dominate. But I think the issue of land use planning, yes, is very critical, very crucial, but I think there is already a national land use plan. The question is putting it into practice by implementing it. And the land use plan cannot be implemented by only the Ministry of Lands. I think there was an oversight if they were not invited here. But land, because whatever we do, be it construction of houses, be it growing of food, being driving from home to this workshop, we're traveling on land. So land use planning and its implementation has to apply to everybody, and all sectors need to be coordinated to make sure that the national land use plan is implemented, and to make sure that all the land users appreciate the other users who may not have similar interests with them. When the agriculturist is planning where to grow maize and beans, they should also appreciate someone who has planted their trees somewhere. I've been quarreling with people in my home village in Kisoro, where people want to graze their land, their cattle on people's crops. But I was very much pleased by our LC1 chairman when he was trying to settle one of the conflicts. He was telling these guys who own livestock that you cannot implement your project on somebody else's project. If you have decided to buy cows, plan for what they will eat. And because somebody else has also chosen to grow crops, so you should not implement your project in someone else's project. So land use planning is very critical, and this is a recommendation we need to all carry forward in our respective sectors and our different organizations, which needs to be implemented and enforced to the letter if we are to achieve any of these plans we are talking about. The gentleman, later on to Dr. Mwanje, talking about a wetland, I told him, Mr. Mugabe, you said we all have to participate in answering the questions because we all create the problems or have a bearing. Told him the first person he should contact is Mr. Mugabe, the Director of Environmental Affairs, who happens to be seated in an arm's length from where he's seated. But this is something we are also going to follow up. Now that we've got the name, we shall also get your contacts so that we can follow up from the NGO world. But this is something that needs to be followed up from the Directorate of Environmental Affairs and the Wetlands Management Department, and probably also the Environment Management Authority, who seem not to be present here for some reason. Then translation of international reports into simple language, and again implementing them at national and subnational levels. Again, this comes to the Director of Environmental Affairs, but we shouldn't leave it all to government. As Mr. Mugabe mentioned in the morning in his presentation, the ministry and government can only do coordination and provision of a conducive policy environment, so that if you step on my toes, I have somewhere to run to. Okay? So the government can put in place the policy environment and also do some sensitization, but let us all play our parts when it comes to implementation, because environmental management and biodiversity management and conservation cannot be done by government, because government already decentralized land ownership to the people. So if you are not managing your land and the resources on your land in a sustainable manner, don't expect the government is going to be the one to. They can't be everywhere. It's not possible. Yeah, but the director has heard, and the other people from government agencies and the relevant NGOs, this is important, which needs to be followed up. But it's the policy and the letter of all these international conventions and commitments. Whatever decisions are made at global level are supposed to be domesticated and implemented at national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fashman. Yeah. Mr. Sunday, you could focus where there were questions, because we are doing very bad in terms of time management.
Ladies and gentlemen, they've been very beautiful submissions you've made. Others are just take home information. But to start with, somebody wanted to know which innovations MAIF is doing to address the current challenge of food security. I think most of those things I mentioned in my presentation, only that I was a bit so terrific in speed, a bit quick. But maybe to answer you, we are doing quite a lot in terms of empowering farmer households, training them in the best agronomic practices, climate resilient agronomic practices. Our extension workers are doing great work, much as they have not yet done whatever is required due to the farmer extension ratio I told you, but we are pushing on. And also, we are having school feeding programs to address issues of malnutrition under the Uganda multi-sectoral project that you know. And we have established quite a number of demonstrations at schools and at community levels. Also, we have trained extension workers working with UNICEF in nutrition-sensitive agriculture to make sure that issues of nutrition are mainstreamed in the entire extension program. The other question was about the healthy timing and the family planning issue, women producing twice a year. That was so interesting. Those are serious women. They are not in this house, I believe. So that is a very important issue, my brother, but I think that is, much of that is a mandate of Ministry of Health. Ministry of Agriculture cannot go into issues of family planning, much as we can advise, but much of it is done by MOH, and we know they're already doing a great work in that. Lastly, I got my sister who gave me a new name, Mr. Agriculture. I say, thank you so much. What MAIF is contributing to issues of biodiversity conservation, and you also mentioned about PDM. In the PDM, we are normally zeroing so much on Pillar 1. That's where much of our mandate falls. But also, we are implementing PDM alongside other interventions. In as far as conservation is concerned, we are working on the National Agroecology Strategy. I happen to be the focal person. And we want to scale up agroecology as a way of conserving the environment alongside production. When I was still working with the local government, I used to have hard time with my natural resource officer. She used to say, it is agriculture degrading the environment. It is your farmers in the wetland, you know. So we want to harmonize and see how we work better and embrace farming in a God's way. But however, the population increase will not only allow a single technology. We're going to embrace all the existing technologies as we try also to implement them with a biodiversity conservation lens. The climate smart agriculture projects we're also implementing. Recently, we are having some partnership with FAO. They have a project called Mainstreaming Biodiversity in Agricultural Sector. And I'm the focal person for the ministry for that. What we are doing here is too much into policy. How can our policies address issues of biodiversity? We've just started, but depending on the roadmap we've drawn, we know we shall score. Lastly, about conservation, we are having models. We have the 4-acre model. It requires me time. If I got time to tell you how the 4-acre model operates, you'd even ask for notes. It is housed in the Department of Extension. all around the nutrient recycling. How do you, if you're having poultry, coffee, you have apiary, you have maybe crop production and all that, what is the interrelationship? How are those enterprises benefiting each other? So we are having a lot of innovations, the nuclear model farmer, we have the village agent model. All this cannot be spoken here, but we also accept the fact that we've not done much. That's why we really need to work together as a team. Civil society, development partners, let's join hands, and we see that we are mainstreaming biodiversity. Land is reducing, the population is increasing. My brother, those women producing twice a year, I think they are going also to worsen the situation. We need to see how. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Mr. Sande. Colleagues, let's applaud once again our presenters for the presentations, but also the responses to the question. I must thank all of you and all of us for the active interaction, both physically here, but also online. I see that the session really gave opportunity to share a wide knowledge of information and experiences on this connectedness and nexus, but also pointed some reflections and takeaways we need to pursue going forward in a business unusual format. And I must say, in the afternoon session, we'll come back to this and also agree on what can we take forward at different levels. So thank you all. The session is ending here, and I'll be handing over to Dr. Chadondo Betty, a director for Family Health Department at the National Population Council. From the administrative side, I hope you've received the coupons. We are going to have lunch in the restaurant that is outside this conference room, I think pointing to the other direction after you've moved out of this place. And in terms of time, we are not doing very well. Dr. Chadondo's session, the afternoon session, should be starting at 2, and I see it's moving towards 2. Maybe we could use a lunch of about 45 minutes, though it's also not good to compromise on the on the nutrition, but we need to have a win-win. I would suggest 45 minutes, and then we are back and we are good to go. So thank you very much, and thanks for being a good audience, good participants. That's the only way we've been able to achieve the outputs from the session. Unfortunately, we have used up most of the time, but sometimes it's not very easy to manage and facilitate the different stakeholders' interests in the multi-stakeholder platform. Yeah, thank you very much. That's all from me for now. Okay, a round of applause for me as well. Okay. Some people remain behind. Colleagues, let's move out for lunch. I hope you've received the coupon. If you haven't, you check at the reception desk, and we want to close the room so that so we want to close the rooms for security of your property. But if you can also move with your property, it's also fine. Colleagues, let's go for lunch. We want to lock up the rooms for safety of your property in the next few minutes. 2, 3, 4.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know we are coming from lunch, and I'll just request that each one of us gets up and stretches in any way possible so that we get into the next session. You can already hear we are not able to speak to ourselves very well. Just get up, everyone, stretch the way you want. I don't know whether you want to go down or move hands up or swing around. It's important that we do that. Until everyone gets up and stretches, we are not going to begin. I want everyone to get up and stretch, just like me. Okay, so I'm happy to see the room almost full. I didn't expect this, but it is good that we are prioritizing these population health and climate change issues. So we can now take our seats. The afternoon is going to be very interesting because it is very specific. It is looking more at, the linkages of climate change, environment patterns with health, reproductive health, sexual reproductive health, and family planning. And I am Betty Chadondo. I was introduced by my Director General. I also introduced myself, and I'm the Director of Family Health at the National Population Council. I have a big list of presenters this afternoon. And some of them, according to the agenda, are supposed to speak for 30 minutes. Others are supposed to speak for fewer minutes. But we have agreed that each one is going to use between 5 and 10 minutes so that we are able to catch up with time, or else we shall be speaking to an empty room. That is the culture in Uganda. So without wasting any more of your time, I have already informed you this session is going to specifically address those issues on climate change, environment, that touch a little bit. I don't know which is the relationship, whether it is sexual reproductive health and environment, or it is environment and sexual reproductive health, or it is both. But that is what we are going to address this afternoon. And I have 6 very distinguished experts that are going to be speaking to us. And I would like to right away invite our first discussant this afternoon. You will bear with me, we are not following the agenda as it was provided, because we even had to take on some of us who are not able to speak in the previous session. So our first presenter this afternoon is going to be Mr. Chrysanthus Shem, who is the Director of the East and Southern Africa Region Population Reference Bureau, and is going to share with us resilient future, climate financing strategies for family planning and reproductive health programs. So Shem, you're welcome, and please take the floor. And because we also want to follow what is being presented, I'm not going to ask the presenters to sit at the stage or the podium. We shall just ask them to go to the podium when we are raising questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Betty. Good afternoon. All protocols observed, and I've been notified that we are trying to catch up with time, and I appreciate that. A lot of discussions still ahead of us. Chrysanta Shem from Population Reference Bureau, and this afternoon I want to build on the discussions we've had since morning. And one of the questions that was asked is about sustainable financing. But I will not go into trying to direct you to where financing is, but rather I would want to focus on strategies that can help us mobilize resources. I'll be building from a presentation that has been done by my colleague, Kathleen Mogelgard from Population Institute. PRB has implemented a project called PACE, Policy Advocacy Communication Enhanced, over the last 6 years, and using experience from this project, where we addressed issues about mobilizing political commitment and financial commitment towards supporting family planning and reproductive health. So what should be the takeaway things that you should, at least if you follow this video, you should learn about the importance of joining the dots about gender, health, and climate change, and building evidence. Evidence is what you can use to convince political leaders to allocate resources to climate change. The second thing you should take away is how to work with the national designated authorities, the various ministries that address climate change. And the third thing you should take away is the planning process. It's very critical that we plan jointly, we coordinate. Last but not least, identifying potential partners with whom we can work. And I know the word avoiding duplication has been used, and that's the thrust of this. So without much ado, I'd like to ask the facilitators to please present the video. Thank you.
The harmful impacts of climate change are intensifying around the world. These changes disproportionately affect women and girls, threatening their health, livelihoods, and futures. Policymakers, development practitioners, and donors are increasingly investing in programs to prepare communities to adapt to climate change's impacts as they occur. Enhancing the ability of women and girls to plan their futures and safeguard their health and well-being through access to family planning is one way to support their adaptation to climate change. Climate adaptation refers to approaches to adjust ecological, social, and economic systems to current or future impacts of climate change. The links between family planning, reproductive health, and climate change are well documented in research and policy. Access to family planning provides families and communities with multiple positive benefits. This evidence has led governments and civil society organizations around the world to push for greater investment in family planning and reproductive health in climate action strategies, especially through integrated population, health, and environment, or PHE programs. For example, using climate funding, the Central African Forest Initiative has joined with the Democratic Republic of Congo to implement multi-sectoral programming that includes family planning to address deforestation. As global concern about the effects of climate change and the need for climate action has increased, national governments have created or expanded multilateral climate funds. With advocacy by reproductive health actors, these funds could be a source of support to advance family planning and reproductive health as climate change adaptation measures. Even as some governments recognize the role of family planning in climate adaptation plans, major global adaptation financing funds like the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund have not yet included family planning and reproductive health programs in their portfolios. So what's the solution? Family planning and reproductive health programs must demonstrate their role in climate adaptation and position themselves within multi-sectoral approaches. First, advocates and practitioners must draw clear connections between family planning and climate change adaptations. Emphasize the links between family planning and reduced climate vulnerability, especially in projects with multi-sectoral development outcomes such as improved health, food security, natural resource management, or poverty alleviation. And emphasize the links between family planning, gender equity, and women's economic empowerment. The Tungane project in Tanzania is an example of a project that, while not funded through adaptation financing streams, helped build the evidence based on the important connection between family planning, climate adaptation, and resilience. Second, advocates should identify the key actors that serve as the primary national level climate adaptation actors and decision makers. These authorities can advise on adaptation finance flows. The designated authority is one of two key actors. Designated authorities are the main points of contact in each country and are typically based within the ministries of environment, planning, or foreign affairs. Designated authorities are gatekeepers in the development and national level approval of climate adaptation funding proposals, ensuring their quality and alignment with government priorities. The accredited national implementing entity is the second key actor. National implementing entities are institutions such as government agencies, academic institutions, or trust funds that are accredited by the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund to submit proposals and receive funding. Third, advocates should engage in the national adaptation planning process, which allows each country to identify their context-specific adaptation needs. Family planning actors can inquire with their country's environment ministry to learn more about the status of the national adaptation planning and collaborate with one another to make the case for including family planning programs. Advocates should also investigate each country's commitments under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change's Gender Action Plan and other funding streams focused on gender equality as a means of positioning family planning interventions within climate adaptation priorities and strategies. Fourth, family planning actors can partner with others to develop multi-sectoral proposals. To begin, first learn about the adaptation initiatives already underway. Designated authorities, as well as the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund websites, are useful sources of information on each country's adaptation projects. Country project documents are publicly available and a good source of information to learn about the institutions involved, the roles they play, and the potential for partnership. These strategies illustrate where opportunities may be available for family planning programs to be included in multilateral climate funding. A growing evidence base shows that access to voluntary family planning and reproductive health services supports women and communities to better adapt to climate change. A number of countries are already making these links to include family planning, reproductive health, and gender programming in multi-sectoral approaches in line with their climate commitments. However, family planning and reproductive health programs have not yet been incorporated into projects funded by multilateral finance institutions in climate adaptation, but a window of opportunity exists for their inclusion. We must advance all solutions to support climate change adaptation. Now is the time to include family planning and reproductive health as valuable components of multi-sectoral approaches that support health and equity while also preparing communities to face the challenges of a changing planet.
Thank you very much, Shem. That video was very brilliant to bring to our understanding what it means investing in family planning and reproductive health, and ensuring that when we are investing, we are also taking into consideration how we are integrating this into the climate change, but also environmental programs that we have at country level. So thank you very much, and could we give him a very big round of applause? The second presentation is going to be virtual, and it is going to be on integrating health services in conservation work, experiences at global perspective, and it is going to be delivered by the Advocacy and Project Manager at Margaret Pike Trust, Miss Karina Hash. And I hope we already have her online. Miss Karina, you have the floor, and we are all looking forward to what you have to share with us.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Let me just go into the proper, there we go. 1 second. Okay, let me share that. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. At the Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue on Population Dynamics, Gender, Health, and Climate Connection, all the distinguished members of government, the colleagues, and indeed the friends. Thank you very much for having the Margaret Pike Trust present with you today. Thank you for having us virtually, and we do wish we could be in the room with you. Thank you for the introduction. As the previous video touched on the importance of positioning health and family planning and sexual and reproductive health more specifically as strategic and important to multi-sector approaches and to climate adaptation and resilience, I will now shift a little bit and talk about how do we position health services, and particularly family planning and sexual and reproductive health more broadly in environmental conservation and the experiences of the Margaret Pike Trust from a global perspective. What has the Margaret Pike Trust done with partners to achieve this integration? So I will start from the bottom of my slide. So one of the very first things that's very important to consider about integrating health, we've looked at what we like to call fundamental building blocks. And the initial fundamental building block that we used, the tool that we used, is to get a resolution passed in the IUCN. The IUCN is the International Union for Conservation of Nature. It's a unique membership union in that governments are members, indigenous peoples' organizations are members, NGOs are members, and everyone has a vote. So we joined the IUCN as a member organization, and we worked very hard to build a global alliance around the issue that the removal of barriers to rights-based and voluntary family planning should be considered as a fundamental pillar of successful and sustainable conservation. So we worked very hard to build this global alliance, and we worked to get member governments on board, indigenous peoples' organizations, NGOs, etc. And at the last World Conservation Congress, thanks to that hard advocacy that we did, even virtually because of the pandemic and weren't able to advocate in person, we achieved a landslide vote to pass, for the very first time in the history of the IUCN, a resolution entitled "The Importance for the Conservation of Nature of removing barriers to rights-based and voluntary family planning. Now, this was a great achievement in itself, but the reason it was an additionally great achievement is because it allowed us to be part of a conservation group, a conservation body, and then be able to continue to affect change from the inside. What the resolution allowed us to do, the next step up, is establish a task force. This is a global body bringing together conservation experts, experts working with their national policymakers, and also experts from the sexual and reproductive health world. So we are able to use this task force to continue to affect change in conservation policy in the IUCN, but also beyond the IUCN. And here is where our work will continue to focus in the IUCN, but also in other conservation policies. So how are we using the fact that we have a resolution, that we have changed global conservation policy? How are we using that to continue to move forward? First of all, there is something called the Conservation Classification Scheme. So the Conservation Classification Scheme identifies the direct threats, the stresses to habitats, as well as the conservation actions that are needed to address those threats and those stresses. Now, the task force that we co-chair has a working group of conservation experts that is working to try and find a place within this classification scheme for removing barriers to family planning, recognizing that it's perhaps not ever going to be listed as a direct threat or a stressor, but that it can be considered somewhere. So this is a piece of work that the task force is championing that is ongoing. Another area we're able to influence is the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity. So again, as members of the IUCN with an active task force, we were asked to contribute at a recent event at the Convention on Biological Diversity COP, which was COP 15, which took place right after the UNFCCC COP 27 in Egypt. And this event was focused on the significance of integrating family planning into biodiversity conservation. And we were able to speak about the importance of advocacy and evidence gathering to further that agenda. So as many others who are active in this space, we were delighted to see strong references to women, to gender, to health, and traditional knowledge in the newly adopted Global Biodiversity Framework that was adopted at the end of the Convention on Biological Diversity COP. Another important policy document that we're able to influence, because we have an insider view and an insider position, is the Global Species Action Plan. Now, the Global Species Action Plan is the IUCN's policy document or plan that is used to implement the Global Biodiversity Framework that was adopted at COP last December. Now, one of the targets in the plan is about making, conservation policy more integrated, making sure it's integrated in national development plans, that it is included in poverty reduction plans and health plans. So we have successfully inputted an action within this Global Species Action Plan that references that we need to remove barriers to family planning. So this was a huge achievement when initially we were told that removing barriers to family planning has nothing to do with the Global Species Action Plan, that at very best, perhaps there could be a reference to the resolution in an annex. But because of our very specific framing, and the framing is around removing barriers to family planning, that framing is very positive. Removing barriers to family planning is something that's important at a global level for all populations and for all groups. So this framing has very much resonated within the IUCN and with other conservation and indeed climate partners. So we're continuing to use that framing, and we believe that this very positive, rights-based, and person-centered framing has been additionally successful in ensuring that we get language into the Global Species Action Plan. So whilst it's not in the final, very final draft, we are confident that this input, that our language will be retained, and there will also be an inclusion of resources, including resources that refer to PHE, Population Health and Environment Programming, as well as the resolution and the work we are doing. An additional conservation policy we are able to influence from the inside is the Amphibian Conservation Action Plan. So our chief executive has been part of a working group And we believe that, again, in the final draft, the final draft of this plan does also contain multiple references to removing barriers to family planning and population health and environment, thanks to our advocacy. An additional area we are able to influence, and I think historically the population health and environment community have been very much engaged with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. If we think back to the video that we just saw and to the work that a lot of us are doing. From our own organization's perspective, thanks to the fact that we do have UNFCCC observer status and have had it since 2017, we've established a strong track record in securing side event slots year after year and working with partners at the various COPs in joint advocacy. And most recently at COP27, we actually launched a publication simultaneously at COP27 and at the International Conference on Family Planning, highlighting the cross-sectoral aspect of the work. We launched a guidance document on how sexual and reproductive health and rights organizations can engage in national and global climate change policy processes. And we're very happy we did this work together with YADNET Uganda, who I know is in the room with you today, and with Mary Stopes International. And UNFCCC and COPs are an important space for advocacy, because you're able to hold your own side events, you're able to attend other events, and you're with government officials and donors all in one place. And additionally, again, highlighting that cross-sectoral aspect, FP 2030 is also a very important area of work. Now, FP 2030, as you know, is a global partnership to further family planning around the world, working with governments, working with NGOs, and with donors. And what we have done, as FP 2030 thinks of how to advance their own mission, they are looking at non-traditional actors. Who else can we work with across development sectors to further family planning and SRHR goals? And they are increasingly looking at the conservation sector, at the climate sector, because this is where a lot of natural disasters are happening, and where we need to think about health system strengthening. So they know that it's important to work with these actors. And again, what we have done through the task force is set up an FP 2030 working group that has allowed us to guide and to advise a group of conservation and PHE-focused organizations to develop their own FP 2030 commitments, whether that is looking at research, whether that is community level work, whether that is a commitment to advocacy or a financial commitment to further family planning goals in the hardest to reach areas. Because these, as we know, these are the areas where conservation organizations are often already active. So it was important to put the work that many of these organizations is already doing into a commitment. So this is just a kind of sampling of very strategic influencing opportunities that we have been afforded because of our insider position as IUCN members. The other work that we are doing is at the programmatic level in Uganda, because whilst affecting global conservation policy or global policy in other sectors, you do have the potential of affecting change and therefore being able to reach those 218 million women and girls in low and middle income countries who have an unmet need for family planning. We recognize in particular that as a relatively small organization, we might not have the opportunity of doing that through our programmatic work. But our programmatic work is extremely important, because that is the evidence that is gathered from the programmatic work is what is used then to feed into the advocacy. So we're very proud to be working with conservation and health partners in Uganda on a UK Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs funded program entitled Healthy Wetlands for the Cranes and People of Uganda. So we're extremely proud, because this is the first time that the UK's Department for the Environment has funded rights-based voluntary family planning as an integral part of conservation action under its flagship Darwin initiative, its flagship funding mechanism, the Darwin Initiative. So that's because DEFRA, the Department for the Environment, has recognized that improving health service provision, including family planning, is essential if we are going to be successful in conserving the wetlands which are being degraded at a staggering rate. because the need for agricultural land is growing rapidly. Using the wetlands, especially in the dry season, to continue growing crops. Now, this is something that anybody would do if you need to feed your family. So it's important to note that the health, the livelihood, and the conservation challenges that have been identified by the communities themselves in Southwest Uganda, where the project is being implemented. So this project is very much not just community-led, but really community-owned. So some of the challenges with regards to health that the community members have highlighted is that the walk to the nearest health clinic can be up to 4 hours. So you can see that accessing basic health services, including family planning, poses a multitude of barriers. So here, family planning is an important entry point. Of course, family planning is not the only health service that is provided under this project, and that's very important to note. What the project also does is deliver integrated messages on health, on livelihoods, on conservation, reaching cohorts of audiences in the very remote areas where the project is taking place, reaching more people, reaching different groups of people that would otherwise not be reached with a traditional single sector conservation project. The project includes community activities, including festivals. And as our Uganda project lead recently put it, people come to the community festivals to learn about the great crowned crane of Uganda. But what they also find is a mobile clinic that's staffed with a clinician delivering health services, including family planning, but including dental, including eyes, including a whole host of screenings. So these outreach services, in addition to staffed clinics, are also integrated. And this works very well, our Uganda project lead told us, and reaches parts of the population, again, that would otherwise not be reached. So when we talk about the added value of integrated programming, this is exactly it. This is about reaching additional parts of the population with messages, with information that they would not otherwise be given, or that they would not otherwise hear about. So an initial analysis actually suggests that this PHE project is doing exactly that. It's leading to better gender, to better health, to better livelihoods, and better environmental outcomes than siloed interventions would. So we're also receiving anecdotal evidence that's revealing an increase of women's participation in income-generating activities, higher numbers of children enrolled in school, and women's improved position in the household and in their communities more broadly. A recent conversation, again, on anecdotal evidence, also revealed that the farmers in the communities, because this is an agricultural community, they are using improved farming practices, including better waste management. So it's really about doing things differently, assessing all of the classical actions that you would do traditionally in a siloed manner. Here, they are being integrated. The messages are integrated, the community work is integrated. And that's very important. And this is exactly the evidence that that we will continue to feed into our advocacy. And it's so important to have that link between the programmatic and our advocacy. So this project is still ongoing. And what else is in store this year? I think we very much focus on this positive and upwards trajectory, and we feel we have very solid building blocks, and we will continue on that positive and very solid trajectory. One thing we're going to continue to do is continue our work with partners to progress that very practical guidance that we launched last year at COP27, aimed at sexual and reproductive health and rights organizations who want to engage in national and global climate policy processes. And we're seeing increased interest from leading global health organizations. We're also seeing increasing interest from national governments as well. Another area of work that's very important is increasing the number of environmentally focused or conservation organizations who would like to make an FP 2030 commitment. So those organizations who are already working in this space and who want to formalize their commitment to family planning. We're also thinking ahead to COP28, again, working with an ever-growing group of conservation organizations who want to engage in the joint advocacy and take up the opportunity of developing new partnerships between health and conservation organizations, and further the discussion on how health organizations can engage in climate policy. And last but certainly not least, because the meeting is taking place in Uganda today, I wanted to share that we are working with civil society partners in Uganda and working across ministries with some very distinguished colleagues who we had the good fortune to meet at COP27, many of whom I'm sure are in the room with you today, to work across ministries and with civil society partners in Uganda to develop the health map in Uganda and see what can we continue to do to ensure that the recognition that reproductive health is already receiving in national climate policy and in environmental policy in Uganda. How can we continue to make sure that turns into action on the ground to improve gender health, climate and environmental goals in Uganda, but also that Uganda be an example for other countries who are wishing to do similar or the same. So thank you very much. I will stop there, but I will stay online in case I can answer any questions, or I will also like to listen to the next presentation. Thank you very much for having us with you today.
Clapping very loudly for you. That is another very powerful presentation that is bringing, you know, we started global, we are now coming more national, then we are going down community level, and it all shows why one single agency cannot do this alone. So the issue of partnerships and working together for integration is very, very important. And the next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is going to take us even further down from community, starting more at the household level. And it is about the key achievements and best practices for advancing population, health and environment integration in Uganda. And it is specifically looking at emerging issues, the challenges and opportunities, and also making some of the recommendations for addressing some of these challenges moving forward. And to deliver this presentation is the person who is coordinating the Population Health and Environment Network at the National Population Council, and I think also at national level, Mr. James Peter Olemo, and he has been behind the organization of this event. So if there are any things that haven't gone right, you know who to blame. If there are things that have gone well, you'll appreciate everyone. So James, you have the floor, and please take it on. Oh, you had 15 minutes. I thought it was 30, but I'm sure you can do 10. Okay.
Just waiting for the presentation. Doctor, thank you very much for that gracious introduction. Good afternoon, members. As introduced, I'm Olemo James Peter. I serve with the National Population Council as a Principal National Program Officer. I want to save the pain Doctor has of managing time by moving us through this quickly, and I'm sure I will be able to do that. That's going to be the layout of our presentation. I will briefly talk about what I think that section has been handled ably. What is the PH approach? I will handle mainly Uganda National PH Network, and I'll look at its achievements and some of the challenges. Most of the people I see in attendance are largely practitioners, and most of the issues I'm talking about are issues that we interact with on a daily basis. Chair, the National PH Network is comprised of about 45 state and non-state actors currently engaged in population health and environment related activities, and they work in line with the regional terms of reference and the country roadmap. Moving on, the National PH Network coordinated by the Minister of East African Community Affairs, Miaka, which is responsible for matters concerning East African community in the country. They link us to that level of decision making and policy direction. The National Population Council is under the Ministry of Finance for supervision, and it's the secretariat for the National PH Network in this country, and is responsible for coordinating all activities of the network in the country. Chair, some objectives there for the PH network. Largely there are 6 principally, and one is to establish and operationalize the National PH network promote generation of PHE information and knowledge management in the country, reduce environmental degradation and increase access to utilization of quality population and health services, increase the participation of women, men, and youth in sustainable livelihood improvement initiatives, mainstream PHE into policies, plans, and institutional frameworks, and lastly, integrate P and H into the environment conservation, which the director earlier who gave the keynote ably articulated. Chair, I want to give some achievements quickly. One, we have now the necessary changes in policy variously, changes in policy frameworks and plans. For example, we now have the climate change policy, local government plans, national population policy, Uganda family planning costed implementation plan. We also have the national PHE. Okay, moving forward, national PHE supports PHE coordination with the cross-sectoral representation of line ministries, civil society, and these are all under the national PHE network. The PHE is now integrated into the strategic plan of the National Population Council, which makes it a responsibility for the Population Council to, one, budget for it, but also ensure that it is mainstreamed in all the areas that we influence and interface. PHE course units, Chair, have been integrated into university curriculum of 2 universities in this country, and including the Prime University, Makerere University, and the Mountains of the Moon. And this course units for Makerere University, I'm aware, it's for students of BSc, Population Studies. They take it as a compulsory course unit, it's a core. So that should help us generate the critical mass moving forward, but also sustainability. We have over 15 PHE projects that are active in different districts in Uganda, and we have new funding streams and partners for PHE work in new areas in Uganda as well. And some of them to mention, but a few, we have Regenerate Africa, we have CTPH, Yardinet, RHU, that's the Rwenzori Center for Research and Advocacy. We have Arue, Hold Uganda, it is represented here. And Chair, we have, as the Secretariat, been able to orient 20 district local governments on PHE approach, and these are largely the TPCs. And those are the planning entities at the district level. So that one also helps us to integrate and mainstream at that level. We have up to 425 district officials oriented, and out of these we have 134 we are gender sensitive, 134 females, and 291 males from different district departments, and these ones have been oriented on PHE concepts, also demographic dividend at the household level, but also the benefits of implementation. Chair, progressing forward, where as a secretariat, the NPC has also been able to train 387 population health and environment model homes. We're talking of at the household level. So these are at parish level in 9 districts and 1 city. And the cities is Lira, and the districts are outlined there. We have developed the national PHE strategic plan aligned to the NDP3, but also the strategic plan of the National Population Council, Chairperson. And the goal of the strategic plan is contributing to national development through the integration of population health and environment issues into policies, plans, and implementation of programs. Chair, some of the achievements I've put there in illustrative pictures. You can see a community living without excuses, and endeavoring to ensure that they sustain themselves. These ones are from Rwenzori region, if I may remember very well, supported by the Center for Research and Advocacy. We have there a combined team of district technical planning committee members. This is the Kamuli district, but also with some champions after an orientation meeting and training at the district. Chairperson, with the advocacy work, with this one we're illustrating the PHE model household at the World Population Day, and I think this one was hosted by Kumi District, and you can see that the guest of honor, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, appreciating the model. We have also moving forward, these are what the director from Ministry of Water was talking about, the documents that we have been able to develop over time to support and ground the PHE work in the country, but also the region. So as such, we have the ESC PHE strategic plan at that time, 2015-2020, Lake Victoria Basin Commission, the operational plan 2015-2020, Lake Victoria Basin Commission, PHE and M&E framework, Lake Victoria Commission, PHE minimum package of services 2015, but also the training guidelines. We have the regional PHE prototype curriculum, and the regional PHE, of course, we held a regional PHE conference to further disseminate the outputs of our knowledge management products especially. Chairperson, these were just to mention that for those who are interested in becoming practitioners, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. The documents are there, the ground is solid, you just have to, all these documents are available even online. Chairperson, just to mention a few challenges. We still have the challenge of silos and departmentalized mindset of operation, and we are still insisting that the cure to that should be integration and collaboration. And in country, we have now shifted to program-based budgeting. We hope that moving forward, this should cure that challenge. But we also have challenges with climate change and environment challenges, pollution of water resources and degradation of environmental resources, the wetlands, tropical forests, farm and pastoral lands, among others. Chair, there is a challenge of water and sanitation challenge, poor water quality and use, and environmental sanitation and hygiene, causing a lot of morbidity and mortality that could otherwise be avoided. There's a challenge, Chairperson, of population dynamics, the high population growth rate standing at 3% at the moment, but also generating a high population density. We have challenges with health and sexual reproductive health. As you can see, we have unmet need for family planning standing at 28%, low CPR for modern contraceptive methods at 35, maternal mortality ratio 336 per 100 live births, that's still unacceptable. We have infant mortality ratio, infant mortality rate 43 per 1,000 live births, and of course high total fertility rate standing at 5.4%, Chairperson. Of course, this has been coming down over time, and in a generation, we would congratulate ourselves for that achievement to be able to lower those statistics to that level, but we need to lower them even further. Chairperson, I want to conclude by saying that PHE is not just a development work, but it is sustainable development work worth pursuing. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James Peter Olemo. And I think he has nailed it very well, giving us all the different frameworks that we are using as a country to address some of these climate change issues based on the model of integration. The next speaker's topic is an interesting one. It is actually asking us a question. But I was listening to what JP was presenting, and I was wondering now, is he going to respond, or he's just going to give us ideas on why this is important? So the topic, ladies and gentlemen, is on population growth, family planning, and climate change. And does this matter to the nationally determined contributions of countries like Uganda? We have some of the answers, but I think he's giving us more to help us be able to address some of the issues in a more multi-sectoral approach. So to give us this presentation is Mr. Clive Mutunga. Mutunga is the director of USAID-funded BUILD project at the African Institute for Development Policy, which is usually abbreviated as AFIDEP, and he's already online. So Clive, you have 10 minutes to give your presentation, and you have a floor. Clive, I think you're muted. We don't hear you. Can you unmute yourself and speak, or is it managed centrally?
Sure, I think I'm unmuted now.
Oh, yeah, you are. Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. And I was just saying that I am so delighted to be speaking to you this afternoon. Greetings from Lilongwe, from the warm heart of Africa, Malawi. I would have more delighted to join you in person. I feel so remiss not sharing the same room with so many great colleagues and friends who I see in the audience, but all the same, I'm happy to be here this afternoon to talk about a subject that Charles approached me and said, could you talk about this topic? And I'm glad that after all the presentations this morning, I feel it has been answered, and I will be able to deliver my verdict at the end. But I do believe that you know what my answer is likely to be. So to do that, I'm going to sort of link some of the global to the regional to the national, and also go to the sub-national, just to help me answer that question. I'm supposed to share my screen. I'm challenged to do that. I did, let me see. I did send my presentation to the team there, so just trying to see how best to go about that. Charles, you have the presentation? I could see how best to go about that. Technology, apologies for that. So would it be loaded in the presentation deck that the conference has? Okay, good. So this is the presentation. Thanks. So that's the question about population growth, family planning, and climate change. Do they matter to nationally determined contributions of countries like Uganda? Let's go to the next slide, please. So I will begin. I'll begin by situating broader issues of population dynamics. I thought I had the liberty not just to talk about population growth, but other issues that are also pertinent in terms of our population dynamics and how they are related to the issues that you're discussing about here in Uganda. So going back to the world, to the common agenda, where the sustainable development concept was coined, I always find this exciting to start my talks, and I note that in the initial conception of sustainable development, where the Brundtland Commission, where the 3 pillars of sustainable development with the social, economic, and environment pillar, we realized that some of the issues to do with population health, environment, climate change, the population ones and family planning were mostly confined to the social pillar. And of course, that's where the definition of sustainable development was coined, loosely translating in the ability of current generations to meet their development needs without compromising the ability of the future generations to do that. And we've seen how that has evolved, moving from the initial conception to the Millennium Development Goals to the current 17 sustainable goals, and there have been efforts to actually link to see how issues to do with population dynamics, and more specifically family planning and reproductive health, are linked to the various sustainable development goals. The panel to the right, work done by my former USID colleagues, who sort of tried to review the evidence on how family planning is linked to the sustained development, 17 sustainable development goals, and seeing how those are linked to the 5 thematic areas, which are people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. Of course, we know within the planet thematic area, climate action is very critical as one of the key SDGs. Of course, there are other environment-related SDGs, including life above water and the life over water, which of course we had an opportunity to have presentations from the biodiversity side this morning. And of course, some of the health-related SDGs are under the people thematic area, and good to highlight the health-related ones as well as the gender equality, which it's a big focus of this session today. Next slide, please. So I'm going to the Uganda updated nationally determined contribution, which is the Uganda government's response to how the country will meet the country's climate change challenges in terms of, broadly climate action, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation. And we find that with the new, with the updated NDC, there's a great emphasis on several sectors that are actually very climate sensitive, including agriculture, forestry, and energy health. Ecosystems, which we had a lot today, agriculture, wash, fisheries, transport, and many more that are listed there. We want to make a point that population dynamics and, of course, family planning and reproductive health are very relevant to those, to all those sectors. And the NDC also highlights 48 priority adaptation actions and 82 indicators, which actually align very well and, of course, are very relevant and linked to population dynamics. Same to the mitigation components, which are presented by showing Uganda's emissions profile. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about, to the extent that we can be talking about population dynamics within a right-based perspective and how that is linked to some of the emission reduction. But we know that some of the population dynamics, including population growth, population composition, as well as mobility, more people moving into urban areas with different consumption patterns will undoubtedly have impacts to, will have a bearing on future global emissions. And what we are saying is that for the mitigation and the Uganda NDC is actually to show what are some of the programmatic applications. We see a lot of the programmatic applications in the, for instance, in the reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation, the RED and RED plus activities, which actually activities that are geared towards afforestation and reforestation that have been implemented in Uganda have a lot of relevance. And we've seen that in the NDC, there's a lot of emphasis and on gender equality and also equity, which are critical as the NDC moves to the next stage in terms of implementation. Next slide, please. The next slide is actually trying to bring it home to Uganda, and this panel looks at analysis that was done by Phegec a few years ago, and it's actually work that is being updated as we speak. Phegec as well as Population Action International, currently PAI, to sort of identify, looking at how population dynamics intersect with climate change and sustainable development in Africa. And what you see there, countries that have a dot, are countries that are projected to have high population growth rate, over 2% an annum. There are also countries that are projected to have a decline in agricultural production as a result of climate change, not other factors. These are countries that also that are currently have water stress or scarcity, and they are also countries that have a high unmet need for family planning. So these are countries that are actually show how you can overlay the evidence to policy and program action, and they actually countries where these are opportunities to integrate activities that also address the main determinants, both the social determinants of health, including poverty, of course, to be able to achieve triple dividend, reduce poverty, protect the environment, but also improve human well-being, and of course, reduce the effects, make individuals also adapt to the effects of climate change and make them more resilient to such. Let's move to the next slide, please. So I try to move now from policy to program action, where we've seen very increasing recognition of how population dynamics, family planning is linked to climate change action, both mitigation and adaptation. We've seen how some of the evidence, but also in policy documents, a lot of policy documents making those links. And also the same links made by policymakers. We heard from this morning from the keynote speaker, where people are not even shy to link population dynamics, FP, with sectoral policies, whether they are in the water sector, in the agriculture, in the food security. There are all those considerations. And of course, the important role of gender responsive and equitable considerations. The biggest challenge, and this has also been mentioned again, this has not translated into program action. We have an NDC which really brings together the priority actions, but how do you actually translate it into action? And it was great to see the presentation by PRB, which is going deeper into the various policy opportunities to make that happen, in terms of even linking that to the financing piece. And it's good to sort of appreciate that entire continuum. And like others have said, Uganda is one country which has a very rich and vibrant history of cross-sector integration. We've seen very many policies that support cross-sector integration. We've whether they are the longer-term government national development strategies, including the ND3, or whether some of the green growth strategies, some of the sectoral policies like the NDC, some of the biodiversity policy and agricultural policies. We've also seen very, very successful platforms, including the one that Pat Olemo just presented, a very vibrant population health and environment network, which has had a lot of policy wins in integrating population health, environment, and other sectors. We've seen successful PHE projects like the ones shared by Karina through Margaret Packet Trust, and the work around the health of the people, environment, and in the Lake Victoria Basin by Pathfinder and other conservation partners. So Uganda actually provides a very great platform to actually move policy to program action, because at the end of the day, the challenge is how do you make these links into the program action to actually benefit the lives of Ugandans in Mayuge, in Jaguzi, in Jinja, and in all those beautiful places around Uganda. So my next slide, I think I'm going towards the end, cognizant of the time, is about answering the question, which is, yes, population dynamics, family planning, and reproductive health matter for climate change action, both in terms of policy, planning, and implementation in all low and medium income countries, of course, as well as other developed countries, and specifically in Uganda. The challenge that I'm giving to us here today, this afternoon, is I know that Uganda can lead in moving policy to program action and ensure gender responsive and equitable considerations are part of this action. And we've seen the ownership from government. We've seen how everyone gets it, and whether it's at the policy, but more importantly, how do you harness this energy and goodwill to move into program action? So next slide, I think, is sort of saying, thank you so much for this opportunity. Again, just challenging all of us that Uganda can be the leader in East Africa, in Africa, to really make it work and to show how it is possible to integrate population dynamics, family planning within a gender responsive approach, and that one that will deliver greater development outcomes across a greater population, and also confer greater development outcomes across sectors. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Clive. And you have really answered the question based on what has already been presented. And I think even what is going to be further presented to us. And I think that from what you have shared, the question remains, how do we scale up? We have started really small from James Peter's presentation. We could clearly see the work is just taking off or beginning, but how do we make sure that we run very fast with what we already have to engage across the country and not to remain in small pockets of certain districts in this country? So thank you again, Clive, for appreciating that Uganda is doing something, but are we able to do enough to conserve the environment in Uganda? The next presentation, I told you we took on what was meant for the previous session. And I've also been very reliably informed our chief guest who is going to close this meeting for us, or this dialogue, is around the corner. So the next two presenters should be as brief as possible. And from what I can clearly see, the fifth presenter this afternoon is actually making it easier for us to appreciate that Uganda is doing something. So we are looking at government responses, the policy commitments, the plans and interventions for addressing the underlying issues from the population dynamics, gender, health, and the climate nexus. And Mr. Semambo Muhammad, who is the Principal Climate Change Officer from the Ministry of Water and Environment, is going to give us exactly what they are doing as a ministry and how we are ensuring that there is multi-sectoral collaboration in this. So you have a floor, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. I have a task to present in a few minutes, but I'll try to do it. The beauty is that the previous speaker has been talking about something which I coordinated technically, the NDC for the country. So my work is really made easier. We'll skip some of the slides because there have been at least already two. So my name is Semambo Mohammed and I work for the Climate Change Department. I'll be presenting about the nexus between the dynamics of climate change, gender, health, and climate change. And I always begin by trying to put some bit of questions. We all know that we're talking about climate change, but climate change is also attributed both in terms of natural causes, but also human-made causes. And when we talk about climate change, we are talking about the energy balance in the atmosphere, either the influx, how they play. So from that, you cannot distinguish or disassociate the human activities with the cause of climate change. So in this kind of discussion, we are talking about the population increase, we're talking about the consumerism and the unsustainable development, because we have to develop. But here we're talking about the unsustainable development. So the three things are really ushering us to what we call climate change in terms of the causes. As population is increasing, the demand is increasing. And as the demand increases, it can increase either sustainably or unsustainably. So we are the one who demand for resources from forestry, we demand resources from wetlands, demand resources from minerals, but also demand resources from energy and resources from agriculture, among others. And the discussion in the morning, I've been talking about agriculture and all other things. But also after the demand, we have the poor waste management of all what we have brought out. So aggregatively, here we're trying to bring in the aspect of climate change, is that as the population grows, you expect more demand for resources, you expect those either to be sustainable or unsustainable, and you expect waste out of it. So the end result is what behaves into the atmosphere. We are talking about the greenhouse gases increasing. So from this presentation, somewhere in the corner here, we are referring to the global greenhouse gases concentration. Apparently in 2022, we are talking about 117 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And during the pre-industrial period, we are talking about 280 million metric tons of carbon dioxide, parts per million of carbon dioxide equivalent. And you see what has facilitated that demand or that increase in greenhouse gases is as a result of population increasing, the demand is increasing, okay, and unsustainable development, and therefore relating into what we call emissions. So the population increase has a direct correlation with climate change. The more the population increases, the more we demand, the more we exploit, and therefore it is increasing what we call the greenhouse gases, the GHG in the atmosphere. The GHG brings us to climate change, and climate change either taking us to increase in temperature and the extremes. The extremes in terms of temperature and increase in terms of all this will bring us the issues which Bob was talking about, the food insecurity, the health issues, and issues to do with kind of like water. So in that, I have two things to complement the previous speaker. He picked from the NDC, but I'll try to emphasize these two. One is about the emission, the graph that we are seeing there. The graph that we are seeing there is showing that in 2015, our emissions are around 91.5 there, million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So by 2030, we are talking about 148.8 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, and by 2050, mid-century, we are talking about 230 plus million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So in this, we talk about the green area is that most of these emissions will be coming from AFORU, agriculture, forestry, and other land uses. And why are they coming is because of the degradation of those areas, and then the issues to deal with the unsustainable management of the wetlands and so many other things. But also comes from energy, waste, and the rest. Then when you look at this other part of the graph, we are talking about the 13 sectors you mentioned about adaptation, but health is also highly vulnerable and highly at risk. So this gives us a justification why we need to do some bit of interventions. So those two maps you are seeing there is about, we're talking about health and climate change, but how is Uganda likely to be in the future if you are to address about climate change? So in terms of temperatures, the temperatures will increase and projected to increase. And the increase by the worst case scenario of the 8.5 representative concentration pathway, we are looking at it will increase up to around 4.5 degrees centigrade. So that's really what you have to focus if you have proper planning. So the temperatures for Uganda have been increasing and are projected to increase in the worst case scenario to that level of 4.3 degrees. So what would that mean for health? You are the expert, you can try to interpret that if you have temperatures which have increased at up that level, what will mean in terms of the health circumstances, but also try to rate health not only about the human being, but also the food that they eat, the water that they will consume, among other things. So the same is actually for issues to do with the heat stress is likely to increase in certain regions of the country, but will be more in the northern part of the country and in the central Kato corridor. So those are some of the facts that really have been coming from the climate modeling. The same for rainfall. Rainfall is projected to increase in certain areas of the country, especially around Lake Victoria, mountainous areas like Elgon, and around Rwenzori. And you know what has been causing. That means that if the rainfall are projected to increase the way they are, we are most likely to get the aspect of landslides in that. But also in the low-lying areas, you will see the issues to do with the waterborne diseases, among others. So it is really either way, increase in temperature, increase in rainfall, or a reduction in rainfall. They also have health implications in terms of what we have to do. The impacts are not to dwell them on too much, but what I want to say here is that the impact they cut across. I picked this diagram online, but just as to understand, it does not only go to the body, but also there are issues to do with mental illness that can come along with climate change. Assuming somebody has got a loan from a certain bank and to invest somewhere, and all of a sudden you see your investment has been taken away. What will happen to that person? Sure, if you have invested something, then a drought hit, a flood hit, and you no longer pick something to pay back the loan. What will happen to that person? So it's not only about the body itself, but also in terms of the brain and mental illness is also something that we have to consider. So it goes beyond that. So in that, I'd like to take you what government has been doing into this. The Ministry of Water and Environment will just coordinate all climate change action in the country, but the responses actually should come back to each and every government agencies in terms of interpreting how climate change is going to affect that particular sector. So one of the aspects is about the National Climate Change Policy of 2015. It mentioned about increasing the issues of strengthening adaptive mechanism and enhancing early warning systems and adequate preparedness for climate change. And the strategies that I mentioned there is about the early warning for preparedness, increasing surveillance for diseases that are related to climate change, and also issues to do with strengthening public and clinical health systems, and increasing the workforce. The workforce is also very important because once they appreciate that we have issues regarding climate change, they can tune up what can be done in terms of delivering that service to address the issues of climate change. So, government continue to develop what we call the climate risk and vulnerability assessment, and we urge the Ministry of Health really to first undertake a detailed climate risk and vulnerability assessment. That's when we'll be talking about the issues to do with gender, issues to do with climate change, and how they appropriate affect health, all the value chains and all the systems. And this is actually what we were taking the Ministry of Health to do. But on top of that, we have managed to develop what we call climate and disaster risk screening tools for 6 sectors, and one of them is health. This one is just kind of like introducing that if you're going to do a health infrastructure or a health program, can you try to screen your investment in health against climate change? So the tools are available, and we've been training a few Ugandans on how these tools can be used. The updated NDC is very strong when it comes to health, and out of the 13 pillars that we have under the long-term low emission development strategy, the LTS, one strong pillar is actually how do you have a health resilient and low carbon sector. So health is not only affected by climate change, but also is contributing to climate change. The activities that we are doing in there are also contributing to emissions. You always do what we call open burning when it comes to the medical wastes. They also have implication in terms of adding on greenhouse gases. So what we want to achieve in the long-term low emission development strategy for the country is that we have a health, climate resilient and low carbon sector. So in that, the Ministry of Health and people who work in that sector are to define what resilience component they want to address in the health sector and what are those low carbon development actions that they want to do. But this will require the issues of doing the climate risk and vulnerability assessment for that sector. So the Ministry of Water and Environment in this current budget framework, which is really ongoing, were tasked and were mandated by the National Climate Change Act of 2021 to do what we call issue certificate of compliance in terms of climate change. So we look at all the programs, including that one which are related to health, to ensure that whether their actions in terms of the objective, as it really reflects climate change, are the actions there to address climate change, and is there a budget to address climate change. I would say that health is not doing well in that direction, despite that the national, all the 20 programs have been assessed, and we're talking about 60% of the budget framework paper. But the 60% is an aggregated percentage, but each program has its own percentage. So the health program is not doing well in terms of addressing this. I would also encourage them to improve in that direction, because if you go by program, you may find that you have not done as expected. And then this is what we have in the updated NDC. There are around 4 strategic interventions. I'll not go into details of the actions, but in these strategic interventions, it is really very, very important, because this is now our investment priority for the country that we have communicated to the UNFCCC, and these are the actions that we have put out to address climate change in the health in Uganda. So once you are looking for financing, we've been talking about financing, that we want to do what we call climate change financing in the health. We implore you that you need to, as much as possible, to relate your investments, how they are going to contribute to the national determined contribution for the country. So one paramount issue is that the issues to do with mainstreaming climate change in the health sector is very, very important, and conducting risk and vulnerability assessment. It is already there in the updated NDC. The development of the district climate change health profile is very important, and also development of a health national adaptation plan. This is really very, very important, because that national adaptation plan is actually what to bring out extensively what we want to do to ensure that the health sector is climate proofed in terms of responding to climate change. So it is really something which is very important. Then when you move down here is about promoting the social protection and reproductive health. I've been hearing people here discussing about it. We'll have it as a priority in our updated NDC, and also the aspect of WASH and implementing the NDC itself. These are very paramount areas that we need to empower you actually to look at them in the updated national NDC, because at the end of the day, you are obliged to implement them, and we shall come and assess how far have you moved. By 2025, we shall come and assess how far have you moved in implementing this, and at the end of it, because the NDC goes up to 2030, then we shall try to do the final check in 2030 whether these interventions have been implemented, because this was corrective consultations with the people who are in the health sector to come up with these interventions. So we have some gaps, as my last slide. We still have some gaps and opportunities. There's a limited number of early warning systems. You know that for you to be climate responsive, especially on the side of health and agriculture, early warning is really very important. We have really a gap there, especially on the outbreak of diseases. The quick response to the outbreak of diseases is still a challenge. Limited health workers with awareness about climate change is also still a challenge, and therefore there is need of work to be done, and the need to disaggregate the issues of health and climate change information to include the aspect of the sexual reproductive health is really very important. And on the other side, there are opportunities that exist that can help us to address those gaps. So, moderator, I just ran through this presentation, and I wish to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Semambo. I think this was a kind of a scare, but for me, what I've picked from his presentation, it is very simple. It is us. It is the people who are the climate crisis solution. If we don't do anything to address population dynamics, we are into a crisis. And if we are going to be able to put adaptation means and measures, then we have to address the population dynamics. I think that is coming from here and going there. And the final presentation for this afternoon is actually going to help us look at beyond the silos, shaping the future for advancing and scaling sexual reproductive health and family planning for climate adaptation and resilience in Uganda and also beyond. We know it is us, we are the problems of the issues we are discussing today, but we are also the solution. So allow me invite, with a lot of pleasure, one of the organizers of this event, Mr. Charles Kabiswa, who is the Executive Director of Regenerate Africa, to share with us where are we as Uganda, but what else can we do to have these linkages addressed in that multi-sectoral manner.
Thank you so much, Dr. Betty, for introducing me, and it has been a packed day, so allow us, usually integration carries a lot of sectors, so because we are moving beyond the silos, again, we need to learn from across different sectors, so it is always packed, both at planning, inception, throughout the implementation. Many times they even ask us, what are the indicators of cross-cutting indicators, because each one wants to achieve sectoral targets, and that is the departmentalized mentality, the silos that my colleagues have been talking about. With that, of course, allow me to speak to you, take you through a few slides. And I know most of you are getting tired, so I'll run through a bit more fast. So I work with Regenerate Africa, and our work cuts across different thematic areas, but the topic thematical aligns with gender, health, and environment. But again, our nature is cross-sector, so most of our approaches are integrated. And many of my colleagues have been sharing much about the communities we interface. Just as individuals, as households, as landscapes, they are all interconnected. They are all intertwined, so it is high time that we kind of shift our development approaches into a cross-sector integration, because you hit several birds with one stone. You have one approach, one model that is touching on a number of development challenges, whether environment, whether sexual reproductive health, maternal, and economic livelihood, gender inequality. So there has been a proven research that demonstrates how a model like that is cutting across sectors is able to build community resilience, but not only community resilience, but as well as the landscapes. So that's just a typical model. We've had several examples from my other panelists who have shared the Karinas and the local national panelists. But typically the key intervention is on my right. I hope it is also on your right. Is it on your left? So we always have population, and under population it is provision of family planning info or services. And then we have H, which is health, and that includes reproductive health, maternal, water, hygiene, nutrition, and E, depending on the environment, you can choose to do sustainable agriculture, or biodiversity conservation, and again this depends on the landscape. If you are in the mountain areas, then you can't get the same either conservation approaches like someone who's in the Lake Victoria basin. So it differs depending on the landscape. But usually what we do is we prefer these move beyond the policies. Of course, my colleague Semamba has been sharing those enabling policies, but again we are looking at a model household, a family level, a mother, father, children, maybe a grandpa that are using land, producing. But again, we prefer that we employ participatory approaches and community engagements, build the capacity, and also intersectoral collaboration, as well as mainstreaming gender and environment. Those are just the typical examples of a model. But again, over time, in country level, there are so many programs and projects we've tested, and we've seen evidence in terms of building resilience. Not only climate resilience, but generally holistic kind of resilience, where we see many peer influence as each household learns from the other, and then they are able to adopt positive behaviors and practices in a number of those P, H, and E sectors that can be unpacked to include agriculture, health, SR, HRF, PWASH, and natural resources. But again, we have tested them over time, the integration, and it increases uptake of sector indicators. So I can just give an example of like family planning or SRHR services, but again, it accelerates sector indicators, whether in E or health or P. And again, we have documented improved healthcare systems and seeking behaviors, which are community driven. We have seen empowered communities demanding improvement of health services and reduction of stocks like medical supplies within some of these, including hard-to-reach communities. And again, food security, nutrition. I saw a lot of visuals from my friend James. Then increased outcome on conservation and diversified livelihood, as well as gender. So we have enough evidence to say that the importance and the complexities of pursuing the integrated population health and environmental PED approaches have been affirmed by so many experts, so many studies, and so many practices as necessary to achieve a number of development targets by a wide range. You've tested a lot linkages of these with attainment of the national development plans, and then the Vision 2040. I one point wrote a paper that connects PHE and then climate agenda and SDG, and I had my colleague Clive sharing a lot of the targets within the SDG goals that are aligned to almost 70% of that can be fast-tracked when you adopt the integration or integrated model, including development plans. And these development plans can actually go up to the subnational level. So all of that multi-sector integration has a lot to cover on that. But then we have key barriers, because even if we know, we appreciate this is a good thing, this is a good model, then why are we not taking it up? I had already colleagues talking about the mindset, the silo mindset, departmentalization. Each sector wants to do things on their own, sometimes because of the budgets, sometimes because of competition over resources. But the big thing is we have to come together. We have to kind of, if we want to now deal with the intertwined challenges communities face, then it is late that we can sit in our comfort zone and start doing things in silos. But again, evidently, I have not seen any program or project, and my colleague Semmambo can guide me if we have seen any proposal that integrates population and family planning, which is an adaptation proposal. So that means we are missing out on the funding because, again, of our sector kind of sticking on just sectors. We just need to open up our eyes, especially the colleagues in the health sector, in the population demography sector, because we need, there's potential that intersection can actually do a lot. And you know, with this climate financing, a lot of information has been shared. They fund or they support country priorities. So if this is not under either NAP or not in the NDC, I thank you for great job you've done in integrating them in the NDCs and the climate change policy. But then now we need to shift and move into the fundable, bankable proposal that integrate population, family planning, and health. Like we see your colleagues and others in the wetlands department with huge monies. So this is more of an kind of a missed opportunity. But again, we notice that there is low exposure and of policymakers and actors to understand this interconnection. You could receive, even from some of us when we are presenting, you tend to notice that we are learning a lot. Maybe we are too much sector than cross-sector. And again, we have a lot of work to do to make sure that this is understood and integrated into policy and practice. Again, the policy and institutional frameworks to support the integration. I appreciate the national population policy integrating the NPC, PHE strategy that have been shared by colleagues and the NDCs. We actually have the best NDC in the whole world that kind of explicitly brings out one of the slides that Semambo projected here. It unpacks issues of developing the health NAP, but I think we are saying that is again not enough. Like most of you know, that we have to do a lot. We just need to see some money flowing. We want to see budgets allocated into basically shift from a shelf or frameworks into the actual implementation. But it is not the role of the government. We all have to work together. So but we also have decision makers and then funding partners. They need to be convinced by evidence and good documentation, of course, first-hand experience that most of you are doing so many works, over 20 PHE projects in Uganda, but again, where is the documentation, where is the proof of concept? These people at higher level want to see things that are working. Where is the research? So the connection is just sometimes in words, and you don't bring things on table, so you can't influence the policymakers to do the proper planning. And then funding streams themselves, many times we tend to approach some of the donors or funding agencies, and they are also stuck with their silo. If I'm an organization funding agriculture, then I don't want to hear anything about family planning. So we interface with that. It's not only the implementers, but also the source of funding is also working in silos. I would say there is some kind of improvement, and I hope it will keep improving as we continue doing the conversation. So there is also low and no adaptation and the climate action engagement process for integration of the SRHR into responsive climate actions. I am happy that there is some processes that have been started and others have been registered, but we also have low-hanging fruits like engaging the NAP, coming out with the healthy NAP, which are standalone NAPs. You've seen the Ministry of Agriculture doing amazing work in developing their sector NAP, and the health is a bit silent. So we just want to awaken that kind of momentum and see how best we can work together to ensure that all that is incorporated, and it increases and widens opportunities for partnerships, for collaborations, but also a wide funding base as well. So I think those are the few issues. Some of these barriers we can keep talking about them, and this is maybe one of the avenues on how we can continue and expand the conversation with all of you multi-stakeholders. Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you, Dr. Betty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabiswa. I'm sure he has rounded up our session very well. And for me, there are three things that I pick from trying to bring all the presenters into one place. The issue of sustainable financing is very key. But sustainable financing is not going to be possible if we are working in silos. So the issue of integration and ensuring multi-sectoral approach will help us achieve the resilience and adaptation to climate change that we are all yearning for. And then the final one, we have to ensure that we enhance and position a human rights-based approach to family planning and sexual reproductive health in climate change adaptation policies and programs. And this also cannot happen if we are working in silos. If we leave family planning and sexual reproductive health to health, and we develop a health NAP, we are going to fail. But if we have these dialogues and we continue discussing, and we come up with that multi-sectoral approach to addressing our population, health, gender, and environment issues in a multi-sectoral manner, we are going to win. And for us to be able to do this, we need to continue engaging all our policy and decision makers in a way of advocacy, informing them about the policy documents that we have, reminding them that they have also made some commitments at global level so that we bring this back home. So this brings us to the end of this group that was making presentations to us. And I just want to invite one or two or three, people from the audience. What do you have to say about the 6 presentations we have had this afternoon? I thought I would have 3, but now I see so many hands. It's the minister. We'll continue. Okay, so we have already started from this side, so now I'll start from my right. Jackie, please allow me to start from the right.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a small announcement. We are going to have Honorable Amongi Betty Ongom coming in for the closing session. And I have a humble request. When you see her walking in, let's rise up and honor her as she joins us for the closing session. Thank you.
And since our minister is about to arrive, can we also request that we make, I just want to suggest that what is it going to help us move forward? Can we can have a discussion on what is not clear with the presenters, but those who are going to make contributions, can it be that progressive contribution? What is going to move us forward, other than raising questions about the presentations? We are still here this evening, so you can ask the questions later. So I want to start on this side. I saw so many hands rising. So I'll have Dr. Olive Businje, number 1, then the gentleman right behind you, number 2, then I'll take 2 from here. I'll have the 2, this is a problem now. I'll have a lady and a gentleman. The gentlemen, choose between yourselves who will be making the submission so that I am not arrested. Then on this side, I have 2 ladies, the one in the corner and Jackie. So can we have questions in that order? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. This is just to quickly flag what I see as an opportunity for integration. So one of the major negative impacts of climate change in this region is flooding. And unfortunately, it has led to an increase in people drowning. As we speak, there is a draft national water safety and drowning prevention strategy that is seated with the Ministry of Water and Environment, and I think they're going to take it to cabinet. Now, this, I think, is an opportunity for integration, because the people that have been working towards that strategy are not necessarily in this room, and yet it's really the same interest that we want to, one of the main pillars in that strategy is building resilience and preventing flood risks. So I think in the interest of avoiding silos and so on, we could see how those groups could work together to bring the resources into resilience and flood risk prevention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
At the peak of the COVID pandemic, we saw something unprecedented happening,
in this country. And I think we need to learn lessons from that. And that's why I'm picking my comment on sustainable financing that we've been discussing and which I mentioned earlier. That I think we need to take lead and have discussions around a policy framework that guides on resource mobilization with clear focus on establishing a consolidated fund or a basket fund that really is concentrating on financing things to do with population, health, gender, and climate. And this specifically helps and gives guidelines or guidance on resource mobilization, how these resources should be allocated, and how implementation should be done, targeting the key interventions that will cause the transformation that we want to see. But much more with also guidance on reporting and accountability. Because one of the things we learned in the crowdfunding of at the peak of COVID was that later on there was no clear framework on how these resources should be implemented and how reporting and accountability should be made. And then also be able to document lessons learned so that we can tap into the potential that the local players in Uganda themselves have to support these interventions, private sector, donors, and other interested parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great contributions on financing, but also holding the different individuals to account. The middle, the lady in red, and I think the gentlemen have agreed. Wonderful.
Yes, I want to contribute to sustainable financing vis-a-vis Mr. Semambo's presentation. I don't believe we lack money. Me, I'm this person who thinks we have a lot of money and Ugandans, we are rich. I'm going to speak from the Christian perspective. Those who are faithful in small things, they will be given to be in charge of bigger things in the afterlife. We have the resources so far that we do not plan appropriately. So my contribution to Mr. Semambo's department, you have developed all of these policies and standards, but to what extent are the actors, which are MDAs and NGOs, to what extent are they implementing the mitigation plan against the projects for which they have 100% funding? Because if you have, if a particular management agency is given 1 billion, to what extent is that 1 billion, is it implementing climate change mitigation in order to have the sustainability we are looking for? So if we are able to allocate the small resources we have in an appropriate manner to address climate change, then we are just requesting for more funding or bigger magnitude of money to do on a larger scale. But as long as even on a small scale we are not allocating what we have to address climate change, even when you get much more money, we will not do anything until we learn to use what we have. And we are not poor. We have something to start with. Thank you very much.
The minister. So please, the next 2 speakers be as brief as possible. Okay. Yes, the gentleman right behind you.
Thank you very much. The last time we had this dialogue was in June 2016, supported by Pathfinder and Hopper VB. It's now 6 years. I think for us to effectively discuss these issues, can we have these more often? I think that's very important for us.
Okay,
can we have
is
these
a good
more?
request.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raymond. Very perfect request. Next, the lady right there.
Thank you so much. My name is Asibazio Harriet from Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. I think moving agenda forward, one of the issues should be to come up with a strategy, national gender and equity mainstreaming strategy for climate change. Like earlier on, the Honorable had highlighted, this will be led by Minister of Gender, but of course we could do it with other stakeholders instead of each ministry having its own strategy the way it has been presented here.
So the multi-sectoral approach and integration is very key. And the final one from Jackie. Then after Jackie, we shall request the rapporteur to come and give us the presentation and adaptation of the key action points of the meeting.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Betty. Regarding financing, one, Mr. Semambo talked about integration mainly in the healthy sector, and I think it was human capital development because you're a bit better. My recommendation, can we move it all MDS, like all government, so that there is little, and we even track it? Because this is not an issue of human capital development, but all, so that we are able to get detail, and that's what the lady was referring to. We have the money, but how can we get? And when we get it, we track it, we see where it goes, not to sponsor people to go for trips. The other one, when it gets sector engagement, can we have subnational, again, local action, so that we're able to have that also mainstreamed into district plans, and we also have the same arrangement of discussions. 3, when it gets to documentation, I'm requesting that we have a lessons land register, because there is a lot to learn. Deliberately, if you can help us to get a register that all these lessons we continue to document them, learn from them, and they inform our programming. And finally, the issues of climate change, gender, health, all those are very adaptive, and as you rightly said, we need an agile approach. But when I see policies of 2015 still informing the one of climate change is 2015 in a very agile and adaptive environment, then I don't know how do we capture all these changes that are happening. So I recommend constant review of these policies, so that we continue to see if there is anything that has changed. It can be informed by frameworks or guidelines, so that we don't again live 5 years when the climate issues have already shifted. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie, and thank you all the presenters. Thank you everyone who has raised comments and questions. I know we are really being very tight on time, and I do not want to, I don't know whether you want to respond very briefly. You do. So please take the floor, and after that, allow me invite Mr. Katongole Ronald, who has been our chief rapporteur and works with the Climate Action Network, to give us those final conclusions on what we have dialogued on, what we have deliberated on since we started in the morning. So immediately after my uncle has made his presentation, please come up and give us the final.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Just a quick one. I think there are 3 issues that have been raised. Somebody does not believe that don't have money. I also sometimes tend to believe like you that we have money, but not enough. We have money, but not what? But not enough. So how do you maximize the little that we have? Is actually what the Ministry of Water and Environment is doing with the Ministry of Finance. We are doing what we call budget tagging. We are doing what we call budget tagging and budget appropriation for climate change. We began with a few sectors, but also the issues of certification, the budget framework papers, the certificate of compliance in terms of integrating climate change. We will ensure that that program is climate proofed. Then the tagging, when it comes, it will ensure that you have allocated appropriate resources and you have utilized those resources. That's why the tagging will help. And it will work around all the ministry, department, agencies across all levels. As we continue to look for more additional resources, how do we mainstream climate change with the few resources that we get? So ensure that we climate proof our investment. So the process is actually ongoing between the Ministry of Water and Environment, National Planning Authority, and the Ministry of Finance. That is the budget tagging and appropriation. Number 2, and I think it's responding to part of what my sister over there has mentioned. Number 2, about mainstreaming climate change. Yes, this was just a presentation, and I was focusing it on health. But mainstream climate change is across the board. It's not only about health, actually. Health has been lagging behind. Agriculture has already mainstreamed. They have documents. Energy has mainstreamed. Works is mainstreaming. So it is only health which was really not they are getting involved into, but they have to mainstream climate change. And I will just focus this presentation to bring the relevance of mainstreaming, including in the local government. And therefore, the aspect of the old policies, yes, I agree that the policies might be old, but we continuously update the science. That's why in the updated NDC of 2021, it is actually implementing the policy, but the new science, the data, the analytical studies are updated. So we continuously update, and apparently we're developing now guidelines that are going to help us implement the National Climate Change Act. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Semambo. My name, I'm Ronald Katongole, rapporteur for the day, and I'm here to recap and give direct summaries of what has transpired. I don't know our moderator how many minutes have been assigned for this, but the work that has been discussed throughout the day, it becomes a little bit hard to summarize it within minutes. But I'll do the best, at least to focus on those key action plan that we thought or that we've noted down that's very important for our discussions today. We agree, according to the discussions we've had throughout the day, that multi-sectoral approach is very key in enabling building up synergies for climate integrations towards climate crisis. The key emerging issues we've picked out: one, we are looking at inadequate implementation of the national land use policy at different scales, and this information has put in a way that the emerging issues, we are looking at the challenges and opportunities, but at the same time,
So, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister is arriving. What we are going to do, we'll let her walk in, and thereafter, we will invite Mr. Katongole Ronald to take us through what he was presenting. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister, Honorable Betty Amongi Ongom. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome, and you can kindly take up your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, you can sit down. Honorable Minister, the Honorable Amongi Betty Ongom, the Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, I would want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this multi-stakeholder dialogue on population dynamics, health, gender, and climate connection. Honorable Minister, we sang the national anthem and the East African anthem in the morning when we were beginning, so we will sing them at the end of this session after you make your closing remarks. Honorable Minister, the objective of this dialogue is to share practical experiences, strategies, approaches, and the realities of shaping a future that works for the people, the climate, and the planet. And Honorable Minister, we are here deliberating under the theme, why bridging the gap and building solutions together is a win-win for the people, the climate, and the planet. Honorable Minister, before you are key high-ranking civil servants from ministries, departments, and agencies. I'm going to request those who are coming in from MDAs to stand up for recognition. People working with ministries, departments, and agencies. And then, Honorable Minister, we also have representatives of civil society organizations. Can you stand up for recognition? In the morning, we had our development partners with us. Are there some who are still around? Okay, we have two of our development partners seated with you, Honorable Minister, and kindly permit me to introduce them. We have Ms. Kathleen McGilgat, the President and CEO of the Population Institute in Washington, D.C. She flew in purposely for this dialogue, and this is her first time in Uganda. And then we have Ms. Sono Aibe, working with the 128 Collective in San Francisco, USA. You're most welcome. Honorable Minister, this dialogue is organized by National Population Council in partnership with Regenerate Africa and the PHE network in Uganda. And Honorable Minister, permit me to recognize the sponsors, who include National Population Council, Regenerate Africa, the PHE network in Uganda, 128 Collective, the Population Institute in Washington, D.C., the GAIA initiative, and then the Rapid Advisory Services. And Honorable Minister, we're lucky to have the Executive Director of Rapid Advisory Services is seated just next to you, and that is Mr. Leonard K. Mutesasira. Honorable Minister, we've been here since morning, and we've had a number of presentations. We had a keynote presentation on the implications of a world of 8 billion people on the environment, gender equality, health service delivery, and the development of our country. And then we also had presentations on government responses to the underlying population, gender, health, and climate issues. Honorable Minister, we had highlights of the COP27, that is the 2022 United Nations Climate Change Conference, that took place in November, from November 6th to November 18th in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And then we also had highlights of the 2022 United Nations Biodiversity Conference, and that is COP15, that took place in December, between December 7th and December 19th in Montreal, Canada. And these highlights were presented by Honorable Winnie Masco, who represented your ministry earlier on in the morning. Honorable Minister, it's now my singular honor and privilege to invite Mr. Katongole Ronald to take us, who has been the chief rapporteur of the day, to take us through the action points that have been agreed on in this meeting, and thereafter we will invite Mr. Mutesasira to make his remarks. Mr. Katongole Ronald.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our moderator. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for coming and honoring the invitation. Because of the time, we are going to be a little bit fast as we are running through the key action points. As I mentioned earlier, we've been here, we've discussed a lot, and all this information, we want to capture those key areas that we believe they will direct or they will be key in implementing actions. Therefore, the sections about presentation and adoption of key action points are we are focusing on bridging and building solutions together for sustainability as a key towards the survival of ourselves and biodiversity. That is the key approach today that we've been discussing along, and we've agreed on several aspects. And some of the key achievements that we've noted along population health, environment, synergies towards climate crisis, we've noted that as a country, at least there are several policies that have been put in place. Unfortunately, they are mostly underutilized. We acknowledged that NPC, at least for them, they have institutionalized and they're trying to implement some actions that will lead to better climate mitigation adaptation measures. It's next about the funding streams that are available through our partners, at least through the different networks and also development partners that are helping us to develop the different aspects that are relating to climate mitigation. Other key achievements that we've highlighted are coming from the National Population Council that supports population health and environment coordination with cross-sectoral representation, where we are noting that many of us were still locked up in the our silos of implementing different sectors, but are noting that the issue of climate is becoming very serious that needs multi-sectoral approach. We are noting that the National Development Plan 3, at least, it has considered environment and behavior change programs under, I think it's program 5, where we are noting that several actions have been put forth that are only waiting implementation. The next one, we can talk about the several PHE projects that are being worked on different parts of the country. The lessons that we highlighted throughout the day in our discussions, we are noting that the projects that are being implemented, at least they're responding to gender concerns and also needs which have been in implementation for the past 37 years plus in this country. Secondly, about access to family planning and productive health services, at least have been strengthened at community levels and many people are receiving these services. However, the perceptions that two people have about them, they are quite varying. The third lesson that we've noted is embrace the available technologies to meet the dynamics of increasing population. We've noted that the increasing population has come along with several dynamics. Therefore, technology, we are living in the world of technology. President has emphasized about science and technology innovations. Therefore, there is a need to embrace the available technologies so that we can be in position to pace up with the increasing population. Best practices, we highlighted one, but the second is about policy actions that are in place, but timely and proper implementation of these policies. It is something very key. The discussants are talking about the policies that were developed 10 years ago, more have been developed, but the implementations are still waiting. The emerging issues have been grouped into opportunities and also the challenges, but we've agreed that there are fewer opportunities than challenges that are coming along with the population increase. One of the opportunities we've noted is access to cheap labor, and if it is properly utilized, it can lead in huge production in different sectors. Secondly, are the urbanizations that are coming up, those considering the rural growth centers that are turning into urban areas. The challenge is how do you utilize these coming up urban areas. Thirdly, the increasing population contributes to economic growth in terms of GDP, most especially if productivity is enhanced. I believe it is in the same spirit that PDM is coming in to empower these people at community level so that they can be more productive. The fourth point is about youthful population has diverse demands for goods and services, thus creating a bigger market for industrial products and services. I think for those who have been active well in their youthful age in the past decade, you've seen the dynamics in technology and the rate at which they're changing, just because of the youthful population that are adopting these at a very fast rate. The challenges are slightly bit more, and I'll highlight a few of them. One of the biggest challenges that we've agreed on are the silos and departmentalized mindset and approaches. I think our last presenter, the Executive Director of Regenerative Africa, he has detailed the barriers that are bringing about to this. And I think as we go back in our different departments, ministries, and agents, if we can rethink and re-unpile our thinking and also mindset, I think it will be better in enabling microsectoral approach. The second point is climate change, environmental challenges, which are very many that are coming up with the population. The challenges are very many, to be sincere, because as presenters have discussed before, the population comes with a lot of demands. Therefore, how do you utilize that? Therefore, these on climate or environment, on water, population, health, and others. Therefore, the emerging challenges are very many. What are the action plan going forward as the country? We are looking at the emerging issues and the challenges, then the responsive policies or practices or recommendations that are suitable, also the actions, and probably the people are responsible. Where we have the people is responsible, commissioner from Ministry of Water say that these problems, we create them by ourselves. Therefore, we should be in position also to put down answers. Therefore, the person we've included there who is responsible is not the first and the last person. They're all the ministry or agency. Therefore, everybody should contribute something towards implementing those key actions. One, we are looking at inadequate implementation of the national land use policy at different scales. People are talking about the different policies, the laws, the bylaws that are limiting land ownership. But how are we utilizing this resource? The practice recommendations that advance effective implementation of the national land use policy. That is, if the one in place is not very updated, it would be better to consider the upcoming challenges so that we can have an effective and updated national land use policy. The key action, strengthen existing coordination mechanisms for active involvement of all stakeholders and actors in implementation of the land policy. We've agreed that responses to climate change and climate crisis are crossing different sectors. Therefore, multi-stakeholder approach is very key. The contribution of each and every person. You are dealing with agriculture, someone's dealing with energy, someone's dealing with water. How are we utilizing this resource? Thinking about the climate challenges that are likely to arise from the projects we are implementing. In this case, for us, we looked at Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development. I believe Mr. Semambo from his department, the challenges are not only caused by his department, but other ministries or agencies, but it comes in to give a hand or to bring together the policies that are necessary. Therefore, it may not be limitation to Ministry of Lands, but also other ministries, departments, and agencies. The second emerging issue that we've considered, there are several synergies in respective gender action plans for UNFCCC, COP27, CDB, and others. And all these respective agenda action plans that have been put in place, what are we doing to implement them? Therefore, the focus is development and implementation of the gender and climate strategy, which aligns the key discussions or actions in the respective gender at different levels. That is the global, national, and subnational levels. What is the implementation strategies that are putting forth to ensure that all those discussions and deliberations are put into implementation? The action create a more targeted stakeholder awareness about the outcomes of COP25 and COP15. I think this was supposed to be COP27 and COP15. And the focus is to the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. Fortunately, the minister is here with us. This is one of the key areas, key actions that are going directed to your ministry, Honorable Minister. Other key emerging issues, lack of the Uganda National Adaptation Plan for the health sector to advance structural response to climate change impacts on climate sector. Mr. Semambazi was responding and noted that other sectors at least that had considered mainstreaming with climate change other than health sector. Therefore, I think also having that adaptation plan that mainstreams climate change challenges in their implementation and guidelines towards service delivery. We believe that health sector, at least they have implemented their services towards enabling quality health services in the country. But what is their approach towards climate challenges that are emerging in vis-a-vis to the increasing population? The responsive policy or practice recommendations, development of Uganda National Plan for the Health, then who's responsible, Director Ministry of Health, and partners. At the fourth emerging issue is inadequate financing for supporting supporting implementation of responsive actions to address issues or challenges related to connection between population dynamics, gender, health, and climate action. For the purpose of time, let us flip through the emerging issues, a bit many, most specifically in relationship to challenges, but I think this report will be disseminated to the different people so that these implementations can be considered. Therefore, as we conclude that key policies have been put in place, but the implementation is still lacking. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you so much for taking part in this workshop.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ronald Katongole. Can we give him another round of applause? Honorable Minister, Mr. Katongole has done a good job summarizing what was discussed here since morning. And now that you have a snapshot of what was discussed, kindly permit me to introduce the organizers. Earlier on, I introduced the organizations, but at this moment, I want to introduce our host, Dr. Jotham Musinguzi, the Director General of National Population Council, who is seated next to you, Honorable Minister. And then permit me to introduce Mr. Charles Kabiswa, the Executive Director of Regenerate Africa. Honorable Minister, we have representatives of the PHE network in Uganda, but I want to introduce one senior citizen, one of the pioneers of PHE in Uganda, Mr. Andrew Tionde. With that, Honorable Minister, kindly permit me to invite Mr. Leonard K. Mutesasira, the Executive Director of Rapid Advisory Services. You're most welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Distinguished ministers, guests, conveners of this event, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leonard Mutesasira. I'm the founder and executive chairman of Rapid Advisory, which is a financial brokerage firm that gets people who have excess money and pass it on to those that don't have too much money, and we make a difference of it. And part of the profit is what we use to invest in climate change related issues. It's a great honor to be here and to represent Rapid Advisory, one of the co-sponsors of this event, partnering with the National Population Council and Regenerate Africa. This is a very important conversation which is deliberating on the most interconnected and intertwined challenges our society is facing today. The high level of participation here reflects the importance of this meeting. As we all know, and have heard from the expert panelists, communities experiencing the highest rates of population growth and gender inequality are also the most vulnerable to climate change. As a social impact entrepreneur that I am, I've tried to devote much of my life trying to create profitable businesses that contribute to social transformation and regeneration, using business as a tool for social transformation. Since 2002, Rapid Advisory has deliberately focused on investments in conservation, regeneration, reforestation, nature-based enterprises, and social development, of which health and education are a part. I tend not to bother talking about the science behind climate change and the role humans play in the warming of our planet, including the impact this has on health and gender inequality, because it is clear and the evidence is overwhelming. I'm happy to see a fair representation of the private sector in this event. It is because we all are increasingly aware that climate change and sustainability rightly dominate the current focus on environmental, social, governance, and the overall sustainability concerns. Now more than ever, businesses and institutions like ours are incorporating ESG and sustainability criteria in their key investment decisions. I know many private companies have done much more than we have as Rapid Advisory, but below us just a few examples of what our own practical responses in the last 15 years to the interconnected to the interconnectedness of the challenges of people, gender, health, and environment, which remains vastly underappreciated by especially within the private sector. I'm going to give you a few examples, and I hope they will inspire somebody out there to do something. We have directly and indirectly invested in over 5,000 hectares in private forest, assisted natural regeneration and restoration, including the propagation and distribution of over 1.3 million seedlings, for which we were twice recognized by the SPGS/European Union. We have reached out to over 40 schools with approximately 30,000 students by investing in school infrastructural development, most times in partnership with agencies like Iceland Aid, fruit tree growing in schools, supporting girl education, among other things. We have worked with over 500 women and youth who have benefited from green enterprises, including carpentry workshops, sustainable construction using timber and bamboo, plant nurseries, coffee, forest lodges in Luero, Mukono, Buikwe, Kapeka, and Rwanda districts. Using local drama and theater, we have reached out to over 100,000 people in the districts of Luero, Buikwe, and Mukono on cross-sectoral behavioral change messaging on environment, health, gender, education, and climate change through community-led awareness campaigns. One of them is called Ziwune, translated the Battle of the Drums, and the second one is Butase Bukutase, which translated means save the environment so it can save you. So I call upon the private sector to join hands with government, development organizations, and institutions like the National Population Council, Regenerate Africa, and many more to identify the key actions that will get them closer to the net zero ESG journey and contribute to strengthening the resilience of more people and the planet. We are reminded that implementing ESG strategies increases financial, social, health, and environmental impact on the communities and landscapes, as well as attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. There is no doubt that we have a lot to do, but between government, private sector, NGOs, academia, and development partners, there's a lot we can do. As we leave this place, let us keep our determination strong. We have a choice. We can work together for a common cause and build a more prosperous and sustainable future for everyone, especially our children, or we can all go down together. Ladies and gentlemen, the world needs action, not words. Let us turn our ideas into commitments. May God bless the work of our hands, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leonard K. Mutesasira. I wish to thank you and your organization for partnering with government to improve livelihoods but also conserve the environment. Kindly give him another round of applause. Honorable Minister, at this moment, kindly permit me to invite Dr. Jotham Musinguzi, the Director General of National Population Council, to come and invite you to make your address. Thank you.
Our guest of honor this afternoon, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Betty Amongi, those on the high table, starting with Sono and Leonard, and also Catherine from the Population Institute, all the way from DC. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, you see, I take orders seriously. I was told that I should come and invite you, so I cannot come with a speech, as you can see. But let me take the privilege to say something. And Honorable Minister, you know, your schedule has been very busy. We are very glad to welcome here. So I think we need to give you a big clap for coming to join us this afternoon. Honorable Minister, the issues we've been talking about today are not strange to you. But as you have heard both from Leonard, who has just talked, but also from the summary given on the key action points, and I think also our director of ceremony did bring out the issues very well. Honorable Minister, your government, the Uganda government, has done very well in terms of linking population, health, and environment, PHE. We have been, government has been joined by a very active and vibrant civil society organization, and when they requested them to stand up, you can see they act out to number the representation from government. The message I have for you as you come to speak to us and close this dialogue is to say that whereas the country has done quite well on PHE, but we realize that connecting it with gender, which you have the political oversight for in the country, but also new elements of climate change are not well understood, they are not well articulated in our policies, and where they are articulated, they are not well implemented. So, Honorable Minister, that is clearly the message, and I hope that is from my own perspective. That's what I take from this one-day workshop. And with that, Honorable Minister, I want to do what I was requested to do. It's now my pleasure to request you to come and talk to us, and finally to also close this dialogue. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, distinguished participants, for this meeting. It is my pleasure, which is always not very easy. Closing a workshop is not easy. I don't like it because people are tired. People have listened to all the good words, and you come to repeat what people have heard. You see the problem I have. Sometimes they are even sleeping. Sometimes they are saying, I want to go home. So I will not give you so much to keep thinking she should go away. I will be as short as possible. But I am happy that this particular conference or workshop on population dynamics, health, climate connection, has recognized the need for inclusion of gender as one of the key aspects, with the objectives of sharing practical experiences, strategies, approaches, and realities of shaping the future of population, gender, health, and climate change interconnectedness in Uganda. I'm sure my colleagues who could have been here in the morning has noted, and others, the government of Uganda's commitment in fast-tracking the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Global Biodiversity Framework, International Conference on Family Planning, and the Sustainable Development Goals, which are all important international and regional frameworks to push the topic within which we anchor our discussion today. The government is also committed in improving the quality of life of the people of Uganda through development of strategies in education, health, gender and environment, and population and poverty reduction. I hope that this conference and workshop has enabled you to review, to renew, and to make commitments as stakeholders in ensuring that critical recommendations and conclusions and discussions for the future of this country in relations to gender, health, and climate change fits within not only our national agenda, but international and regional conventions. global population increases social inequality and overexploitation of the earth. Once you have an area where the population is high, it is very easy that there will be exploitation of resources. And once that happens, there will, of course, be social inequality, ecological overshot, and therefore the need to have strategy to regenerate the natural resources for the good of the population. Globally, when such incidences happen, those that will suffer most are the women and girls. Already globally, because of high population, because of climate change, over 130 million girls are out of school globally, compared to boys. Since 1970, 68% of the world's mammals, birds, fish, reptiles has dropped in its population because of climate change and population growth. That is why you find people are reclaiming wetlands and all that, and in the process, fish and others are disappearing. And sub-Saharan Africa is now one of those where Uganda falls, where high population and climate change mitigation continues to be one of the key priority globally. Therefore, we as leaders are required and called upon to ensure that we bring policies and framework to ensure global sustainability. And what does global sustainability requires? It requires that, one, in the context of gender, we must promote human rights for women and girls, because when you promote human rights for girls and women, they will be more educated, they will have jobs, and they will have choices on how many children they can produce. They will have choices on whether or not to exploit and how to exploit sustainably the world's natural resources. So if you are dealing with the issue of climate change, with the issue of population, and you don't address the key issues of vulnerabilities of women and girls, you will not address the core issue of sustainability. We also require providing information to help all the human population understand how to balance nature and ensure that we do not exploit the environment which serves us. So women and girls experience the greatest impact of high population and climate change. And in that context, climate change, population, amplify gender inequalities. When you look at where there is lack or issues around climate change, it is the women and girls who will be walking very far to look for water. The men will go, they plow the gardens, they come, they go and start drinking. Am I lying? I'm sure once we close this workshop, once we close, the women are going to run home. But majority of the men will say, let's first go to the other bar. Let's go and chill a bit. But what is a woman running to do at home? Where is water? Where is food? Where is firewood? So if you're dealing with climate change and you are not able to provide gas for cooking, you're not going to provide water for the women, then the impact of social vulnerability will be much more on women looking for firewood, looking for water, and others cooking with charcoal, and all that is the vulnerability related to issues around climate change. When you have erratic rainfall and all those issues, it's the women who will suffer more. Therefore, population and climate change escalate social, political, and economic tensions, and women and girls will suffer its impact more in terms of violence, human trafficking, migration. When you look at population, where there is more population, people are looking now for where else can I get survival. When you look at most of these people going abroad to work, majority of them are the girls. Majority of them are the single mothers. So when we talk about this, we need to factor in, and I'm glad you factored in the issue of gender and vulnerabilities. And I hope that this dialogue, where participants were meant to look at critical issues contained in the United Nations framework, challenges, the issues around practical evidence, approaches, lessons learned in respect of orienting what sustainability can look like for our country, for our region, for our continent, has brought conclusion that you will share with me and my ministry, so that we integrate it in our policy and the legal framework. I hope you have also addressed the emerging issues from the interconnectedness of the theme of today and the need for multi-sectoral responsive action, which requires effective coordination among all sectors. And I'm glad I've seen all sectors have been here: water, environment, health, gender, and all the other sectors. I want to assure you that as a minister in charge of gender and labor and other social issues, we will work with you, continuously engage at national and local level with all of you in your various capacity, so that we are able to ensure that issues of population dynamics, gender, health, and climate change is integrated in our development agenda. I want to thank Regenerate Africa and other partners through their representative for the financial support for this dialogue, and also the National Population Council and National Population and Environment Network for organizing this multi-sectoral dialogue, which has been timely, and we hope that the outcome will inform our policy decision. It is now my honor and pleasure to declare the multi-sectoral dialogue on population dynamics, gender, health, and climate connection officially closed. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your kind words of wisdom. We also want to appreciate you for your assurances that the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is going to support the work that we've been talking about here. And we want to convey our deep sense of appreciation to you, Honorable, for gracing this occasion. We also want to thank you for your hard work in defending the rights of women in this country, region, and the entire world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request that we stand up and give the Minister a big round of applause. We will now sing the East African anthem, and thereafter we will have the Uganda national anthem.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. I'll request that we remain standing as the minister leaves at leisure.
Excuse me, please all sit down, sorry, Pastor. Please all sit down, and for record purposes, I want to invite the minister to take a photograph here. We cannot all fit here, so I'm going to invite all those that appear on the bottom of the calendar, the heads of those institutions. There is no other way I can do that, so Honorable Minister will stand here with you. The sponsors, so we shall stand with you. And I think Charles Kabwiswa, anybody else who is appearing at the bottom of this, you are free to come and join the minister.
I was already asked to leave at leisure.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a few announcements to make. We are going to have a strategic meeting that is going to be conducted after this, and I want to request the following organizations and individuals to stay behind. We have Hold Uganda, we have Miss Jackie Katana, we have Miss Betty Mbolanye, Miss Justus from RCRA, Pathfinder International, Regenerate Africa, National Population Council, Miss Irene Natkunda, CTPH, I think there's a gentleman called Gerard from PSIDI, and then Arue, and then Reproductive Health Uganda and Tree Talk Uganda. Those ones should stay behind. Otherwise, for the rest of us, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate your time, and your being here is testimony that you value the issues that we've been talking about. And we wish you journey masses back home. But before you depart, let me call the organizers to make administrative announcements.